Chapter 1226, Dual-Layer Soul Array. Coming like a fierce storm but ending with a gentle breeze, the two nameless guardian slaves had come out of nowhere and turned the tables. No one could have expected a pair of walking corpses to hold out against the number one dark spiritualist, Master Nanshazi, and his fierce annihilator-class soul weapon. They did not have souls and were above laws. Precisely because they did not have souls, they did not fear dark energy attacks. Those attacks, which could strike at a person's soul and could leave them in excruciating suffering, were no more than scratches to them. Hurrah! These two corpses were so cool. Zombies? I'm a fan. The Skywing wolves erupted in untimely laughter, causing other people to look over at these madmen in confusion. After all, those were two soulless zombies that they were talking about. The Aurora clan and spiritualists of botany gawked at them. Even though these two corpses had saved them, they were still corpses, and they mentally found them difficult to accept. However, nobody among the Skywings cared about this. These madmen cared only about the outcome. If they had been helped, they had been helped, and even if the one to do it was a kitten or a puppy, they would still praise it a little. Besides, these two guardian slaves really did have graceful movements. They did not have the heaven-defying speed of the Skywings, but their reactions had gone past the limits of the body. The beautiful arcs their hands and feet made were able to block all the silver particles of sand. The guardian slaves seemed capable of understanding the Skywing wolves, and their bodies slightly trembled as if in surprise. They had become things that were neither dead nor alive, and they were still being appreciated. Nanshazi scowled. These two soulless freaks meant that he could not use the soul-devouring that he was so good at. Rely purely on techniques and physical strength to break the peak bodies of the guardian slaves? These dark spiritualists felt their heads aching at the mere thought of it. So this was your trump card? When did you manage to tame the custodian slaves of the unrestricted sect? Asked Hulan, shocked and amazed. These two custodian slaves were real treasures. Nanshazi would have to bring out 10 peak spiritualists to deal with them. Things were clearly turning in favor of Xia Fei's side. I've taken a liking to these two. Once the fighting is over, I want to get to know them more. They're even fiercer than us, the Skywings, when they attack. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan said with a smile. The Skywings were speed warriors, and they specialized in close combat. The divine display put on by the two custodian slaves had opened their eyes. The Grand Ancestor even wanted to learn from them. They certainly did not care that the custodian slaves had no souls. Anyone who helped them was a brother. Everyone was happy over the arrival of these powerful allies, so they failed to notice Xia Fei's expression turning grave as he said softly, "Wrong. They actually aren't my trump cards. Teacher. These guys are very troublesome. Let me handle them." Shu Yuhi stepped forward and told Nanshazi. Nanshazi sneered. You? While you've now acquired decent physical strength, you're no match for them. They're the legendary custodian slaves of the unrestricted sect. Monsters without souls. They're the custodian slaves? Asked the dark spiritualists in shock. The custodian slaves were legendary existences that only the unrestricted sect masters truly understood. Outsiders only knew that both were corpses without souls, so they did not fear dark energy attacks at all. Ordinary spiritualists could not deal with them at all. However, no one had ever heard about the custodian slaves leaving unrestricted pavilion. Today was truly a weird day, with too many insensible things happening. Nanshazi laughed, a sinister light gleaming in his eyes. Xia Fei, you can even mobilize the soulless guardian slaves. You've truly left this old man surprised, but you may not have realized that you've essentially signed their death warrant. Whoosh! Nanshazi returned to his ship, grabbed Basalt and Ling Xing, and then returned to the battlefield. Master Shazi, what are you doing? We've already betrayed the unrestricteds. You can't stab us in the back now. Basalt and Ling Xing turned pale as they cried this desperately. Everyone found their behavior to be very shameless. These were Fukin's disciples, but now they were even worse than dogs. Where was even a shred of the dignity that a spiritualist should have? I'll be killing these two custodian slaves in front of you. I wonder what you'll feel? In any case, I'll be feeling happy, said Nanshazi with a sinister smile. Whoosh! Xia Fei frowned inwardly. He had truly run into a worthy adversary this time. Xia Fei had always been known for being ruthless, but it seemed like Nanshazi was just as ruthless. The two custodian slaves did not seem to understand Nanshazi, continuing to dumbly stand guard in front of Xia Fei. Whoosh whoosh! Nanshizi threw Basalt and Ling Xing as if he were throwing sandbags. Basalt and Ling Xing were both peak spiritualists, but they were so afraid of Nanshizi that they did not dare to resist. Oh, no! Xia Fei realized at once what the enemy was trying to do and desperately charged forward. However, the two custodian slaves reacted even more quickly. The moment both saw Basalt and Ling Xing being tossed out, they moved forward in unison to catch them. Yes, this was not unrestricted pavilion, so the custodian slaves did not need to kill everyone who lacked the sect master's seal, but they were also custodians to the unrestricted sect, and they had a responsibility to their martial brothers. When they saw Basalt and Ling Xing in trouble, the two zombies went out to save them. Xia Fei's heart thumped, for at this moment, Nanshizi attacked from behind Basalt and Ling Xing. He was using them as cover to execute a lethal move on the two custodian slaves. It was far too difficult. The custodian slaves needed to save Basalt and Ling Xing while also avoiding Nanshizi's annihilator-level attack. How was this even possible? In this dangerous moment, the guardian slaves naturally chose to save people, for in their eyes, no matter how wicked Basalt and Ling Xing were, they were still disciples, fellow martial brothers. Law of Primal Chaos. Xia Fei immediately used his reversal power, sending his Law of Primal Chaos to hold off Nanshizi. When Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. The power of the level 7 Law of Primal Chaos was not to be underestimated. If Nanshizi insisted on attacking the two custodian slaves, he would reveal a weakness that Xia Fei could exploit to make a lethal strike. While flying through the air, Nanshizi smiled craftily. He stopped attacking the guardian slaves and turned his attention to Xia Fei's Law of Primal Chaos. Rumble! Nanshizi's sword splintered apart and flew at Xia Fei. Law of Primal Chaos vs Annihilator Class Divine Sword. Bang! Both of them went all out. Although Xia Fei was charging forward with his physical body, the Law of Primal Chaos could extend outside his body. Moreover, he did not have to worry about anyone behind him anymore. Meanwhile, Nanshizi would not hurt his own men, no matter how formidable his sword was. Everything had happened too quickly to see what was actually happening, but in fact Nanshizi and Xia Fei had both landed on the ground at about the same time and were now glaring at each other. Nanshizi's divine sword was missing a chunk, whereas Xia Fei's clothes were in tatters. However, the latter's body was injured, for underneath was a black tight suit, as thin as a cicada's wing, Fiend Scar. The Law of Primal Chaos and Fiend Scar had allowed Xia Fei to get out of Nanshizi's attack unharmed. Annihilator Grade Armor. You're wearing Annihilator Grade Armor. Nanshizi gasped in resentment. Xia Fei did not deny it, instead raising his head and saying loudly, "Correct. Don't think that you're the only one with an Annihilator-level soul weapon. I have one, too." As he spoke, Nanshizi's sword shattered. Xia Fei had secretly wound the hair-thin fiend lock around the sword, and with a light tug from him, Nanshizi's supreme sword broke. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. What had that sword been? It was a weapon that had nearly wiped out Xia Fei's entire force. However, right at this moment, it had been destroyed. No one had expected Xia Fei to have an Annihilator-grade soul weapon, and more than one at that. Nanshizi shook his head and glared venomously at Xia Fei. "I admit that you're pretty good, but as the saying goes, old ginger is sharper than new ginger. Watch." Xia Fei was startled. He followed Nanshizi's gaze and saw the two custodian slaves dumbly hugging Basalt and Ling Xing, their faces blank. As for Basalt and Ling Xing, they appeared to still be trying to calm themselves down. Suddenly, two daggers whistled out, stabbing into the hearts of the two custodian slaves. Xia Fei's mind went black. It turned out that Basalt, Ling Xing, and Nanshizi had been putting on a show. Nanshizi had intentionally thrown out Basalt and Ling Xing so that the two custodian slaves would grab them, at which point Basalt and Ling Xing could make lethal blows. Whoosh! With their attacks succeeding, Basalt and Ling Xing retreated behind Nanshizi. Raising their hands, they celebrated together with the old man. Moreover, the divine sword that Xia Fei had shattered also returned to its original form. Master Shizi is still the formidable one, knowing that the two zombies wouldn't hurt us and that Xia Fei would go and save the custodian slaves. You planned everything out so thoroughly, Ling Xing fawned. Basalt goaded, those two zombies were really dumb, not even counterattacking after we stabbed them. So useless. That's right. What was our ancestor thinking, getting those two pieces of trash to watch the unrestricted pavilion? I can't believe we brothers were too afraid to go in. That's what they deserve. Ling Xing spat on the ground after he said this. His words were like nails, piercing Xia Fei's heart. The two custodian slaves still seemed clueless, just standing there, but blood was clearly coming out from both their chests. There was nothing wrong with being pure and simple. The one in the wrong was the unrestricted sect for producing two scoundrels like Basalt and Ling Xing. They had actually attacked the two loyal custodian slaves of their sect. "Screw your grandmother," roared Xia Guanghai, his eyes going red. He pulled out his giant hammer, ready to charge up and fight to the death with Basalt and Ling Xing. The Skywings were all enraged. Fiendish energy exploded in the air. "All of you, halt!" Just when the situation was about to reach its breaking point, Xia Fei yelled in a voice brimming with killing intent. Raising his head, Xia Fei stared at Nan Shizi with crimson eyes. "Remember, everything has its price. First, with them around, I wouldn't have been able to kill you, for they would protect you, but now, they could no longer save you. Second, the guardian slaves have no hearts, so your stabs won't kill. Still, I presume that they're feeling very sad right now. As such, for today, I'll be killing all of you in front of them." Killing intent erupted to the heavens. Xia Fei, who had gotten thoroughly enraged by now, started to disregard everything. He was like a berserk demon beast. Rumble. Even Spirit Mountain began to shudder, as if it were experiencing a 9.9 magnitude earthquake. At this time, a fiery soul eye flew out of Xia Fei's hand. Spirit Mountain was a soul array, a superformation that occupied half the planet. The searing eye was also a soul array, a top-class mobile pursuit array. The furious Xia Fei had finally used his trump card. Dual Layer Soul Array, activate. Chapter 1227, 4 Hunchbacks. Sometimes, things were just strange. Fukin's martial brothers should have been protecting the unrestricted spirit lineage, but they had betrayed it instead. The two soulless custodian slaves should have lived quiet lives, but they had become sacrificial offerings in this battle. The custodian slaves were clearly not as smart as Fukin's disciples. With two bloody holes in their bodies, they still stupidly stood there, looking confusedly at the blood flowing out of their bodies. They could not understand it. Why had the people they had saved stabbed them? As everyone watched, the two custodian slaves sighed and then stiffly walked away. This universe was too complicated and not suitable for simple people to live in. It was best to return to the unrestricted pavilion. While there was no sunlight there was also no betrayal. Discouraged. Even the stupidest person could hear the despair toward this universe in the size of the custodian slaves. Xia Fei had gone to great lengths to get these soulless custodian slaves to open the door, but the total betrayal of Basalt and Ling Xing had caused this door to be slammed shut. "All of you will die today." A furious roar. That reckless Xia Fei. That crazy Xia Fei. That heedless Xia Fei. He had returned. His eyes had gone completely red, radiating infinite killing intent. Behind him, a pair of damaged fiend wings unfurled. Fiendish energy exploded. The fiend wings were damaged wings, and it was precisely because they were damaged that they were unique. From the day they had been born, they were already imperfect, nor would anyone praise them as beautiful. Still, no one could deny that this pair of unsightly wings was like a battle-hardened warrior, covered in wounds and brimming with glory. Rumble. Spirit Mountain trembled as if it were experiencing a 9.9 magnitude earthquake. The ancient array, which had been there since the creation of the sect, had been activated by Xia Fei. Nonetheless, this was not all. A brilliant red eye flew out of Xia Fei's hand, like the blazing flames of the underworld. This was the Searing Eye, the strongest soul eye in the Alpha universe. The ancient soul array and the Searing Eye created a dual-layer soul array. As was often said, when Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. Rumble. The sky was engulfed by what seemed to be an enormous rainbow of soul marks. Upon counting, there appeared to be 9 in total. Not good. This is a 9-level unrestricted soul spirit mark. Xia Fei has activated Spirit Mountain's soul array. He Wuji paled as he cried. Not even He Wuji knew when the Spirit Mountain array had last been activated. This was the first time he had seen someone activate it, but he could have never imagined that this had not been done by Fukin, but rather by Xia Fei. "Teacher, that red thing is a soul eye, which forms the strongest pursuit soul array in the world." Shu Yuhi became rather frantic, urgently whispering into Nan Shizi's ear. "What are you panicking for?" Nan Shizi shot back stiffly. He pointed at Xia Fei and shouted, "Idiot! Those two zombies who can block dark energy attacks are no longer here. You've lost your biggest trump card. Don't think that you can stop me now just because you've activated Spirit Mountain's array. You've played all your cards, but you still haven't seen my full hand yet. Everyone was stunned and looked at Xia Fei. The guardian slaves had come in pair, as had the soul arrays. Were these really all the cards Xia Fei had to play? Even in this situation, things were still very bad. There were 40 peak spiritualists on the other end, and while the two soul arrays might be able to do some damage to the dark spiritualists, they would not be able to annihilate them completely. Xia Fei threw his head back and roared, his aura exploding. He stared at Nanshazi coldly and bellowed, 1. I had no idea that the guardian slaves would take part in this battle. 2. You're all still going to die. At this point, Xia Fei had no good reason to hold anything more back. The dual-layer array had been activated, and now, no one could leave Spirit Mountain until the outcome was decided. The battle had entered its cruelest phase. When Spirit Mountain's soul array activated, it boasted a truly impressive power. Xia Fei had to expend almost all his energy just to operate it, and he also had to put the rest of his focus on controlling the searing eye. This was a whole new level of challenge. Every second, Xia Fei's brain needed to resolve tens of thousands of problems, executing countless combat decisions. Fortunately, Peacock Blue and the Fiendish Blade Nirvana all had minds of their own. They could move by themselves, attacking or defending based on their own judgment. After all, humans were not computers. At times like this, all the companions Xia Fei kept at his side showed their worth. Without him controlling them, Peacock Blue and Nirvana continued to battle fiercely, they all went around and displayed their might. Xia Fei had also let out little Goldie. This guy was not very smart, only knowing how to charge around mindlessly. It was unlike the cunning Furball, who knew how to make feints. To tell the truth, even Peacock Blue knew how to use its plant nature to hide under the ground and catch the enemy by surprise, yet little Goldie did not know how to hide itself in dark space and make sneak attacks from there. However, the battlefield soon bore witness to a surprising development. Peacock Blue and little Goldie seemed to have developed some sort of mutual understanding. Little Goldie simply charged forward, serving as the vanguard, while Peacock Blue hid under the ground, and when little Goldie sowed chaos in the enemy lines with his charges, it would make a sneak attack. Little Goldie seemed to share some sort of mental connection with Peacock Blue, always moving to the right place. It was as if Peacock Blue was charting out a course, which was aimed right at the enemy's weak points, for the demon chrysalis. Had Peacock Blue grown more intelligent with the passing of time? Since they were not human, Xia Fei had no way of knowing what Peacock Blue and little Goldie were thinking, but for two of his powerful allies to develop a mutual understanding, it could only be a good thing. In the past, little Goldie could only work with Furball, and this was because the demon chrysalis adored Furball and regarded the latter as its teacher. Now, it had formed a relationship with Peacock Blue. Was this because little Goldie had recently improved? The shrinking of its body had led to an explosion in mental strength. The most wondrous property of Spirit Mountain's ancient array was that it had 9 gigantic soul marks, and each one was identical to the unrestricted soul spirit mark. The insides of these 9 great soul marks were in constant motion, creating a spectacular sight. Each soul mark had the combat might of a peak spiritualist, and they did not have lives, so they had no fear of death. If the enemy made a long-distance attack, the soul marks could block, serving as walls that protected everyone from harm. If some reckless fool got careless and was captured by a soul mark, the unrestricted soul spirit mark would act like a meat grinder and rapidly annihilate the enemy. As for the searing eye, it was fearless, like a crimson net. It wreaked havoc among the enemy, opening up its giant net and taking the lives of the enemy. The searing eye could deal incomparable damage to the soul. Let alone destroying it, even touching that crimson net would place one in excruciating pain. In a flash, the dark spiritualist ranks were thrown into chaos by the searing eye, with even incidents of friendly fire occurring. The summit of Spirit Mountain was in a chaotic stalemate. In the space of 2 minutes, one spiritualist of botany was surrounded and killed by the dark spiritualists because this one had been standing a bit too far away. Countless people were also heavily injured. While the dual-layer soul array had impressive power, surprisingly, the collaboration between the Aurora clan and the Skywings was also quite potent. The Aurora clan was strong in long-distance attacks, the barrages of Aurora Horizons serving like laser fire, striking wherever the clansmen pointed. As for the Skywing wolves, they specialized in close combat and guerrilla tactics. Gradually, the two clans came together. As the Skywings used their exceptional close combat abilities to remove nearby enemies, the Aurora clan slowly moved up the front line. With the protection of the Skywing wolves, the Aurorine did not need to stay too far away. At a close distance, Aurora Horizon was even more powerful, and the area struck was larger. This was a result that no one could have anticipated. This was a wolf pack aided by cannon fire. The cannons struck the enemy formation and threw it into disarray, after which, the Skywings wolves struck. The enemy would see that the Aurorine had no protection, so they would charge in, after which, the cunning wolves would fall back and enter into melee with the enemies. This back and forth produced an unexpected stalemate, allowing Xia Fei to hold out against the dark spiritualists despite his smaller force. The battle at the summit of Spirit Mountain did not just have combatants but also spectators. For example, Chu Xingbang of the Celestial Might Spirit Academy was watching. He was astonished, for he had yet to see any signs that Xia Fei might die. The dark spiritualists were playing card after card, but Xia Fei had played his own cards to counter each of those. Chu Xingbang was left quite disappointed. There was also the Night Clan. They were extremely worried, particularly Zi Sir. She had tried several times to rush in, but Cloud Knight had held her back. The battle was full of twists and turns, each side deploying their trump cards, and the chief tacticians, Xia Fei and Nanshazi, were both known for being ruthless and cunning. Equally matched, they had ended up in a draw. Fruit Noello. Humph. Nanshazi snorted coldly. It was rather shameful to have been pushed to this point by Xia Fei's force, but he had to admit that Xia Fei's dual soul array was quite powerful. Spirit Mountain's array was one thing. That was laid down by an unrestricted spirit ancestor and was known far and wide, but that searing eye was truly wicked, rushing around with a pain that burned away at the soul. His disciples would run away whenever they saw that searing eye approaching, for the torture it inflicted on the soul was truly difficult to bear. Nanshazi understood that he needed to break the array if he wanted to win. The original owner of the searing eye had to have died with enormous hatred, an explosive rage, and spiritualists relied on mental energy to survive, so they took far more damage than ordinary warriors. It was clear that the searing eye was an existence that specifically targeted spiritualists. At this stage in the battle, Big Dipper had become a side character, hiding behind Xia Fei and constantly firing long-range attacks. However, compared to the main force of the Aurora clan and the Skywings, he was much weaker. Such a minor character, so why was he so hard to deal with? Nanshazi furiously waved at Shu Yuhi, and after a moment of shock, Shu Yuhi grew excited. The dark spiritualists were frustrated and angry over how slow their progress had been. They were now willing to resort to any method possible in order to win. Rumble. Shu Yuhi pressed the button in his hand, and the cargo bay of that warship hovering above the cliff opened, 4 people jumping out of the pitch-black hangar. 4 hunchbacks. Chapter 1228, the 9th trump card. Xia Fei was like an unkillable cockroach. His side was clearly weaker, but the dark spiritualists simply could not win this battle. Nanshazi had an annihilator-grade soul weapon, but Xia Fei had 2. Nanshazi had more men, but Xia Fei had the 2 custodian slaves and the dual-layer soul array. Nanshazi was cunning, but Xia Fei was even more cunning. What sort of situation was this? Nanshazi was known as the #1 dark spiritualist because, 1. He was very powerful and, 2. He possessed extraordinary resolve and ruthless methods. However, Xia Fei was equal to Nanshazi in his field of greatest expertise. Under Xia Fei's command, his weaker force had managed to hold out against round after round of assault from the dark spiritualists. In terms of casualties, the dark spiritualists had it much worse. Shu Yuhi commanded 4 hunchbacks out of his warship. The dark spiritualists were invigorated at the sight of these 4. Their eyes became filled with scorn as though they believed that Xia Fei's side was done for now that these 4 hunchbacks had appeared. Xia Fei had seen one of these 4 hunchback before. It was that one night when the dark spiritualists had paid a visit to the unrestricted spirit pavilion. However, as he had been rather far away, Xia Fei did not dare to use ocular cognition, so he had been unable to get a clear look at him. Now that he had a clear look, he was aghast. These 4 people could not even be called human beings. Were the soulless custodian slaves not weird enough? These 4 were basically demonic beasts. Their faces were twisted, their backs hunched up high, their faces expressionless, their talon-like fingers had barbed fingernails, and their black eyes glinted with savage lights. In a flash, Xia Fei had thought of something. It was something that could make the heavens pale and heroes quiver in fear. Similar. Too similar. Xia Fei cried mentally out of shock. Nanshizi laughed, a savage glint in his eyes. You've done very well so far, but I'm tired of playing games with you. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I'll be taking your and Big Dipper's heads and leaving. Do you think that I can't do it? Such a brash tone. 40 peak dark spiritualists had been unable to get Xia Fei, so how could these 4 hunchbacks kill him and all of the people behind within 3 minutes? No one believed it, but nobody dared to argue. For the one speaking was Nanshizi, the number 1 dark spiritualist, a transcendent annihilator. Even if a big shot like this was just boasting, nobody would dare to look down on him. Xia Fei made a subtle motion, feeling something in his sleeve. A look of shock appeared on his face, and then he laughed even more brazenly than Nanshizi. Good. I'll make a bet with you today. You said that you'll be taking me down in 3 minutes, then I say that I'll kill you in 1 minute. Do you think that I can't do it? This was the most brazen thing Xia Fei had said today. Besides his killing intent, the detail-oriented Skywing Wolves had noticed that his aura had changed. Xia Fei had been suppressing his own frenzied rage this entire time, even during the most bitter parts of the battle, but now, he was suddenly bursting with confidence, for he no longer needed to hold anything back. He could finally throw everything into the battle. The dark spiritualist naturally did not believe his claim, and they all chortled in disdain. What they failed to notice was that one person suddenly had a rather ugly scowl. Chu Xingbang. The number 1 expert of Heavenly Might Spiritualist School reached into his sleeve and then shot a glance at Xia Fei, one vicious enough to kill. For some reason, Grand Master Chu was so enraged that he was shaking visibly. Nanshizi put a hand on his head and chuckled. Shameless, truly shameless. To think that an old man like me would be threatened again and again by a little boy in his 20s, and that I wouldn't be able to kill him immediately. He seemed to be mocking himself. All the dark spiritualists hastily looked over, but they found that Nanshizi did not seem to be joking. On the contrary, he was quite serious. All right. Nanshizi raised his head and looked straight at Xia Fei. I'll take this wager. He had barely finished speaking when Chu Xingbang led Duet and Hanpin into the battle, and on Xia Fei's side. Nanshizi was shocked. Mr. Chu, you're the master of Heavenly Might, and yet you're going back on your word, or is this what you mean by neutrality? Chu Xingbang's stance had everyone's eyes popping out of their sockets. He ignored Nanshizi and gave Xia Fei a very reluctant nod. His face had gone pale from extreme rage at this point, and he glared viciously at Nanshizi. Everyone could tell that something was wrong with him, but he refused to say a word. As for Duet and Hanpin, they were at a total loss on what had caused their teacher to bring them into this mess. They were sullen, but none of these two dared to ask any questions, so they stood sullenly together with Chu Xingbang. The famed twin dragon Xingbang of Heavenly Might Spiritualist School referred to none other than Duet, Hanpin, and Chu Xingbang. They were all peak spiritualists, and Chu Xingbang was someone just as famous as old monsters like Big Dipper, Nanshizi, and Fukin. It was very strange that this trio had chosen to stand with Xia Fei. Truly, this battle had become somewhat weirder. They had been spectating this entire time, so why had they picked sides now? It must be understood that Nanshizi had taken out his trump card and intended to kill Xia Fei in the next 3 minutes. This was no empty bluster. If Nanshizi dared to say it, it meant he was confident that he could pull it off. Not even a fool would choose this moment to stand on the weaker side, and Chu Xingbang was no fool. From the look on his face, he had clearly been forced into this. Who had forced him? Was Xia Fei hiding something else? Nanshizi lived up to his reputation, and his formidable brain instantly thought of countless possibilities, followed by an indescribable fear. This Xia Fei was not as simple as he believed. At this moment, the Spirit Mountain array flashed as if it had been struck by a shockwave. The dark spiritualists did not sense anything, but Basalt, Ling Xing, and He Wuji instantly went pale. Oh, no! Someone has entered the array. It might be Master. Basalt shouted, but then he realized that he had spoken improperly. Changing his wording, he said, it must be that old thing Fukin. He's the only one in the sect to have inherited knowledge of the array. No one else could have so quickly opened Spirit Mountain's array, then closed it again, and from the outside to boot. Arrays were profound, and soul arrays were the most profound of the profound. Arrays differed from sect to sect, but they all shared one thing in common: they were not transmitted to outsiders. It was not impossible for someone to get through the Spirit Mountain array, but it could never be this easy. This was why Basalt and the others had immediately thought of Fukin. Whoosh! Someone floated over. It really was Fukin. He appeared much more relaxed than before, and he even had a smile on his face. In the past, Fukin would undoubtedly have been racked with heartache over the devastating appearance of Spirit Mountain, but today, he simply glanced at the buildings left by his ancestor before ignoring them. Was this the Fukin who had been so anxious to avenge himself? No, this was an otherworldly master. To describe him as a transcendent immortal would not be excessive in the slightest. Fukin! Old thing! Xia Fei and Yulan, who were both startled, shouted this at the same time. Fukin nodded slightly at them. He looked at Nanshizi and then said, "Let's save the talk for later." Nanshizi's sword is called the Silver Cup 999, a grade 2 annihilator item. It was forged on bitter cold mountain from Silver Cup soul metal. It can divide in 999 segments, from whence it gets its name. Xia Fei, your Nirvana can contend against it, but you have to call Radix back first. After not seeing Fukin for a few days, he had suddenly become a weapon master. The same question appeared in everyone's minds. He had just arrived and had not even seen Nanshizi use this sword, so how was he able to explain its background so clearly? Xia Fei was startled, and then he nodded. Fukin continued. "Leave the Spirit Mountain array to me. Focus on controlling the Searing Eye and Nirvana. Remember, this is your chance." The first half was easy to understand, but the second half was inexplicable. What chance was Fukin talking about? Regardless, this battle had developed in a direction that the dark spiritualists had not wanted to see. In the space of a minute, Xia Fei had added 4 peak spiritualists to his side, to even being factional leaders. Fukin was the unrestricted spirit sect master, and the array would definitely be more powerful under his control. Xia Fei would also be more powerful now that he did not need to divide his attention. The wolf pack formation would be in its strongest form, with 2 lone wolves. The dark spiritualists got furious. They had taken out their 4 hunchbacks, but they had not been able to hold their advantage for even a minute before Xia Fei had summoned 4 peak spiritualists, evening the odds once more. In terms of strength, they were equal. There was no telling how many more cards Xia Fei was hiding. They were coming out one after another, and defeating him had now become excruciatingly difficult. Nanshizi shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "You truly are quite troublesome, and you have plenty of trump cards, but this should be it, right? Though you have Fukin and Chu Xingbang on your side now, that's still not enough." Waving his hand, Nanshizi said with a measure of disgust, "Go, kill them." It was hard to blame Nanshizi for feeling frustrated. This situation was truly too embarrassing. Every time he took the upper hand, Xia Fei would pull out another card, closing the gap. It was as if they had both been holding pairs at the start, but Xia Fei was now holding several pairs. Nanshizi had never met any opponent this troublesome before. In truth, Nanshizi was still underestimating Xia Fei. He had barely spoken when there was a new development. Several figures suddenly appeared among the dark spiritualists like ghosts. These were Grim Reapers, the blades in their hands needing only to swipe lightly across the necks of their targets to take their lives. The dark spiritualists were instantly thrown into disarray. "Teacher, it's Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin!" Shu Yuhi shouted. "Lone Peak Shen! Turbid Shadow Lin!" Nanshizi was about to go crazy. There was a mysterious force in the 19 states of Wind Cloud called the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization, and Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were its leaders. Even the name of the group was a combination of their names. Rumble. As if it had all been planned, the moment the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization attacked, Xia Fei's group charged. Nanshizi suddenly remembered Xia Fei's words, "I'll kill you in 1 minute." Hidden. Incredibly well hidden. After taking out all these trump cards, Xia Fei had been hiding one more ace. How was it even possible that Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were also on Xia Fei's side? In 1 second, the tables had completely turned. Xia Fei was no longer on the defense. They were chasing down the dark spiritualists. They had released the 4 hunchbacks with plans to finish off Xia Fei, but this ended up being a prelude to the enemy's offensive. What sort of fiend was this? The spiritualists of botany, the Skywings, the Aurorine, Annihilator-grade soul weapons, custodian slaves, a dual-layer soul array, Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, Fukin, and Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. Xia Fei had laid down 9 trump cards for this battle. Chapter 1229, The 3 Dragoons. Rumble. There was no stopping the Battle of Spirit Mountain now that it had started, and this sudden appearance of the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization had turned the tables. It was actually not right to deem this as turning the tables. To be more precise, Xia Fei had had them in reserve the whole time, and right now just happened to be the time to clean things up. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin had not brought many people, only a dozen or so men, but these people were all experts, and they had been well hidden right from the very start. Now, they were right in the middle of the dark spiritualist formation, their ambush far more effective than if they had been in a proper battle. There was no need to ask about how Xia Fei had gotten the help of the most mysterious Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization of the 19 states of Wind Cloud. All they needed to do was attack. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. The first to win was Furball. He had been battling against the Lone Gleam Eagle for some time. Holy beasts were very proud, and they did not allow anyone to intervene in their battles. Even when Xia Fei wanted to help, Furball would roar and reject it. Furball was no longer a cub. He was an adult, and his pride was only getting worse. Even though he was facing the Lone Gleam Eagle, which was a whole level above him and was a holy beast known for its savagery, he did not give an inch. This was the personality of holy beasts. Someone had once said that if all holy beasts were put together, only one would come out alive, for these guys were proud loners that did not get along with one another. When they met, death was the inevitable outcome for the rest save for one. Today had proven that theory, but the one dying was the Lone Gleam Eagle. Plush! Furball opened his mouth and bit down on the Lone Gleam Eagle's neck. The battle was at the point where they were using teeth to fight. Such unskilled ways of fighting were a sign of just how bitter the battle had devolved. Furball, who had seemingly gone crazy, refused to let go, and the Lone Gleam Eagle screeched in pain. It rapidly plummeted into the valley below, crashing in a cloud of dust. Furball had learned a lot from Xia Fei over the years, and one of such lessons was how to be ruthless. No matter how the Lone Gleam Eagle struggled, Furball's teeth kept their grip on its flesh. The Lone Gleam Eagle rammed its body against a rock, desperately pounding itself against the ground, but Furball was unmoved, staring with his beady little eyes at his opponent while biting down until the very end. Gradually, the Lone Gleam Eagle grew weaker and weaker, but Furball still kept biting. Plush! When the Lone Gleam Eagle was on its last leg, Furball gathered his strength and bit through its neck. With his mouth dripping blood, he let out a crazed and fiendish roar. The first time. This was the first time Furball had killed an adult holy beast. This was an immense honor. He was now an authentic top-class holy beast, standing at the very apex of exotic beasts. Nonetheless, Furball did not waste much time on the Lone Gleam Eagle, only roaring twice to express that he was the king of holy beasts, after which, he returned to the battlefield. His battle had ended, but his master was still locked in battle. Exotic beasts were loyal to their owners, and while Furball was the mischievous sort, he was also very loyal. He found out that he could not get through Spirit Mountain's soul array, so he began to ram heedlessly at it, injuring his body as he tried to get through. This attitude could not be faked. It was a sign of how deeply he loved Xia Fei. Rumble! When Xia Fei used the law of primal chaos to block one of Nanshazi's attacks. Furball awed bitterly, his eyes going red. Bang! Xia Fei used the fiendish blade, Nirvana, to block Nanshazi's blade, and Furball roared in celebration this time. In short, while his body was outside, his heart was with Xia Fei. At this moment, a dark space tunnel opened up next to Furball. It was Little Goldie. This pet of Xia Fei was a demon chrysalis, and going between conventional space and dark space was its specialty. Other people might be unable to go in and out, but it was no problem for Little Goldie. The two guys returned through dark space and immediately rushed to Xia Fei's side. One human, one ghost, one bug, one ball, and one blade of grass, they comprised Xia Fei's strongest fighting force. The battle was far more chaotic than expected. As Xia Fei was wrangling with Nanshazi, Fukin charged at the three traitors of the unrestricted sect, He Wuji, Basalt, and Ling Xing. Was this still Fukin? He was facing what had once been his most beloved disciples, yet in this 1 versus 3 fight, every move he made was lethal. Plush! A dark spiritualist corpse toppled over in front of Basalt. The one who had done the deed was none other than one of the specialists from Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, scaring Basalt out of his wits. The people of Lone Peak Turbid Shadow were seemingly able to tell that Fukin wanted to take care of these traitors on his own, so they did not touch Basalt and the other two. You're not allowed to call me master. The unrestricted sect doesn't exist anymore, so I no longer have any disciples. Ling Xing had accidentally called master, and Fukin had swiftly roared back in anger. Such powerful killing intent! Fukin had once gone easy on his disciples, not even cursing at them when they banished him from the sect, enduring all the injustices on his own, but today, he was striking to kill, leaving no room for negotiations. While Xia Fei and Fukin were fighting, the Skywing Wolves had run into a real opponent, the four hunchbacks. For some reason, these guys had an incomprehensible aura, and even with the Skywings' combined power and speed, they were only barely able to hold down these four heaven-defying existences. It was a very tough mission, for these four hunchbacks were just too formidable. If they were to join the battle, the other parties would all be put in difficult straits. The situation was not very optimistic, for the Skywing Wolves had noticed that these four hunchbacks did not use law force or dark energy but rather something else entirely incomprehensible. Their offensive power was truly powerful. The Skywings had to rely on their guerrilla tactics to hold the enemies down and spent most of the time in the defensive. As for Chu Xingbang and the twin dragons of heavenly might, they surprisingly threw everything they had into the battle. After watching on the sidelines in amusement for so long, they were suddenly striking with lethal force? It was truly inexplicable. Moreover, Duet and Hanpin had noticed that their teacher seemingly had some rage that he was choosing to vent on the dark spiritualists. Chu Xingbang was even cursing as he fought. Moments where he lost composure like this were exceptionally rare. It all sounded very complicated, but it was settled almost instantly. In less than half a minute, the dark spiritualists started to crumble. Xia Fei's side was getting stronger as the battle went on, but at this moment, three figures had appeared in the air. They arranged themselves in a triangular offensive array. Three spirits had gathered. The trio unleashed their power in unison, wielding their weapons and fiercely attacking the Spirit Mountain's array. Rumble! Such power in this attack! It completely shattered the defenses of Spirit Mountain's array. Xia Fei was very suspicious, for he could see that these three were all using Annihilator-grade soul weapons. In other words, they were annihilators. Startled, Xia Fei put a hand into his sleeve. Forget about the others, take down Basalt, Ling Xing and He Wuji. Catch the others if you can, but if you can't, just let them go. Xia Fei yelled. Let their enemies go. This was not his style. Had something happened? At the same time, those three people in the air waved their hands, and the beaten dark spiritualists began to jump up and flee. Surprisingly, the first to run were the four hunchbacks. It was as if the orders of that skyborn trio had priority. Withdraw! Nan Shizi made a feint attack and then ran. Trying to run away. It's not that easy. While the likes of Chu Xingbang sighed in relief, Xia Fei and the Skywing Wolves doggedly pursued these enemies. The Skywing Wolves charged furiously, with Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan swinging his staff at one of the hunchbacks and knocking it out of the sky. The Skywings then instantly converged and killed the hunchback. The four hunchbacks were truly formidable. If not for the abrupt summons from that trio, the Skywing Wolves would have never had this chance to kill one. Alas, there was only one chance. The other three hunchbacks ran without looking back, caring not for their companion. That was just how chances were. Only people who were fast enough could seize them. Xia Fei took advantage of Nan Shizi's feint to release Nirvana and have it chase him down. Fukin had said that he wanted Xia Fei to use Nirvana, and this was just such a chance. Xia Fei initially had not paid much attention to his words. After all, his strongest weapons were clearly Fiend Scar and Fiend Lock. When had it ever made sense not to use one's strongest weapons first? It was only at the final moment that Xia Fei had decided to throw out Nirvana. As for Radix, he had long ago retreated to the side. Without a thought, Nan Shizi struck at Nirvana with his Annihilator-class sword. Bang! There was an explosion that rapidly crescendoed. Nirvana seemed to go crazy, keeping close to Silver Cup 999 and greedily draining its energy. Xia Fei's eyes flew open. Only at this point did he understand what Fukin had been getting at. It turned out that the fiendish blade Nirvana had been on the edge of advancing. It was about to get an upgrade. It was as if the fiend blade had not killed enough people, yet the fiendish blade Nirvana had not advanced in all this time. Xia Fei initially thought that it had finally reached its limit. After all, he had forged this weapon back in the Lore realm, and he had never once harbored any delusions of it being enough to dominate a universe of a higher level. Rumble! In a flash, a new sun rose in the sky. The fiendish blade Nirvana had really gotten an upgrade. The Battle of Spirit Mountain had been long, but it had ended very quickly. Not even Xia Fei had expected that the upgrading of the fiendish blade would serve as a period to this campaign. Nirvana unleashed an explosive power, of which the shockwave almost flattened Spirit Mountain. Some of the dark spiritualists used this chance to run, and the remainder were captured alive. The dark spiritualists had lost a third of their power, whereas Xia Fei had won a total victory and was cleaning up the field. However, everyone quickly realized that the young man was gone even while his nirvana was still on the battlefield. In a corner of the mountain, Xia Fei looked helplessly at White Haze. "What's the meaning of this? Why did you make me stop? The battle isn't over yet." White Haze smiled. "It's not my idea to make you stop but rather the will of those above. They decided that this battle must be stopped. Why did we have to stop? If we had made one last charge, while we might not have been able to keep those 3 experts who came out of nowhere, we could at least have kept half of the dark spiritualists." Xia Fei felt vented, feeling like he had suffered a great loss. "You can't keep them." "Absolutely not." White Haze frantically waved his hand. Xia Fei was confused, asking, "Why can't I? Are those 3 existences I can't afford to provoke?" White Haze sighed and then whispered into Xia Fei's ear, "You've already done a very good job. The people behind the dark spiritualists have been forced to flee, but just like you, those 3 new arrivals are dragoons." Chapter 1230, Six-Edged Snowflake Blade. Dragoons. Xia Fei was stunned. He had not imagined that the 3 people who had saved the dark spiritualists would be dragoons. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "Shouldn't dragoons be elites of the new hero alliance? Why are they standing opposed to us and appearing in the Alpha universe, too?" White Haze was also confused. Stroking that ugly wool ball on his hat, he said, "You're asking me, but who am I gonna ask? I'm simply one of the liaisons used by the dragoons, but from the tone of my superiors, I feel that the dragoons may not be internally united, and the political struggles are exceptionally fierce. The string of incidents that has taken place in the Alpha universe may be an extension of the political battles taking place above." Xia Fei nodded. The dragoons called themselves the strongest fighting force, and they were a force formed in preparation for the day of the Universal Dragon's return. The person currently in command of this force would take control of the lower 5 stars and the Gemini universe, 2 entire dimensional planes. Political conflict among the upper echelons was very normal. Intelligent life was very skilled at internal conflict. Xia Fei had understood this all the way back when he was still living on Earth. "You are currently a neophyte of the Devil Shadow Dragoons and have yet to enter the ranks of Annihilators, so you've been left in Alpha. There are a few dragoons in your situation, but they all belong to other forces, like the Holy Light Dragoons or the Destiny Dragoons, so I'm not sure how many of them there are. Besides that, there are some dragoons who have reached the Annihilator tier but have remained here for reasons unknown. In summary, the Alpha universe doesn't have a lot of dragoons and neophyte dragoons, but it's not a small number either, there are several dozens or perhaps even more than 100 at least." Xia Fei was rather surprised. The Alpha universe may have more than 100 dragoons in hiding? That's a force that can't be underestimated. White Haze said indifferently, "What's to be surprised about? The universe is very vast, and the lower 5 stars happen to be 5 universes." After thinking it over, Xia Fei realized that he was right. Let alone 100 people, even 10 billion people could be easily hidden. Nonetheless, for 5 dragoons to have appeared on Spirit Mountain him, Chu Xingbang, and those 3 strangers was quite strange. Seeing that Xia Fei was deep in thought, White Haze could not help but remind, "Regardless of what our superiors think, it's a fact that dragoons from the lower 5 stars participated from the collapsed expanse of Founder's string of attacks to the dark spiritualists' assault. It's very possible that you may be assigned several missions and for your opponents to be dragoons." Xia Fei was shocked again. "Dragoon versus dragoon?" White Haze replied, "That may be the only way. Those above will definitely use their forces to resolve the dragoons' internal matters and won't allow any other factions to interfere." Xia Fei said, "That's truly rather problematic. Putting aside Yuan Liao, I don't get along with Chu Xingbang at all. If you had me work with him, I'd never agree. I can only leave my back to people I trust. Even if we're all dragoons, I won't trust them just because of that." White Haze gave Xia Fei a profound look. "I can understand that, and you don't need to worry too much. After all, you're a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Let alone the Alpha universe, even the Devil Shadow Dragoons in the Gemini universe can be counted with one's fingers. You may receive special treatment." White Haze was just a liaison, and he could not say much about the affairs of his superiors. After talking with Xia Fei for a while, White Haze took his leave. When he returned to Spirit Mountain, everyone was waiting for him. The Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization had already vanished without a trace. These people were not part of Xia Fei's faction. Instead, the Blue Blood Soza of the Annihilator universe had arranged them as backup for Xia Fei. The matter was resolved, and Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin did not have any relationship with Xia Fei, so it was very normal for them to leave without saying goodbye. Also, it fitted with their mysterious style. Chu Xingbang had also left. It was said that he had left with an extremely ugly expression on his face. As a dragoon, Chu Xingbang had suddenly received an order to obey Xia Fei's commands, which made the former feel somewhat humiliated. After all, Xia Fei had only been a dragoon for a few days, whereas Chu Xingbang had been a neophyte for several hundred years. Let alone the fact that he had not received the chance to be sent to the Annihilator universe, he had to listen to Xia Fei's orders, too. Chu Xingbang's dignity received a heavy blow. Seeing that Xia Fei had returned, Cloud Knight brought Zisur Knight and Anzu Knight to welcome him. Cloud Knight was somewhat remorseful now. If he had known that Xia Fei was backed by such a powerful force, even legendary figures like Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Shen coming to his aid, he would have chosen to stand on Xia Fei's side long ago. Zisur Knight was very excited while Anzu Knight was very afraid, worried that Xia Fei would take revenge. The people of the Knight clan were sure that someone of Xia Fei's personality could do anything. However, while Xia Fei avenged any wrongdoings to him, he was also a man of his word. He said that he would not seek to settle accounts with Anzu Knight, and he really did not do anything to him, but from start to finish, Xia Fei had never looked at the other. Clearly, the man was already dead to him, and from now on, Xia Fei would not listen to a word the other said. Zisur Knight was feeling quite torn. No doubt Xia Fei's numerous dazzling performances were something this girl would always remember, but because of her brother, Anzu, the Knight clan's relationship with Xia Fei had become somewhat estranged. Xia Fei was a man who had a very clear understanding of relationships. He did not touch Anzu because Cloud Knight had once helped him deal with Aquamarine. Now that this debt had been settled, there was nothing between them. As for Zisur, he had never even thought about her. A true man would travel far and wide to make his mark. How could he suddenly lose himself in lust just because he saw a pretty girl? Cloud Knight exchanged a few words with Xia Fei before leaving with his grandchildren, and Xia Fei showed no emotion at all toward their departure. Zisur Knight suddenly felt her heart wince, but for the reason, this Knight clan's young miss did not know. Spirit Mountain had been completely changed. The base that the unrestricted spirit lineage had used for eons was destroyed, and the Skywing Wolves, as well as the Aurora clan, were in the middle of sweeping up the battlefield. In this victory against the Dark Spiritualists, they were bound to gain a large number of soul weapons. These two clans had essentially struck it rich. However, Xia Fei did not care. He was already starting to use Annihilator soul weapons, so such low-grade products were not worth his attention. Fukin was dazedly staring at Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana. Xia Fei did not go and talk to him, just letting the other be alone with his thoughts. The loss of the unrestricted spirit had likely affected him the most. Instead, Xia Fei turned to Ulan. Ulan was grief-stricken, as were the other three spiritualists of botany. The plant lineage was on the decline, and there were only 5 of them. Now, one of them had died. It was easy to imagine what the survivors were thinking. Xia Fei generously comforted each of them and then said, "Although your great master has passed away, the plant lineage is reborn because of him." Ulan turned to him. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Fei replied, "It's very simple. In the Battle of Spirit Mountain, the plant lineage stood out even more than Big Dipper, the Spiritualist Association chairman. All of you used your actions to reveal the true nature of the Spiritualist of botany, so no one will dare to underestimate you from here on." Ulan nodded. To be forgotten was always a painful affair. However, though the plant lineage now had a reputation, Ulan was still pained by the loss of a junior brother. In the future, many spiritualists did come to join the plant lineage, and while it remained weak, it at least had successors, avoiding the tragedy of gradually dying out. Of course, this was all a matter for the future. After a pause, Xia Fei asked suddenly, "Right, where's Big Dipper?" Ulan snorted coldly. The illustrious master of the Spiritualist Association was beaten black and blue, and even the 6 great masks, which the guild was so proud of, lost. You really think he'd have the face to stay? The spiritualists of botany felt much better after hearing that. In this battle, they had put up a much better performance than Big Dipper's side, which made their sacrifice worthwhile. Ulan needed to bury his junior brother, so he said farewell to Fukin and the others. Those killed by the dark spiritualists could not be reborn despite them having seeds of life, so in this aspect, one was no different from someone like Xia Fei, who did not have a seed of life. No one could survive damage to the soul, and not even the law of life could fix that. After all, law force represented physical power, which had nothing to do with the soul. Once Ulan was gone, Fukin continued to stare blankly at the fiendish blade Nirvana. Xia Fei chuckled and placed a hand on Fukin's shoulder. Is my Nirvana that enchanting? Fukin said coolly, see for yourself, Nirvana has unfurled 6 blades. Although it's not a soul weapon, I can't see that it's not weaker than a soul weapon. Soul weapons are called soul weapons because of the damage they can deal to the soul, and your Nirvana can both drain the soul and physical energy. In this aspect, it's truly surpassed the power of a soul weapon. Plus, Nirvana can send part of the absorbed energy to you, meaning that the more people you kill, the stronger you become. You have to treasure a divine weapon like this. Fukin was right on the mark. Other people were exhausted after big battles, but Xia Fei only grew more energetic. This was all because of Nirvana. Whenever he killed someone, Xia Fei would gain their energy. At the start of the battle, Xia Fei had only 6,000 units of spirit energy left in his brain region after his excessive cultivation. After the battle, rather than decreasing, his spirit energy reserve had increased by more than 1,000. This ability to get more energy the more one fought would truly kill some people with envy. Smiling, Xia Fei picked up Nirvana and found that it had gone from a cross to a 6-bladed snowflake. Not only did it have more blades, it was also much lighter. The body of the blades were black, while the edges were silver. It was a profound black and a sharp silver, the combination quite imposing. Radix, try it out, Xia Fei said with a smile. Xia Fei's personal soul, Radix, immediately entered Nirvana, upon which the fiend blade flew around. Probably because Radix was overly excited, it accidentally destroyed an ancient pavilion on Spirit Mountain, massive booms ringing out as shrapnel flew through the air. Xia Fei frowned and said apologetically, the unrestricted spirit already didn't have many buildings left, Radix really needs to be more careful. No one liked seeing their home be dismantled, and this was not even considering that the Spirit Mountain was already in a miserable state. Fukin shook his head and smiled bitterly. From now on, there will be no more unrestricted spirit. Just destroy it all. Seeing it will also make me sad. In fact, I have to apologize for burdening you. I originally planned to take you into the unrestricted spirit and give you a proper title, but now, we're the only 2 left of the unrestricted spirit lineage. I'm guessing that there's no need for that now. Xia Fei asked in surprise, just the 2 of us? Then Ling Xing and Basalt. Fukin raised his head and stated firmly, I killed them. Fukin suddenly exploded with a murderous aura. Was this still the same Fukin? That old man who was hesitant, nostalgic, and cowardly was now a lethal weapon, his aura sharp. Xia Fei felt rather emotional. Had Fukin's transformation not been forced on him? Ling Xing, Basalt, and He Wuji truly deserved their deaths, forcing the indecisive Fukin into a ruthless killer. However, after thinking about it, Xia Fei felt rather proud. Fukin, who was on very good terms with him, was now a true warrior. In the future, he would probably be extremely helpful to his cause. As Xia Fei was inwardly making a naughty smile, Xia Guanghai came over with a grim expression and whispered, there's a problem. As we were sweeping the battlefield, we discovered that the corpse of that hunchback the dark spiritualists brought had disappeared. Smashed to bits? Xia Fei asked. No. That hunchback looked very weird, our brothers took extra care to leave its corpse intact so that we could investigate it. If my guess is correct, someone must have secretly snatched it, that way, we wouldn't find out the hunchback's secrets, Xia Guanghai said sternly. Chapter 1231, Moving Spirit Mountain. The hunchback corpse had inexplicably disappeared. Once he was done listening to Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei turned in surprise to where the corpse had been lying. What was left were some dark bloodstains, the corpse itself having vanished. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan was there, and he sighed as he said, I was so focused on having everyone gather the spoils that I forgot about that hunchback corpse. When I finally remembered it, it's already gone. Xia Fei squatted and using a transparent bottle for storing medicine. Gathered a few drops of the hunchback's blood. Once he was back in the warship, he would test it in the lab. He asked. I also found those hunchbacks to be weird. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. You guys fought against them, did you notice anything particular about them? Xiaoguocan replied, they had an unusual aura and didn't seem like humans at all to me, in fact, they're more like exotic beasts. Yes, they did seem more like beasts, but they're different from the exotic beasts we've seen before, for they're more savage. Plus, I'm thinking that they're not using 100% of their power. It's as if some power was suppressing them. As if they hadn't matured yet. Right. That's the perfect description. They really did seem like some sort of juvenile exotic beasts. Only in their juvenile yet already that formidable? What would they be like as adults then? The Skywing wolves chattered on and on about the weird hunchbacks. Xia Fei listened and noted in his memory everything his brothers had experienced. Forget it. If the corpse is gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal. Anyway, how was the harvest this time? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Xiaoguocan laughed. We're rich. I counted, and we managed to get 274 soul weapons this time. The vast majority of them are intermediate grade or above, too. I'm planning to keep half of them and let our brothers in the Aurora clan take the other half. Xia Fei nodded. Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius quickly gave his thanks. With the battle over, the Auroras and Skywings had managed to establish a strong connection with each other. The Aurora clan specialized in long-range attacks, while the Skywings specialized in close combat. The two of them together created quite the powerful combo. The Aurora was Xia Fei's paternal clan, whereas the Skywing was his maternal clan, so neither of them could be considered outsiders. It was just that Xia Fei's personality caused him to prefer the Skywings. The fact that these two clans were now getting along was naturally a good thing for him. Moreover, Xia Fei had come to understand something after this battle. As if they were putting on a show, the Aurora clan acted like they were nice people, treating everyone kindly, but they had actually buried their knives very deeply under the ground. Meanwhile, the Skywings put on a fierce appearance, being incredibly unreasonable and willing to fight against anyone, but they were actually very shrewd and unlikely to fall for any schemes. One could not say that any method was better. It was difficult to make one's way through the universe, and both the Aurora clan and the Skywing clan were very shrewd when it came to leaving a few backup plans to preserve their strength. After today's battle, the Auroras and the Skywings had both raised their reputation in the Alpha universe. As for Xia Fei, there was no avoiding infamy for him, but he had never much cared about reputation. It was not like he could eat it. Once everything had been settled, they all decided to leave. The Aurora clan would return to Guard 83, while Xia Fei and the Skywings would head back to the Cosmic Gate. With one in the border region and the other in the core region, the two clans had agreed to look after each other, communicating at set intervals. What made Xia Fei even happier was that the Aurora's hermits had agreed to readjust the clan. The universe had become difficult to live in, and there was no advantage to continuing to play the nice guy. Moreover, in these last few years, the Aurora clan had been keeping to the teachings a little too well. All of the warriors of the clan were like scholars, lacking any ruthlessness, which had some of the old ancestors feeling very unhappy. Xia Fei had gathered a batch of low-grade soul weapons, more than 2,000, in the collapsed expanse of the Founders. He used this chance to split the batch in two, giving both clans a half to make them stronger. 100 some intermediate-grade soul weapons and more than 1,000 low-grade soul weapons. The Aurora and Skywing clans were as well equipped as Tier 1 clans of the Alpha universe. After all, soul weapons had been a rare commodity as of late, and one would have to compromise just to get a few, negotiating with various spiritualist lineages of the Spiritualist Association. It was all very convenient, so Xia Fei had helped them out a lot this time. At some point, the two clans had both started to regard Xia Fei as an irreplaceable part of them. There was no choice, the two clans had a lot of people, but Xia Fei was their only spiritualist. After saying goodbye to the old monsters from the Aurora clan, Xia Fei and Skywing stayed for one day, as the matter with the two custodian slaves had not been settled. As for Xiaogeng's force, they had received the order to go back. Their warships were slow, so though they had left first, they would probably still need a few days to get back home. Once the Aurora clan was gone, Xia Fei went to the unrestricted spirit pavilion. While the Skywings were like brutish people, they had rather sharp eyes. They could tell that Fukin was very sad, so they went over to chat with him, treating him like a brother. Fukin could not bring himself to be happy, for the unity of the Skywings was truly heaven and earth apart from that of those beasts of his sect. Night fell and the Skywing wolves went to rest. They could not grow more energetic the longer they pondered, unlike Xia Fei, plus, the battle had tired them all out. After treating the two custodian slaves, Xia Fei returned to the Silver Spectre's command deck. Seeing Fukin drinking tea, he went over and filled the other's cup, asking, "Where have you been all this time? How did you restore your seventh brain region?" "I'm very curious about the answer to this question." Fukin awoke from his stupor. He looked at Xia Fei and replied, "I went to see a very skilled person. That person had some relationship with my master, and he's the one who passed down that food treatment to my master. Alas, my master wasn't willing to learn it, and it's only with me that it finally saw some use. It was thanks to this senior that I could recover my cultivation." "Oh, he's that impressive? You have to let me meet him in the future." Xia Fei chuckled. Fukin thought about how Xia Fei had agreed to challenge the 10 Great Blades and felt somewhat apologetic toward him, so he said softly, "Relax. You will definitely meet him." Xia Fei could tell that Fukin was unwilling to talk much about that person, so he changed the topic. "As long as I get the chance. In any case, you've recovered your power, which is a wonderful thing. Right. You seem to have become a weapon specialist all of a sudden. You recognized Nanshazi's Silver Cup 999 at a glance, and you even noticed that my fiendish blade Nirvana was on the edge of advancing. This new ability of yours is truly formidable." Fukin sighed. "It's also all thanks to that senior's guidance. Now that I've thought about it, his venerable self is rather similar to you, learning an assortment of things and seemingly capable of doing anything." "Right, he seemed to have a very high opinion of your fiend blade, too." "How high?" Xia Fei asked curiously. Fukin answered, "Extremely high. From what that expert said, your fiend blade is not in the domain of soul weapons, rather, it's on par with them, even superior in some aspects. More importantly, it can improve on its own. An average soul weapon certainly can't do that. If you care for it well, it'll have limitless potential. Don't be fooled by those high-level soul weapons that can't evolve. This is a universe of energy, and a fiend blade that can devour energy is extremely rare. Plus, it can even give you some of this energy, benefiting you as well. I was only gone for a few days, but you managed to jump by 2 levels. You forced such a rapid advancement with energy, right?" Xia Fei nodded. "Of course. I used up 4,000 units of spirit energy." Fukin said in gratification, "That's what I like about you. When you need to use energy, you don't hesitate. Though it's 4,000 units, you still did it to raise your level. Also, you understand how to control your progress. Stopping at level 6 is something many people can't do. Though levels 6 and 7 are only separated by a single tier, crossing that gap is like trying to overcome an abyss. If you try to force your way through, you may end up using up all 7,000 units of energy yet still come short. If you're not careful, you can even injure yourself. It's just not worth it. For now, learn something else. Once your soul mark is stable enough, you can make the charge for level 7. Don't forget to practice your forging skills of soul weapons when you have the time, too. You're the soul spiritualist of healing. Now that you're at level 6, you should be able to forge a superb healing type soul weapon. Don't squander your natural skills. Right, let's talk about treatment. How's the situation of those 2 custodian slaves?" Fukin asked suddenly. Xia Fei shook his head. "Their wounds aren't on their body but rather their hearts. I treated them and also told them a lot of jokes, but I could tell that their hearts were truly stabbed through. The despair was obvious in their eyes." Fukin gritted his teeth. "DMND beasts. While the custodian slaves don't have souls, they've been guarding the unrestricted spirit pavilion for countless years. Though they didn't have any meritorious achievements, they at least worked hard. They, actually dared to attack them." Xia Fei sighed. "Don't even bring up those accursed things. Why don't you leave them be for tonight? You can go and see them tomorrow. I'm sure that while they don't have souls, they have hearts. Their nature is extremely pure, and it's too cruel to just leave them guarding the unrestricted spirit pavilion forever." Fukin nodded. "All right. I'll go check with them tomorrow if they want to follow the Skywings to the border region." Fukin felt rather tired, so he went to sleep after he finished talking with Xia Fei. That night, Xia Fei had the blood from the dark spiritualist's hunchback tested in the Silver Spectre's lab, hoping to see what made up their DNA. The Silver Spectre had rather high-class equipment, but after a night, Xia Fei had still not made any progress. The progress bar was stuck at less than 40%, which left Xia Fei very confused. Normally, someone's DNA would not take this long to get analyzed. Moreover, the supercomputer seemed to be having a tough time with the calculations, buzzing and whirring in a constantly overloaded state. What is this thing? Is it really that hard to calculate the DNA's evolution? Xia Fei remarked inwardly. Around noon, Fukin returned from the unrestricted spirit pavilion, and the Skywing wolves quickly went to ask him how things went. The Skywing madmen, who had taken a liking to those two soulless zombies, were elated to hear that Xia Fei planned to ask both to come with him. The Lore Realm had just put down its roots. If it had those two ultimate weapons, which did not fear dark energy, to keep a watch on things, it would be incredibly powerful. Fukin shook his head sadly. They just ignored me, and I wasn't able to do anything. HAAA. Everyone sighed in disappointment and looked at Xia Fei. He was the one in the clan with the most ideas. If even he had no ideas, they would have to give up. However, Xia Fei was surprisingly straightforward. Since they're not willing to leave Spirit Mountain, we'll just bring Spirit Mountain back with us. Chapter 1232, Blood Sample Test. Since they're not willing to leave Spirit Mountain, we'll just bring it back with us. Xia Fei said at once. The people from some other clans would have already fainted or criticized Xia Fei for being too far out there. Spirit Mountain was huge, how could it possibly be moved? These were the Skywings, though. Hurrah! The Skywing wolves cheered and praised Xia Fei on his superb idea. As long as they moved Spirit Mountain, those two custodian slaves would have to come with them even if they did not want to. Xia Fei put his arm over Fukin and walked inside with him, asking, "You don't have any lingering attachments to Spirit Mountain, do you?" Fukin was startled, and then he smiled bitterly. "It's rare to see you go to such lengths. I know that your desire to move Spirit Mountain away stems from not wanting to see those two custodian slaves be lonely for the rest of their lives and from not wanting me to become sad whenever I see this sight." Xia Fei truly did have these two motives, so he simply chuckled and said nothing in response. "Do as you please. The Fukin of the past is dead, and the unrestricteds are no more. Besides, I already know why I have yet to reach the Annihilator tier. From now on, I won't have any lingering attachments." Xia Fei asked curiously, "Oh, I'm curious about that. What's the secret to advancing to Annihilator?" Fukin replied, "I'll tell you more than just the key toward advancing to Annihilator. There are many things that I need to tell you, but right now, you should take care of Spirit Mountain first. Take away what you can and destroy what you can't." Fukin squinted, his eyes flashing with resolve. Actually, Xia Fei did not need to take all of Spirit Mountain. He just needed to chop off the part that had unrestricted Spirit Pavilion and then rent a large barge to ship it back. The clan was full of experts, and to the Skywings, rock was like tofu that could easily be cut through. Xia Fei first ran over to the unrestricted Spirit Pavilion and told the custodian slaves the news. Of course, they had no reaction. The Skywing wolves then got to work, cutting off a part of the left face of the summit and placing it on a rented barge. Xia Guanghai was put in charge of escorting it back. The barge was very easy to find. A call to Suzu Treasure of the Heavenly Treasure Trading Company was enough to settle everything. Xia Guanghai was very annoyed, for the Grand Ancestor was always giving him odd jobs like this. Escorting the barge would take days. However, Xia Guanghai did not dare to argue with Xia Gukan and could only unhappily take on the task. The second night after the Aurora clan's departure, the Silver Spectre in a large barge set off. Upon entering the star system's orbit, the ship stopped, and everyone stood by the deck window and watched as Spirit Mountain crumbled. The present Fukin was truly no longer the Fukin of the past. He himself had made the decision to destroy Spirit Mountain, and Xia Fei reckoned that such a decision must be extremely difficult. For Fukin to have taken that step could not have been easy. "Come on. Follow me to the cultivation chamber. On the journey back, I have some final things to say to you." After watching Spirit Mountain collapse, Fukin waved Xia Fei over. Xia Fei was startled. Fukin's choice of words left him rather worried. Final things to say? It was as if Fukin were settling his affairs. "Let me go and see the results of that hunchback's blood test first. I'll meet you in the cultivation chamber in a bit," Xia Fei replied with a frown. Several minutes later, Xia Fei arrived and saw Fukin meditating within the cultivation chamber. When Xia Fei came in, Fukin opened his eyes and asked, what were the results of the blood test? Xia Fei shook his head. There's none. It's so weird. It's been 24 hours, yet the supercomputer is still calculating non-stop. Is there something abnormal in that hunchback's blood, something that requires a large number of calculations to verify? Fukin pointed at the area across from him and said, sit down first. What will come, and what will leave. Xia Fei's heart was like a bright mirror, and he felt like he knew what Fukin was going to say, but rather than exposing it, he quietly sat down and listened. What I have to say first concerns soul weapons. Fukin cleared his throat and said. You're talking about Nirvana? Xia Fei asked. No, I'm talking about your 3 Annihilator-grade soul weapons, Fukin refuted calmly. Xia Fei was startled, asking in surprise, you must be a god. I really do have 3 Annihilator soul weapons, called Fiend Lock, Fiend Scar, and Fiend Tear, but I have no idea how to use Fiend Tear, so I've never used it before. How did you know about it? Fukin replied, I'm no god. The god is that senior of mine. I won't hide it from you. His entire lineage consists of top-class soul weapon researchers, and it's said that there's no soul weapon in the universe that they don't know about. They even made a list, the 1000 soul ranking, which ranks the universe's 1000 strongest soul weapons. One of your 3 soul weapons happens to be worthy of entering that list. Xia Fei's jaw dropped. The 1000 soul ranking? Also, one of his weapons had the requisite to enter such ranking. This news was truly shocking. After thinking it over, Xia Fei took out Fiend Chain and Fiend Tear. He then placed them on the ground. Fiend Scar is my armor, so you should be talking about one of these 2? Which one is it? Fukin shook his head helplessly. That senior didn't tell me. He couldn't say for sure, but it's certainly one of them. You're already familiar with Fiend Lock, why not use Fiend Tear? The one that's stronger should be the one he spoke of. Xia Fei could not help but laugh, and then he sighed. There's something you don't know. While I own Fiend Tear, I have no idea how to use it. This thing is like a shell, and I can't go around throwing a shell at people, can I? Does that really count as a weapon? Fukin's interest was piqued by Xia Fei's words, so he picked up Fiend Tear and took a look at it. It really was as Xia Fei said, an intricate and translucent shell. It was very mysterious, its form and patterns inexplicably entrancing, luring the holder within. Even someone with Fukin's experience did not know how to use the Fiend Tear to kill someone. It was not like it could really be used like a flying weight as Xia Fei said, right? I also don't know how to use it, but this Fiend Tear soul weapon is very light, Fukin remarked. Xia Fei replied, it's not light. Rather, it has no mass at all. No mass, exclaimed Fukin in shock. There's a mystical substance like this in the universe. No mass, yet it actually exists? You must know that even air has mass. How can this have no mass? Xia Fei shook his head. You don't know, and I don't know, either. When I chose the 3 of them, this was the most important reason why. They may not be the strongest, but they're unique. As for Fiend Tear, it's not as if I could only pick 2 out of a set, leaving that one all by itself. Fukin put down Fiend Tear and tested out Fiend Lock. This hair-thin chain was exceptionally tough and tenacious, and it was also extremely sharp. Moreover, it had no mass, the same was true for Xia Fei's Fiend Scar. No wonder that man said you had unusually good eyes. You really did manage to pick out the treasures. There's no need to rush, just take things slowly. I trust in your intelligence. One day, you'll be able to learn how to use Fiend Tear. That person has a strange temperament, but he'll never deceive me. Since he said that you'd acquired a treasure that could get into the 1000 soul ranking, it must be the case, Fukin said. After a brief pause, he added, plus, your Nirvana is also a divine weapon that can enter the 1000 soul ranking. Each one is a super weapon, and every weapon in the candidate list of 10,000 is a domineering existence. Xia Fei was very happy at first, but then his face turned solemn the next instant. I'm naturally happy that I've got treasures, but is that 1000 soul ranking public? If it's public, then I prefer my treasures not being selected. My years of experience have told me that if I'm not fearing thieves, I should be fearing the envious. The moment someone finds out that I have something good, they'll come and add to my troubles. Xia Fei always thought about things differently. A normal person would usually worry about other people not knowing of their nice things and would go ahead and show them off. Xia Fei, in contrast, was afraid that people would know about his wealth. If his hand had not been forced, he probably would have kept the fact that he was a spiritualist hidden. Fukin was amused to no end by Xia Fei, pointing at him and laughing. You, when have you ever lacked for trouble? I'm thinking that you're just afraid of other people knowing about your trump cards and want nothing more than to conspire the deaths of all your enemies. Relax, your 3 fiendish weapons come from the fiend race, and the fiends are a taboo for annihilators. No matter how strong fiend weapons are, they will never be ranked on the 1000 soul ranking. As for Nirvana, that's harder to say. That man said that Nirvana can enter the ranking isn't just based on its outstanding combat power but also its unique trait. I hinted to you that Nirvana was about to advance because he wanted me to reveal that to you. After this upgrade, Nirvana has officially entered the candidate list, and it will keep improving itself. You must take care of it well. Xia Fei thought about this and asked, just who is that person you're talking about? Why does he seem to know everything? Fukin chuckled. There are many masters like that in the universe. The master and disciple I speak of are obsessed with a variety of fields, from cooking to music theory to making up various rankings. They're capable of anything. You might have even met them before and not even realized. Apparently, they can even disguise themselves as ordinary people for their investigations. Xia Fei shrugged. This was not anything special to him. If not for their need to survive, the Skywings would get involved in all sorts of fields. Even Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan was an exceptional wood artisan. One could extrapolate from this how multi-talented the Skywings were. Fukin was quite the chatterbox on this night, saying many things to Xia Fei, explaining many cultivation problems for him and telling him about the essence of the unrestricted spirit. Xia Fei could understand Fukin's mood. Spirit Mountain was gone, as was the unrestricted sect. The things that Fukin had cared about the most in this universe were gone, and it was very difficult for him to stand back up after such an enormous change. There was no night or day while traveling through the universe. 24 hours went by in the blink of an eye, a truly long conversation. Swallowing some saliva, Fukin suddenly became more serious, as if he were about to turn to a more serious topic. At this moment, Xia Fei's communication device rang. Ah! The hunchback's blood test is done. Please wait a moment, I want to see what's so weird about that hunchback. Xia Fei jumped to his feet and rushed off to the lab, while Fukin remained in the cultivation chamber. Xia Fei opened the door, turned on the screen, and looked at the final result. His face gradually darkened. Chapter 1233, Secret Manual Serpent Swallowing Whale. After reading the report, Xia Fei became very grave. He printed a copy and returned to the cultivation chamber. As for the data on the computer, Xia Fei deleted it all out of caution. Upon pushing open the door, Xia Fei was surprised, and then he bitterly smiled. Fukin was no longer there, and all that he had left was a stack of his writings on the floor. Radix, Xia Fei called, placing the hunchback's blood test together with the papers that Fukin had left behind. Whoosh! The fiendish blade Nirvana swiftly flew over, and Radix popped out and said, Fukin left. When you were still in the lab, Fukin borrowed a small shuttle from me and ordered me not to tell you. He seemed to be very determined, as if he wouldn't rest till he's reached his goal, so. Xia Fei nodded. I don't blame you. I know that Fukin wanted to leave. His mood hasn't been right these last 2 days. He's a free man, so I don't have a reason to keep him at my side. Radix pursed his lips. I was hoping that Fukin and Ulan would stay around. Remember what White Haze said? When you next encounter an enemy, it may be another dragoon like you. If Fukin and Ulan were around, we would fare much better. Radix was very worried about what White Haze had said that day. Internal turmoil within the dragoons meant that Xia Fei might get into a sudden conflict with other dragoons. This would be a dragoon versus a dragoon. A most bitterly contested battle. What will leave will eventually leave. A person mostly has only themselves to depend on, Xia Fei said coolly. Take a look at this report and see if it brings anything to mind. Radix began to read the report regarding the hunchback's blood, while Xia Fei picked up the letter Fukin had left. 10 minutes or so later, Xia Fei and Radix both put down what they were reading, their faces both very grave. What did Fukin say? Radix asked. He's left to make a charge at the Annihilator tier. According to him, he's been unable to make any progress in the last few years because he hasn't acted according to the law of Annihilators, Xia Fei replied. The law of Annihilators? What law is that? Radix asked curiously. To kill, Xia Fei answered simply. Just as Aquamarine said, killing is the means by which the strong prove themselves. Radix was startled, and then he nodded. No wonder Fukin was so much more ruthless upon his return. Turns out that he finally knew why he's been unable to progress in all these years. Perhaps it's that Senior Fukin spoke of who reminded him. I wonder what sort of person that Senior is. Xia Fei paused before continuing. I don't know who that person is, but he definitely doesn't have good intentions. That person asked me to use my nirvana to fight against the 10 great blades of the 1000 soul ranking. Of course, it's not now but rather in the future, when I'm willing to try becoming an annihilator. Besides that, he gave Fukin a weird gift, the serpent-swallowing whale, and Fukin left this gift to me. Radix was shocked, asking hurriedly, he wants you to challenge the 10 great blades? Does he have some sort of grudge against their owners or something? Xia Fei shook his head. No, from Fukin's tone, it seems to be purely symbolic, for the 10 great blades represent the orthodoxy of soul weapons, but my nirvana isn't the traditional sort of weapon. It symbolizes eccentricity, and that man thinks it'll be interesting if the soul blades of tradition fight against my fiend blade. Radix blinked. He suddenly realized something and said in surprise, there's a problem here. That guy seems to think that nirvana has got the potential to challenge the 10 great blades of the 1000 soul ranking, provided that your fiend blade constantly evolves. Radix looked suspiciously at nirvana. Back then, for a variety of reasons, like the law of primal chaos mixing with the celestial zero hammer, and some other inexplicable things, nirvana, this blood-sucking fiend blade, was able to improve itself constantly. This blade had the potential to challenge the 10 great blades? This was a little too unbelievable. Do you think it's possible? Xia Fei asked. Radix stroked his chin for a while. It's not completely impossible. Nirvana now has 6 blades, and it's able to absorb energy much faster than before, but I truly don't get it. Nirvana sends you 30% of the energy it takes in, and even if some energy is lost in the process, it should have 50% to 60% left for itself, but I normally can't sense that much energy, so where is it keeping the rest? If this keeps up, Nirvana may actually eventually be able to reach the top of the 1000 soul ranking. Xia Fei said, even stranger is this serpent-swallowing whale. All of Fukin's food therapy skills originated from this book. Radix said hastily, no wonder Fukin left without saying goodbye. He even recovered all his power when he returned to Spirit Mountain because he sought a food therapy master. Serpent-swallowing whale, what a domineering name. Since it managed to restore Fukin's power completely, it must be a real treasure codex. This tome should be of huge help to you. Quickly tell me, what method did Fukin use to recover his power? Using a soul to heal a soul, Xia Fei replied. There's no other explanation. This is the highest realm of this serpent-swallowing whale tome. Everyone knows that exotic beasts have powerful mental energy, with divine beasts being above them and holy beasts having the most. Fukin must have killed a divine beast with an attribute similar to his, perhaps even a holy beast, and then used its mental energy to repair the damage. Radix's blood ran cold. Eating a divine beast or holy beast to heal one's soul. It was a wicked-sounding idea. Also, would the blood of a divine beast actually taste good? Furball also broke out in a cold sweat. Although this holy beast did not know how to talk, he could understand what Xia Fei had just said, so when his master brought up eating a divine beast or a holy beast to heal the soul, Furball immediately thought of himself. Formidable. Ruthless. Wicked. These were the 3 evaluations Radix came up with of the serpent-swallowing whale once he had organized his thoughts. These 2 were the most important things Fukin had passed on to Xia Fei. Besides these, he told Xia Fei to treat the 2 custodian slaves kindly, as they had served the unrestricted sect well. Some of the unrestricted spirit lineage ancestors were annihilators, but the factional requirements of annihilators meant that there were no spiritualist sects. In the future, if Xia Fei went up to the annihilator universe, he would have to be nicer and more polite to them. Radix and Xia Fei were both filled with regret. It seemed like Fukin was determined to reach annihilator or die trying. No turning back without success. This letter he had left behind sounded like a last will and testament. Radix and Xia Fei could do nothing except pray for Fukin's success. Changing the subject, Xia Fei asked, what do you think about the hunchback's blood test result? Radix went pale immediately and whispered, there's something really weird about this. Those 4 hunchbacks didn't seem human, but part of one of them's DNA sequence is clearly human, with genes from exotic beasts. There are even parts that I don't understand. Such a mess makes me think about Aquamarine's lab and those creatures that miserably died in it. Are those guys perhaps madmen who use humans as a basis to breed ancient demon beasts? Xia Fei nodded and gave Radix a satisfied look. While Radix was a warrior, he had a very strong foundation in science. Otherwise, he would not have been locked away in Pinnacle's research station. I think the same. Aquamarine sought the universe's cruelest exotic beasts and mixed their strongest traits to breed vicious devils akin to the ancient dragon. If those people are indeed using humans as a basis, then we're in trouble, Xia Fei said worriedly. They won't succeed. The gap between sapient life forms and beasts is massive, Radix said with a shake of his head. It's hard to say. You forgot that sapient life forms have two special points that beasts can never have, Xia Fei said. What are those? Radix asked curiously. Cruelty and betrayal. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette. Radix froze. No doubt that humans were crueler than exotic beasts and were experts at betrayal. No matter how cruel and cunning Furball might be, he had never done anything bad to Xia Fei. On the contrary, he was the most worried of all whenever he was in danger. This was an innate trait of holy beasts. They normally did not recognize masters, but once they did, they would stick with their masters for life. As for humans, Fukin's senior brother and disciples were prime examples. In this aspect, humans were clearly more vicious than beasts. Using vicious humans as their base so that they could create their ideal demonic beast seemed like an unconventional idea, but it was also plausible. I get it. Radix shouted suddenly. You remember what Shu Yuhi said? He chose 7th young Master Xiao because he had a wicked energy, so when you killed him in the collapsed expanse of Founders, Shu Yuhi was even more worried compared to when his martial brothers were killed. Those 4 hunchbacks might have been built upon people like young Master Xiao. Xia Fei had naturally thought of this already, which was why he regarded this report with such importance. It would be fine if they failed, but if they succeeded, they would create a supreme existence second only to the ancient dragon. Should we tell White Haze? Radix whispered. He's the Annihilator's liaison, and they should be very concerned about something like that. Xia Fei very firmly shook his head. Don't forget that it's the Dragoons who saved the Dark Spiritualists, and they're the core power of Annihilators. I'm very distrustful of Annihilators right now. They seem to have run into trouble, beset by problems internally and externally. Since they couldn't even manage their internal affairs, why should I trust them? Radix stuck out his tongue. Xia Fei's habit of not trusting others was showing up again. He could not even trust the Annihilators. Xia Fei suddenly thrust his hand into his sleeve and then laughed. What a coincidence. We were just talking about White Haze, and White Haze is now calling. Whoosh! A screen appeared, and on it was the dishonest face of White Haze with his cute little wool ball. There's a matter I need to discuss with you, sir, White Haze said. Xia Fei smiled. Orders are orders. Why so polite? White Haze explained very seriously, in truth, I'm not here to discuss an order, for you are a Devil Shadow Dragoon, and Devil Shadow Dragoons that don't have any actual structure and are under temporary command of the Blue Blood race's Destiny Dragoons. In other words, Destiny Dragoons don't actually have the authority to give orders to Devil Shadow Dragoons, which is why I am discussing this with you, sir. If you are willing, that would be excellent, but if not, that is fine, too. Xia Fei felt rather amused at how cautious White Haze was behaving, but the other could hardly be blamed for it. White Haze was a liaison, so it was only natural that he would be careful. What is it? Xia Fei asked. White Haze replied, as sir knows, the lower 5 stars comprise 5 universes in total. My superiors wish you to leave the Alpha universe for a time and head to universe number 3, the Undercurrent universe, to take a look. Chapter 1234, The Home of the Blue Bloods. Undercurrent. Xia Fei was startled, and then he laughed. Have you fried your brain? Undercurrent is another universe. Putting aside the amount of time it would take me to go from Alpha to Undercurrent, you want me to go and inspect a universe all by myself? I probably wouldn't be able to come back for the next 3 to 5 years. This is a key juncture in the conflict between the Dark Spiritualists and the Spiritualist Association. My people and I have all made our stance clear, while the Dark Spiritualists did suffer a setback, they still have their strength, so they may be able to strike back. Sorry, but I'm not going anywhere right now. Xia Fei was not joking in the slightest. He had dismantled Spirit Mountain and moved those 2 guardian slaves back with him primarily out of consideration for the future of the Skywings. Since they had formed a deep grudge with the dark spiritualists, the Skywings needed to be more cautious than ever. Bai Lan smiled cunningly. What you don't know is that undercurrent is different from alpha. There are many interstellar passages there that make traveling very fast, and it's not far from your current location, 4 days at most. Plus, you won't be spending more than a month in undercurrent. The dark spiritualists are fresh off of a defeat, and they will need some time to reconsolidate and get in touch with more clans and factions before they can come back, creating a break in the war. In addition, those above said that be it the Auroras, the Skywings, or the spiritualists of botany, they'll all be protected from the shadows. Was the sudden appearance of Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin not enough to dispel your suspicions? The Annihilators not openly dealing with the dark spiritualists did not mean that they had no plans to deal with them. Xia Fei knew that the Annihilators intended to let these clowns keep up with their antics, for they were just chess pieces that could not cause much stir. The people who truly needed to be dealt with were those factions backing them from the shadows. It was no boast to say that they had the strength to ensure that nothing happened to the Skywings and Auroras. Xia Fei frowned and asked, "Why does it have to be me? What's happening at Undercurrent?" Bai Lan said firmly, "It's a very thorny matter. You should know that a large number of soul weapons, in the tens of thousands, were lost from the collapsed expanse of Founders, and some of these soul weapons suddenly appeared in the Undercurrent universe. As for why you must go, it's because of race. 50% of the Undercurrent's population consists of the Blue Blood clan. Sending a Blue Blood warrior to investigate will draw suspicion, but you are different. First, you're not a native of Undercurrent but a human, instead. Second, you're a rare Devil Shadow Dragoon, who isn't under the command of any of the 3 great Dragoon forces. As such, you will be the most impartial observer." Xia Fei understood at once what Bai Lan was getting at. It must be that those above suspected a member of the Blue Blood clan to be behind the sudden appearance of the lost soul weapons in the Undercurrent. If they sent a Blue Blood to investigate, the humans and other clans would not think that it was fair. Likewise, they would be unable to relax since an ordinary person was sent to the Blue Bloods. Thus, they wanted to send Xia Fei, who was not just a human being but also a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Xia Fei realized a very big problem. It would be one fine if he was a Holy Light Dragoon, which was an entirely human faction. Instead, as a human being, he had entered the Devil Shadow Dragoons, which should only belong to the fiends. One day, if Xia Fei really did become an Annihilator and officially enter the Devil Shadow Dragoons, the humans would not treat him as their comrade. Instead, they would put up their guard against him. There was no need to talk about the other clans and races. Oh, no. In this situation, even if I do become an Annihilator, I'll still have an endless stream of trouble. Xia Fei frowned as he thought of this himself. Trouble seemed to follow him like a shadow, becoming part of his life. This reason isn't enough to persuade me. It's not as if I lost those soul weapons from the collapsed expanse of Founders myself, so don't push the business of the wrongdoers onto me." Xia Fei waved his hand and said. Bai Lan seemed to have expected him to remain firm in his refusal to go, so he blinked at Xia Fei hintedly and whispered, "Actually, it's not just soul weapons from the collapsed expanse of Founders that have appeared in the Undercurrent universe, some Fiend Clan soul weapons have also appeared. There are even rumors that someone has unlocked some Fiend Clan ruins. Back when the universe was in one piece, many tribes of the Fiend Clan lived in what is now Undercurrent." Xia Fei became excited the moment he heard about Fiendka soul weapons. Fiend Scar and Fiend Chain had already proven themselves to be top-class soul weapons, powerful and unique. He might run into even better weapons in the Undercurrent, and even if he did not, it would be fine, too, if he found a way to use the Fiend Tears. Smiling, Bai Lan said, "You are a Devil Shadow Dragoon, so it is your duty to concern yourself with the lost soul weapons of the Fiend Clan. If you see something of the Fiend Clan, you can just buy it, and then you can report your expenses to those above for compensation." How could Xia Fei not hear the hidden meaning behind those words? But Xia Fei had no plans on buying anything, for he had always taken things by force. Xia Fei explained the situation to Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan, and when the latter heard that there was taking involved, particularly long-lost soul weapons, he was stunned. He immediately brought up bringing the Skywing Wolves over to join in the taking. The Skywing Wolves were also stunned. They did not expect that there would be a secret entrance to another universe on their route back, and there was even loot to take inside. Thus, they all asked Xia Fei's permission to take part in this escapade. Xia Fei had only managed to dispel this idea after some point, but it was with great difficulty. After all, this was an internal Dragoon matter that had been delivered through unusual means. It was improper to bring too many people with him. The Skywing Wolves felt very disappointed and requested for Xia Fei to bring back a lot of soul weapons before they could be persuaded into disembarking and boarding Xia Guanghai's barge for the rest of the journey home. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre set off once more. Xia Fei was alone, bearing the heavy responsibilities entrusted to him by his brothers as he boldly set off to plunder the undercurrent universe. 4 days later, the Silver Spectre's cultivation chamber. The Silver Spectre arrived at the set coordinates and left autopilot. At the same time, Xia Fei walked out of the cultivation chamber. You've been making a lot of progress. I'm guessing that you're about to challenge level 8 law of primal chaos. Radix asked. Xia Fei replied very naturally, hard to say. The law of primal chaos is just too difficult. Fortunately, it's not a major threshold like levels 6, 7, and 9, so my progress has been smooth sailing so far. Be it speed or primal chaos, I've reached the toughest phase. I use up a shocking amount of energy every day. Radix nodded. Level 6 is the highest intermediate tier, while level 7 is the start of the advanced tier. As for the peak that is level 9, there's no need to even talk about it. In fact, besides 2, 5, and 8, none of the levels is easy, and using up more energy is inevitable. You're already rather lucky. After all, you have the energy to waste. As his level rose higher, Xia Fei found that he used up energy faster and faster. Every day, he needed at least 200 units of spirit energy to keep up with his frenzied speed of cultivation. These 4 days of journey had resulted in Xia Fei using up 800 standard units of power, leaving only 6,200 units left in his 7th brain region, only enough for a month. The law of primal chaos was at level 7 and the law of speed was at level 8. Both were only a bit away from ascension. Thus, Xia Fei was unwilling to slow down. If he could finish cultivating these 2 most difficult law forces, the situation would be completely different. No one had ever heard of someone cultivating 2 heaven-defyingly difficult laws to max level. Of the powerful Skywing Wolves, only the Grand Ancestor had been able to cultivate the law of speed to maximum. This was just how enormously difficult the task was. Moreover, Xia Fei had the body refining technique of the unrestricted spirit lineage, Cold Muscle Ghost Valley. This was a super technique that could get a person to the peak of the peak in terms of body cultivation. Those 2 guardian slaves did not have souls and could not use dark energy, but they had still been able to fight evenly with those top-class dark spiritualists. This was proof of just how big of a boost this technique could give a warrior like Xia Fei, who emphasized cultivating the body. Alas, while Cold Muscle Ghost Valley was formidable, it had very high requirements. Xia Fei would have to finish cultivating the law of primal chaos and law of speed before moving on to it. Thus, Xia Fei had made up his mind to get them to the peak no matter how much energy it cost. On the command deck, Xia Fei took out the Jade Sunset Pearl and sent word that he had arrived. Several minutes later, an azure light appeared in space. Upon closer look, it was a blue blood. The blue bloods were not formidable because of their blue skin but that second body made of energy inside them. Just like how humans had hearts and other internal organs, the insides of a blue blood were made of blue crystals formed entirely of energy. At this time, this person was using this second body to fly through the universe. At a glance, it seemed like some wandering soul. Fortunately, Xia Fei recognized what blue bloods looked like when they had shed their skin. Otherwise, he would have already had Radix blast it to pieces. Opening the hangar, Xia Fei let the person in. Strangely, when this person entered the command deck, the blue skin was restored. What appeared was what seemed like a human who had painted his skin blue, strange but not frightening. Pa! This person kneeled upon seeing Xia Fei, saying, Sir Dragoon, this Mary of the Blue Blood Satin clan bows to you. Rise, Xia Fei nodded and said. Mary stood up and snuck a glance at Xia Fei. He found Xia Fei to have an agreeable air and a harmless smile, not at all like the dragoon he had imagined. It must be understood that Xia Fei had come to the undercurrent as a neophyte dragoon. Even in the Annihilator universe, neophyte dragoons were considered to be the elite class. What more while he was here? Regardless, Mary sighed in relief and concluded that this job would not be too difficult. Still, he was somewhat puzzled by Xia Fei's age. He seemed a little too young. Entering the neophyte dragoons at such a young age. There's something different about him. Either he's a supreme genius or backed by a powerful faction, Mary thought to himself. Xia Fei laughed and said, Oh, the Satin clan of the Blue Blood clan. I met your patriarch, Roderick. He's quite the agreeable elder. How is he doing? Xia Fei's casual question had left Mary feeling aghast. How could Mary have that honor of meeting Patriarch Roderick before? If he had such privilege, he would not be serving as lackey who kept watch on the undercurrent universe. He's doing well, Mary replied hastily with a smile. He then kneeled again. Xia Fei pulled him up and asked unhappily, "What are you doing? A man shouldn't kneel so easily. Have a little backbone, all right? It's not as if I'd eat you." Mary was deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears. He thought that this would be a tough job, near expecting this dragoon to be so kind and approachable. If Radix could see his thoughts, the former would cover his mouth and laugh. Xia Fei did not put on airs and normally treated others rather well, but that was only at normal times. When he got crazy, he could even eat Mary whole, and if things were bad, he might even exterminate his entire family. It's getting late. Where's the passage to enter the undercurrent? Xia Fei asked. Mary placed 2 blue fingers into his mouth and let out an extremely low-frequency whistle, which could not be heard by anyone outside his clan. 6 blue points of light appeared in the darkness of space. They were blue bloods just like Mary. These people radiated strange blue lights as they reached out into the void and made grabbing motions. As if they were pulling on a curtain, they tore apart the fabric of the universe. Chapter 1235, Tenjin 1. In a method Xia Fei had never thought of before, a cosmic gate was opened. Seeing the suspicious look in his eyes, Mary explained, "There's more than one road to the undercurrent. This is a hidden passage very few people outside of the Blue Bloods know of. Sir, please keep this a secret." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. The passage was not very wide, just enough to fit in the Silver Spectre. A larger warship, like a battleship, probably would have gotten stuck, and an even larger capital ship could not even dream of fitting inside. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre moved very quickly, and with one acceleration, it had arrived at the undercurrent. Xia Fei saw a chaotic sea of stars, with whirlpool-like galaxies appearing before him. The undercurrent was much darker and quieter than the Lower Realm or the Alpha Universe. You will have to anchor the warship here, for the undercurrent universe has its own method of teleportation. Just like in the universe you resided before, it's very fast, but there's no means of transporting warships. Mary lowered his head and said. Xia Fei smiled and asked, "Oh, so you know that I'm from the Lower Realm?" Mary replied, "Before you arrived, I took a look at your file, but the Lower Realm you speak of is called Wild Glacier here." Wild Glacier, the Undercurrent, Torrent, Glaze, and Alpha were the official names of the universes that comprised the 5 lower stars. Xia Fei knew this, but he was used to calling it the Lower Realm and was too lazy to change. As he spoke, he disembarked from his ship. He failed to notice Mary taking one last reluctant glance at the dark gem spirit gathering tower and sighing softly thereafter. He appeared to be lamenting how wasteful Xia Fei was being. Xia Fei truly did not lack for good things. He had so many he had yet to use most of them. Worse, he had even forgotten some of his stuff. The dark gem spirit gathering tower had abundant energy, but it was being used by Xia Fei as the Silver Spectre's energy source. Mary naturally regarded such an action as wasteful. The undercurrent universe used spatial gates similar to those of the Lower Realm, but they were heavier and more complicated. A square-shaped solid pillar towered in the middle of a barren wilderness. The Tsadin clan had presumably chosen this place on purpose. Xia Fei ordered the other Blue Bloods to take care of his warship, and then he followed Mary through a spatial gate to a bustling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers could be seen all around, and the streets were packed with people, making him feel like he had gone back to the Pan-Human Alliance. Be it the Lower Realm or the Alpha Universe, they mostly had faux ancient buildings. As for the Blue Bloods who were not particularly fans of history, most of their buildings were huge and ugly. The entire city teemed with a modern aura. Sure enough, mostly blue-skinned people could be seen on the streets. There were people from other species, even humans. Alas, more than 50% of the undercurrent's population comprised Blue Bloods. The other several thousand species were simply pitiful when compared with the Blue Bloods, so calling this the base of the Blue Bloods was not excessive in the least. What is this place? Xia Fei looked around and asked. The metropolis of Phelan. One of the most populous systems of the undercurrent universe. The items this sir has come to look for appeared in a nearby black market, Mary replied. The Blue Blood clan has many elites. My eyes have truly been opened, Xia Fei said offhandedly. He had only walked a few steps and had already seen many Blue Blood experts at Law Sage and above. There were even law god warriors. They were no different from ordinary people. The surrounding people seemed used to the sight of law gods flying about and showed no surprise. Mary smiled. Sir, please don't joke around. When it comes to elites, the human species naturally is the strongest. Our blue blood clan is only ranked second. After all, the human species has far more potential than all others, and it possesses the largest group of high-level warriors. As for us, blue bloods, we are formidable in our youth, but at the truly high levels, we fall far behind the humans. Xia Fei knew well the situation of his own species. Humans, who were very weak in their youth, could only run if they ran into monsters like the blue bloods or Oro, but the universes had their rules and sense of fairness. Humans were not skilled in cultivating positive energy, but they were extremely good at cultivating soul power. The Lore Realm was a classic example. Once the seal had been lifted, it began to make incredible progress. For example, Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan was already a level 5 founder, and more than 20 founders had appeared among the Skywings. This number was quickly approaching 30, perhaps even 40. The other human groups were also making swift progress, but when it came to non-human races like Oro's Lionheart clan, their progress was not as obvious. Do the Blue Bloods not like the Alpha universe? I've never seen your people there before, Xia Fei asked with a smile. Mary thought this over and replied, humans have a powerful sense of adventure, and they constitute 80% of the Alpha universe's population. Moreover, that places where humans have always congregated. We, the Blue Bloods, are homebodies, so the vast majority of us prefer to remain in the undercurrent. Besides this place, some of my people are currently in the Torrent universe. Still, one can find humans who love adventuring everywhere. Xia Fei suddenly thought of an interesting question. Smiling, he asked, right now, the humans and the Blue Bloods are the strongest in the universe, but what if the fiends were still around? Mary was startled and then whispered, juniors like us haven't seen the splendor of the Fiend clan, so I unfortunately don't know the answer to your question. The two went to an inconspicuous tea house and found a corner to sit. Mary ordered 2 pots of tea and 4 snacks, after which, he took out his personal laptop and powered it on. The situation is very complicated. Several soul weapons from the blacklist suddenly appeared overnight in Phelan. While it's not many, they're distributed broadly, with hundreds of stores of varying sizes selling the blacklist soul weapons. Based on our preliminary understanding, someone deposited those items, which are now being sold through consignment, with price tags clearly lower than their market value. For the sake of caution, we haven't made any moves yet. Now that you're here, we can go store to store and investigate each, planting our men to see who placed those lost soul weapons on consignment, Mary said. Xia Fei grabbed the list and, after lighting a cigarette, began to inspect it carefully. Just as the cigarette burned out, Xia Fei waved his hand, letting Mary put away the files. Come on, we'll go to Tenjin 1, Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and said. Mary was startled, asking hastily, Tenjin 1? While they're the biggest company around, they don't have anything to do with the lost soul weapons. Xia Fei said casually, while that company isn't selling stolen goods, there's rumor that Tenjin 1 is secretly selling Forbidden Fiend clan relics. Mary became rather confused. It seemed like Xia Fei had come for the lost soul weapons of the Fiend clan and had no interest in the goods that had been stolen from the collapsed expanse of founders. He was about to advise Xia Fei to focus on the main matter when the latter stood up and said, a top-class trading company that conducts legal and illegal trades, when everyone else is selling stolen goods, is completely uninvolved? Someone clearly doesn't want Tenjin 1 to be under scrutiny. Companies like such are the most suspicious. Mary's eyes brightened, and he looked at Xia Fei in shock and admiration. No wonder his superiors had sent over Xia Fei. This person was amazing. Xia Fei had always been good at deduction. The argument was very simple. When everyone else had their hands dirty, while one person appeared clean, the clean one was probably the dirtiest of all. Xia Fei walked into a dimly lit alley on 19th Avenue and was able to spot Tenjin 1's sign in the distance. Though the location was out of the way, the store was rather large, taking up all 6 floors. However, there did not seem to be a lot of people around. Good sir, what do you need? The goateed manager asked Mary, taking him for a client. This was very normal in the undercurrent universe, where the Blue Bloods were king. The human species had a much inferior status. Mary's face stiffened. He bowed to Xia Fei and replied, this person is my master. The goateed manager sized up Xia Fei with suspicious eyes. To tell the truth, Xia Fei was dressed in a very conspicuous style, and it was hard to tell that he had money. His grey jacket was very old, and his hands were thrust into his pockets. Someone who could make it to manager must have some ability. He suddenly realized that Xia Fei's bearing was completely different from what he wore. Neither meek nor proud, he had a harmless smile on his face and had a very carefree expression. Despite the expensive clothes the manager was wearing, he felt like a beggar next to Xia Fei. Surprised, he turned to Xia Fei fast and asked, "May I ask what sir has come here to purchase? Our store is holding a sale, so you've come at the perfect time." Businessmen were all like this, and Xia Fei didn't mind. He raised his voice and said, "I heard you're selling fiend soul weapons." Whoosh! Dozen pairs of eyes instantly turned to look at Xia Fei, and a flurry of footsteps came from the second floor. Xia Fei was sure then that all the so-called clients were fakes created by the company. Mary almost broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Fei was being far too obvious here. Soul weapons were precious items, and fiend soul weapons were both more precious and also banned. Who went around boldly asking about them like this? "Sir, are you making a joke? A small store like ours doesn't have anything like soul weapons, let alone banned items," the manager said with a smile. Xia Fei calmly snapped his fingers. "Pa!" A faint white light suddenly appeared, just enough so that the manager could get a good look. "Spirit energy," the manager blurted out. He instantly became very humble, whispering, "I did not realize that I was speaking to a revered spiritualist. Please follow me." The manager moved out from behind the counter and led Xia Fei to the elevator. Xia Fei looked around, upon which all the so-called customers dropped their heads and continued their pretend shopping. "I did not know that you were a revered spiritualist. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now," the manager said, pulling open the elevator door. Spiritualists were respected wherever they went. Undercurrent was even more lacking in spiritualists than Alpha, so it was very normal for this manager to treat Xia Fei with such respect. Rather than going up, the elevator went down. When the elevator stopped, it wasn't the door that Xia Fei had come in through that opened. Rather, an exit mysteriously opened up behind him. Chapter 1236, 15 Fiend Soul Weapons. The room was luxuriously decorated, clearly a place for receiving VIPs. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed as he followed the manager in and sat down. Someone sent in a touchscreen computer displaying a list of items. Xia Fei looked it over casually and said unhappily, "Ordinary soul weapons? You think I would come here if this was all I needed?" The manager explained with some difficulty, "Great master, our store doesn't have much capital, and we truly do not have what you desire." Xia Fei sneered and waved his hand. "Bring out the energy deposit tool." The manager was startled, and then took a strange object with two handles on its side out from his spatial ring. It was an energy deposit device. In this universe, energy was everything, the hardest currency. Pearls and crystals were only used for low-level exchanges. The truly big transactions were carried out directly in soul power or spirit energy. As for this piece of equipment, it had handles on the sides and a screen. Once a handle was grabbed, the energy amount in the seventh brain region would be automatically displayed. Once two sides had finished discussing the price, both parties would press the confirmation button, upon which spirit energy would be drawn into the machine. It was extremely convenient. The Spiritualist Association had an even more advanced form that allowed everyone in the association to perform transactions with each other. This one was a mobile type that could only be used by two people. Xia Fei placed a finger on the handle on his side, upon which the screen displayed the amount of spirit energy in his brain region. 6,219. The manager almost jumped to his feet upon seeing the number. He was completely stunned as he turned to Xia Fei with a crazily intense gaze. What exactly did 6,219 units of spirit energy mean? It meant 6,000 basic soul weapons. Spiritualists consumed energy to create soul weapons. Grade 1 soul weapons took a single unit, Grade 2 took 2, Grade 3 took 4, and so on and so forth. Over 6,000 standard units of spirit energy was no joke. Ordinary spiritualists would be well off if they had several dozen units, while several hundred meant they were a rich man. For someone as young as Xia Fei to have more than 6,000 units of spirit energy in reserve left the manager dumbfounded. Xia Fei smiled. He said to the goateed manager, "You said you didn't have any, but what about now? The manager hastily asked for a moment of time from Xia Fei before hurrying off inside the building. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and lazed back on his seat. Mary whispered to Xia Fei, "Sir, aren't we being a little too conspicuous? We might draw the suspicion of others." Xia Fei replied casually, "You've seen the files. Several thousand soul weapons are being sold all at once, and at prices far below market price, and only spirit energy is accepted. If these soul weapons were sold off slowly, they would be able to fetch several times the price, so why are they doing this? It's clearly because they want to get together an enormous amount of spirit energy as quickly as possible for some unknown purpose. That's why I want them to know that a big buyer is here. If everything goes as expected, they will definitely take this huge deal no matter the price." Mary was shocked. He had been sitting on this information for a few days already and had made no progress, but Xia Fei had only needed about 10 minutes to draw so many conclusions. Truly, comparison could kill a man with anger. Just what was going on inside Xia Fei's brain? Radix sighed. He had been with Xia Fei for too long and understood him too well. Xia Fei hated showing his wealth. How unsafe was it for others to know how much money one had? For him to so easily reveal his wealth meant that something fishy was going on. The goateed manager closed the door and went up to a blue blood. He said nothing, only quietly waiting for orders. The blue blood stared at the screen. He naturally didn't recognize Xia Fei, but he was concerned about Mary, who was next to Xia Fei. The blue blood stroked his chin and asked, "Could this guy be from the Tsadan clan?" "There's no way, right? The Tsadan are the most special clan of blue bloods. They're so proud, how could they possibly lower themselves to work for a cunning human?" the manager scoffed in reply. The blue blood shook his head. "This is a human spiritualist who can take out 6,000 units of spirit energy. I wouldn't feel ashamed if I could work for such a master, either." The master said in shock, "Then this deal. We're doing it." The blue blood grit his teeth. "Our superiors are pushing us too hard, demanding that we collect 100,000 units of spirit energy in only 1 month. This mission is impossible. Undercurrent has far fewer spiritualists than Alpha, so even if we sell the items for cheaper, they won't all come out at once. We're already taking a big risk here, so we might as well just harden up and try it out. Go and settle him down, and then give him an astronomical price. If he's willing to buy this batch of fiend soul weapons, then fine, but if he isn't," the blue blood made a slicing motion with his hand, his eyes turning red. The goateed manager returned to the room quickly. Sitting across from Xia Fei, he said, "I'll be frank. We truly do have a few items that need to be kept under the table, but it took us a lot of effort to get them. The one selling hopes to sell them all at once and is not willing to sell them separately." Xia Fei nodded. Lighting a cigarette, he magnanimously said, "A bulk purchase is no problem, nor is money. It's just a question of if you have enough." Xia Fei had now become a rich scion who threw around money like it was dirt. He spoke calmly, talking about the price like a deal worth more than 1,000 units of spirit energy was the same as buying watermelons at the market. Xia Fei was truly a top-class actor as he showed off the demeanor of the wealthy. The manager was rather taken in. The fact that he was dressed in very ordinary clothes but didn't show the slightest sign of meekness was proof that Xia Fei had a formidable mentality. "All right. Please take a look." The goateed manager took a box out of his spatial ring and placed it on the table. Xia Fei opened it up, and sure enough, it was all soul weapons from the fiends. 15 of them. "Pa." After looking at them, Xia Fei closed the box with a soft thump and indifferently said, "Not bad. State your price." The goateed manager, who had been in the business for many years, found it somewhat hard to do this, but he clenched his teeth and held up 6 fingers. 6,000 standard units, spirit energy. To tell the truth, the manager himself found this figure to be too absurd, so he had to pause in the middle of speaking. Whoosh! Mary jumped up and said, "You're asking for 6,000 units for these soul weapons? You might as well just rob us." "Sit down," Xia Fei said to Mary stiffly. Mary harumphed and sat down, glaring at the goateed manager. It was clear that he was very angry. "You're still too inexperienced, placing too much value on material things. These soul weapons can't be measured purely by their face value. You have to realize that soul weapons are becoming more and more rare on the market, and the people that made these weapons have already disappeared. There will never be new ones." The goateed manager was somewhat dumbfounded. Not only did Xia Fei not find it to be expensive, he was even explaining the advantages of fiend soul weapons. What could he say? After rebuking Mary, Xia Fei turned back and spoke as if he was in a tough spot. I didn't bring much money with me this time. I would also like to buy some high-level soul weapons that are grade 7 or higher. Let's do this. Keep these things for me and take a 100-unit deposit of spirit energy. When I come back, I'll pay the entire balance. Hold on, the goateed manager said after a moment of shock. Sir, I will be honest. We actually do have the high-grade soul weapons you want. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring them right now. Xia Fei smiled. While the goateed manager was gone, he said to Mary, get ready. This time, he's definitely going to take out the stolen goods. Watch my eyes. Mary didn't understand what Xia Fei was trying to do, but he chose to blindly trust him and nodded. Sure enough, the manager came back with 5 soul weapons. Mary was startled and nodded at Xia Fei furtively. These really were high-rank soul weapons that had been stolen from the expanse of the founders. Mary didn't recognize all of them, but he could easily recognize the high-leveled ones. Altogether, it's 6,200 units. We'll eat a small loss at worst. The manager was still talking business with Xia Fei, failing to notice that Xia Fei's eyes had changed. He stroked the table lightly, taking in all 15 fiend soul weapons and the 5 grade 7 soul weapons into his spatial ring like he was performing a magic trick. The goateed manager jumped and shouted, Great Master, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? I mean you're finished. Rumble. Xia Fei roared and punched at the ground with both fists, instantly obliterating the alloy-reinforced marble floor. In the floor below was the Blue Blood's office, which was adjacent to the warehouse. The fiendish blade Nirvana had disappeared, as had Furball, and Peacock Blue was growing crazily. Plush! Plush! There was a great wailing as the warriors outside were slaughtered. These people had been on standby in case the transaction didn't work out, ready to charge in and seize Xia Fei so that they could compel him into handing over his energy. Alas, Xia Fei had his outstanding ocular cognition, the origin of heaven. He had seen every little thing going on outside. With a zing, White Dragon's screech left its sheath, letting out a bone-chilling howl. Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana were left to deal with the ambushing warriors. White Dragon's screech in hand, Xia Fei jumped down and thrust it at the Blue Blood warrior. That Blue Blood couldn't possibly dodge Xia Fei's sneak attack, which was moving at more than 30 million meters per second. He tilted his body to the side, letting White Dragon's screech stab into his chest and howled in pain. But the move bought him enough time for his real body to retreat from its shell, the Cerulean Soul Gem. Whoosh! The moment the Cerulean Soul Gem appeared, its former body broke into pieces and fell like rain. When White Dragon's screech had attacked, Fiend Lock had already wrapped around the Blue Blood. Alas, this man was clearly an expert, and his soul gem had retreated one step ahead, meaning that Xia Fei had only destroyed his physical body and failed to bind his cerulean soul gem. Whoosh! The Blue Blood's soul gem refused to fight with Xia Fei, ramming through the wall and fleeing. I need to take him alive. What a pain! Xia Fei cursed silently. The mission required that Xia Fei leave someone alive, so he had held back. Otherwise, with his ghostly speed, he could have definitely killed the Blue Blood. There would have been no chance to survive. With one punch and a rumble of impact, Xia Fei obliterated the wall. The room on the other side was exposed. It was empty, only containing a deep well. The panicking Blue Blood jumped inside. Xia Fei rushed up to the well and took a look inside. He found that, rather than a well, it was a stable spatial tunnel leading into dark space. Chapter 1237, The Sabu Clan. Dark Space. A stable passage into dark space. Xia Fei was shocked to realize. Who would set up a stable passage unless they had special needs or needed to frequently travel in and out of dark space? Why else would you link together normal space and that barren and gloomy region? Xia Fei suddenly had a very bad feeling. Whoosh! It took only a second for him to consider his options. With only the briefest pause, Xia Fei prepared to jump into the tunnel in pursuit of the Blue Blood. At this moment, Mary suddenly shouted, "Don't go into dark space!" Alas, it was too late. Xia Fei could move at near light speed, so Mary simply didn't have the time to stop Xia Fei. Ocular cognition. Little Goldie. Xia Fei naturally had the confidence to back the daring with which he entered dark space. He had ocular cognition, and he also had the king of dark space, Little Goldie. Whoosh! His eyes flashed as little Goldie rushed out from Xia Fei's bosom. He was a small little chrysalis, but dark space was his territory, so the first thing he did was let out an intimidating roar. Oh ooh ooh ooh. Exotic beasts all had a bestial nature, so the first thing they did when entering their territory was show off their power. It did not matter what was in this region of dark space. Little Goldie might not have even been here before, but since he was here, this territory would all be his. But at that moment, Xia Fei and little Goldie were both startled. This was no dark space, only a sea of fog. Grey-white fog engulfed the world. The dark space of the undercurrent universe was far too different from that of the lower realm and Alpha. It was like someone had lit a giant fire, and the thick smoke was obscuring everything. There was a heavy breathing coming from the fog, and also a cold and sinister aura emanating from it. Little Goldie was very angry. Just now, he had roared to announce that his majestic self had arrived, but not only did these creatures not scatter, they were standing around him and staring at him. Staring at him was one thing, but staring at Xia Fei? Xia Fei was little Goldie's revered master. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions against him would die. Awoo! Little Goldie charged into the fog, and therein followed were the sounds of combat. Little Goldie's roars mixed with the sounds of heavy breathing. It was clear that he was battling against some unknown enemy. Ocular cognition. Origin of heaven. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes suddenly changed as his vision instantly became 10 times sharper. Ocular cognition allowed Xia Fei to see farther, but it couldn't penetrate the fog. It was now time for the legacy of the Triclopian fiend race, the origin of heaven, to step onto the stage. The origin of heaven was a scanning technique. None of the sinister creatures hidden within the fog could escape his gaze. When Xia Fei saw what was in the fog, he couldn't help but be shocked. He saw little Goldie as a little golden point of light, currently surrounded by numerous long projections of energy, snakes. Monstrous snakes that lived in dark space. As for that blue blood, he had already fled far away. Carrying him away was a snake, the rest of the snakes obeying the blue blood's order and blocking Xia Fei and little Goldie. All of you, return! Xia Fei roared. Furball, Radix, and Peacock Blue, who were still in the store, received Xia Fei's order and swiftly gathered to the dark space. Zing! Wielding White Dragon's screech, Xia Fei charged into the fog, beginning his battle with the snakes. It took only a few seconds before Radix, the Nirvana Fiend Blade, Peacock Blue, and Furball arrived on the battlefield. Furball was positively furious. He couldn't lord over Peacock Blue or the Nirvana Fiend Blade and Radix, but little Goldie had always listened to him, acting like his little brother. And now, his little brother and master were surrounded by the enemy. These snakes were seeking death. Awoo! One human, one plant, one bug, one ghost, and one ball charged into the fog, beginning a major battle. No, this was no battle at all, but a bloody massacre. How could these monstrous snakes possibly fight back against Xia Fei's pack of crazies? Plush! Xia Fei slew the last snake. The fiendish blade Nirvana rushed up and sucked it dry. Mary was gobsmacked. In just a few minutes, several thousand snakes had been slain. The rate of slaughter had been utterly absurd. Not even corpses had been left behind. It was hard to describe the level of obliteration that he had witnessed. With all the snakes slain, the dark space returned to darkness, and that thick grey-white fog disappeared. All that was left was the unique stench left behind by the snakes. Whoosh! Xia Fei pointed with his sword and said, "After him. Make sure to keep someone alive. I need to find out what they're scheming." At this moment, Mary yelled, "Sir, there's no need to keep chasing him. I recognize him." Xia Fei turned his head and frowned. "You recognize him? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Mary grumbled silently, "Given your speed, when would I have gotten the chance?" He quickly came forward and continued, "I truly do recognize him. He is from the Blue Blood Cebu clan. These snakes are the beasts the Cebu clan used to dominate dark space. They are called fog snakes." Xia Fei was going to ask Mary to explain when he suddenly realized something. He grabbed Mary and returned to the store of Tenjin 1. "Go and bring back all the survivors." Furball and the others quickly searched the store. Tenjin 1 had 10 floors and was rather large, but Peacock Blue's 9 giant blades of grass swiftly seized the survivors without Xia Fei's help. Rumble! Nirvana began to hack through the store's warehouse. Xia Fei didn't care what it was, putting everything he could into his spatial ring. Mary watched from the side, almost gagging as he mentally remarked, Xia Fei, did you come to investigate or to steal? All right, you can talk now, Xia Fei said to Mary after he walked out of the warehouse. Mary swallowed and continued, that person just now was Yuntian, a member of the Cebu clan. The Cebu are an offshoot of the Blue Bloods who live in dark space. Those snakes that can freely travel through dark space are bred by their clan, they are called fog snakes. When I was a kid, I went with the elders of my clan to see Yuntian, but since I was younger then, he probably doesn't recognize me. Xia Fei nodded. While dark space wasn't a place where sapient life resided, it was still a part of the universe. In the lore realm, the demon race had raised demon chrysalises, making spies for themselves in dark space, and it seemed like the Cebu clan had done the same. They had been tasked by the Blue Bloods with keeping an eye on dark space. What sort of status does Yuntian have in the Cebu clan? Xia Fei asked. He should be an important member, someone in the Council of Elders, but not the Patriarch. The Patriarch is Yuntian's father, Yunzhe, Mary answered. Xia Fei nodded thoughtfully. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if I kept chasing, I might bring in the entire Cebu clan. Let's do this. Have them hand over Yuntian alive to me, and I'll stop investigating this matter. This will let you Blue Bloods keep your dignity, yes. Mary was in an awkward spot. Shaking his head, he said, my apologies. While my Tsadin clan is also part of the Blue Bloods, we have never asked about the affairs of other clans. Let alone me, even our Patriarch Roderick wouldn't be able to do anything. Why is that? Xia Fei asked intently. Our Tsadin clan left Undercurrent long ago, taking up residence in the Annihilator universe. The number of our clansmen left in Undercurrent doesn't exceed 10,000, and we don't have much influence. There are also historical reasons. Our ancestor led the Destiny Dragoons in the Hero Federation, and that illustrious figure. After Mary finished talking, Xia Fei understood what was going on. The Tsadin clan was a particularly formidable branch of the Blue Bloods, but precisely because they were so powerful, the other clans were on their guard against the Tsadin, even considering them enemies in private. If the powerful Tsadin began to meddle in the internal affairs of the other great clans, the other Blue Bloods would consider them arrogant and think that they were trying to exert authority. Thus, the Blue Blood clans had decided to ignore one another, establishing their own systems of rule. They were only nominally considered still together. Xia Fei didn't make his decision yet, instead calling over the people in the store to interrogate them. Just as he had expected, these people knew nothing about Yuntian and the dark spiritualists and were simply small fry. Plush! Plush! Xia Fei killed them all to prevent any news from getting out, after which he headed back into dark space. There's no time. I can't let that Yuntian person go. No matter what clan he belongs to or what status he has, once he sends word back, won't the case hit a dead end? You can guide me if you are willing, but if not, I have my own ways, Xia Fei said, holding little Goldie in his palm and stroking him. Mary could tell that Xia Fei had a dark space trump card. Little Goldie was probably even more formidable than the fog snakes, a true master of dark space. No matter what, Xia Fei planned to go to the Cebu clan to demand that Yuntian be handed over. All right, I'll take you over, but when we arrive at the fog fortress, you must let me negotiate with them first. Deal, Xia Fei agreed indifferently. With a whoosh, Xia Fei accelerated into dark space, pulling Mary along. Mary's method of finding Yuntian was very strange, he actually used his nose. Perhaps Blue Bloods had some special sense that allowed Mary to figure out which direction Yuntian had gone, but it was a very useful skill. After all, this was dark space, where even the most advanced star map or compass would lose its effect. One could only rely on the natural senses of spatial beasts or special methods like Mary's. A few minutes later, Xia Fei spotted a fortress in the distance. It was 10,000 meters tall and 10,000 meters wide, dominating a corner of dark space. It was also surrounded by countless snakes. This is the Fog Fortress, the base of the Cebu clan. They've been entrusted by the Blue Blood race with guarding dark space. Thus, sir, please leave them some dignity and allow me to negotiate with them first, Mary bowed to Xia Fei and requested. Go. Either they hand him over or it's war. There are no other choices, Xia Fei said, his eyes firm. Though he was alone, it felt like he was backed by a vast army. The composure, the attitude. Mary suddenly felt rather nervous. He watched Mary enter the Fog Fortress, after which the snakes started to get restless and draw closer and closer. But they dared not get too close, for little Goldie and Furble were flanking Xia Fei, demonic gods on each shoulder staring at them with looks that could kill. Radix asked after some thought, Xia Fei, you didn't want to take this job in the first place, and now that this matter involves the Blue Blood Cebu clan, you could have just left everything to the higher-ups. Why did you suddenly take a huge interest in this Yuntian, insisting on taking him in? Xia Fei took out the chest containing the 15 fiend soul weapons. Look closely, Radix. All of these soul weapons have the exact same mark. Chapter 1238, King Fog Snake. Radix was taken aback at the words. He looked down and saw that all the fiend race weapons inside the chest really did have the very same small mark, seemingly that of a wing. They do have a mark, but what does that mean? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei replied, it's very simple. It means that these soul weapons come from the same batch, very possibly even from the same spiritualist. Look closely. The soul weapons are brand new and show no signs of being used, completely different from the ones that we saw in the fiend race warehouse. This means that these soul weapons were only just taken out of the storehouse. There are rumors going around that someone has found some fiend race ruins and gained an entire set of soul weapons from it. It seems like the rumors are true. We managed to get our hands on some, but only a small part of it. Yuntian definitely knows the truth. Even if I don't care about the internal affairs of the Blue Bloods, how can I just ignore these fiend race ruins? I've been thinking about how to use fiend tears all this time, and I might find something if I looked around a place where the fiend race lived. Thus, I must get my hands on Yuntian and make him cough up whatever he knows. Radix understood. Xia Fei was so determined entirely because of the fiend race soul weapons. He wanted to get the truth from Yuntian and didn't care about anything else. He waited for a little longer, after which Mary walked out dejectedly, saying, they say that Yuntian isn't here. Not here. Xia Fei immediately scowled. It had only been 10 minutes. They were clearly just making excuses. I guess they won't cry until they see the coffin. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and grunted. Inside the fog fortress, Cebu Patriarch Yun Zehir sent off Mary and then quickly summoned Yuntian to his study. Xia Fei had torn off Yuntian's outer layer, leaving him only with his soul gem, which had fled hastily back to the fog fortress. Yun Zehir naturally knew everything. Kneel, Yun Zehir ordered coldly. Yuntian dared not oppose his father, immediately kneeling and dropping his head with a thump. Let me ask you, why are the Tsadan looking for you? Are you involved in some sort of shady business? Yun Zehir asked icily. The Tsadan have always been bullies. I've never offended him, and I have no idea where he found such a formidable human spiritualist. Not only did he beat me, he destroyed our clan's store in the city and killed our employees. Father, you have to set things right. I've never done anything that would wrong the clan. It's all the fault of the Tsadan clan. Yuntian professed his innocence. Yuntian was in a very strange state. As an azure soul gem, he was in a form where no one could see the look on his face, yet his father could clearly see everything, and he knew that Yuntian was feeling guilty. Yun Zehir was startled. As the saying went, no one knew the son more than the father. It was clear from Yuntian's behavior that he had done something illegal, or else he wouldn't be so nervous. The Tsadan were the most prominent clan of the Blue Bloods, and while nobody liked them and were on their guard against them, the Tsadan were tactful and focused only on the affairs of the Annihilator universe, rarely asking about other affairs down below. If he didn't have sufficient reason, Mary would not have come in the name of the Tsadan to ask for Yuntian. Yun Zehir's face softened at this thought, and he said indifferently, our Cebu clan guards the dark space, and while we haven't done anything particularly meritorious, we have at least been diligent in our duties. No one can just bully us around, but you have to tell me the truth. I don't care if you lie to others, but if you lie to me, then I don't have a son. These words were very clear. He naturally wanted to protect his son, but that was only if his son wasn't lying to him. Yuntian was seemingly convinced, and he clenched his teeth and began to talk. At this moment, someone suddenly reported that Xia Fei was trying to break into the fog fortress and was battling with the fog snakes. The Patriarch's decision was being sought. Yun Zehir was startled. He loudly said, what's gotten into this human that he dares to mess around in the territory of the Blue Bloods? So what if he's a spiritualist? Do we Blue Bloods not have spiritualists? He's pushing us too far. Activate the Cloud Snake Fog Metropolis formation. Don't let this human in. I will let this reckless human know that it is the Blue Bloods who are the strongest. No one can break the fog fortress. The subordinate left with his orders. Yun Zahir turned to Yuntian and sternly said, "Why is a human trying to push into our fog fortress? You must have left him some evidence. Talk. What did you do?" Xia Fei had never been easy to deal with. The moment he heard that the other party was not handing over the criminal, he immediately led Furball and Little Goldie in a charge. The fog fortress was famous, and it was not for no reason that the Blue Bloods had tasked this clan with guarding dark space. If Xia Fei wanted to break in, the large number of fog snakes outside would be the first to disagree. They quickly assembled and began to battle Xia Fei. The fog snakes had a status similar to demon chrysalises in the lore realm, being top-tier combat beasts of dark space. Moreover, this was their base, and when it came to numbers and combat power, they were far above that group that Xia Fei had massacred earlier. The fog snakes also had sensory organs akin to whale spouts all across their bodies. When these spouts opened, they released a very thick fog. This fog would rob ordinary warriors of their vision while leaving the fog snakes completely unaffected. When Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. Large swaths of the snake horde were slain, Xia Fei tearing a bloody path through them to the fog fortress. Suddenly, multiple passages opened from the fog fortress, countless more snakes slithering out of them. These snakes were clearly different from those outside. They had rainbow skins and were also much larger, some even several kilometers in length. Moreover, these snakes also had crown-like protrusions growing from the tops of their heads. Awoo! Little Goldie was the first to roar. These snakes outside had been instinctively afraid of Little Goldie, only daring to attack him with their numbers. But these new snakes were different. They were more than willing to challenge Little Goldie. The rasping sounds the snakes made seemed to be saying, "You are a foreign dark space king, and this is our territory. We are not afraid of you." There were thousands of snakes, a terrifying number. Just when Xia Fei was about to lead Furball and the others in a charge, Mary shouted, "Sir, fall back. These are king fog snakes. They're venomous." Venomous? Xia Fei was startled. He had studied pharmacology, so he knew how powerful several thousand snakes releasing their venom in unison would be. Just when he was wondering if the antidotes he had on hand would work, he saw these snakes making weird movements. The several thousand snakes coiled together into a giant chain that completely blocked the fog fortress, turning it from a regular fortress into a snake fortress. Fruit no lo. 1 second later, all of the snakes turned to Xia Fei. With a great bang, the protrusions on their heads fired off like cannons. They flew through the air like rockets, leaving behind long trails of smoke. "Fall back!" Xia Fei shouted, after which he threw the fiendish blade Nirvana into the poisonous fog. The fiend blade was made of metal and Radix was a soul, neither of them fearing poison. Whoosh! Xia Fei retreated swiftly, grabbing Furball, Little Goldie, and Mary and pulling them back with him. He instantly brought them to a safe area, but the fog fortress now had a dual layer of protection in the snakes and the poisonous fog. The land of fog and snakes was truly bizarre. "Sir, the fog fortress and the Cebu clan haven't been able to occupy dark space for the Blue Bloods for so long for no reason. What you're seeing is their cloud snake fog metropolis formation, one of their ultimate techniques. The Cebu clan actually doesn't completely rely on the fog snakes to rule dark space. They rely more on this poisonous fog," Mary said with more than a trace of fear. This was truly a rather frightening situation. One could hear the sound of slithering coming from within the black fog. It was truly enough to give one goosebumps. Xia Fei said nothing, and the Nirvana fiend blade quickly returned to his side. "It'll be tough. This isn't a normal poisonous fog. It can also corrode metal and armor," Radix said with a shake of his head. He knew that Xia Fei had let him take a trip in the poisonous fog to gather information and see if Xia Fei's pharmacological skills were enough to break through the fog. Xia Fei took out a set of chemical extraction equipment, removed a little poison from Nirvana's surface, and then placed it in the equipment to test it. As the composition of the poison was analyzed, Xia Fei's face turned grave. Xia Fei grit his teeth and said, "This isn't snake venom at all." Mary curiously asked, "How could the poisonous mist released from the bodies of the king fog snakes not be snake venom? What is it, then?" Xia Fei glanced at the black mass in the distance and then said, "A powerful artificially produced corrosive substance. Besides that, it's mixed together with highly filtered poison, making it both very poisonous and even more corrosive." Radix shrugged. "So you're saying that you don't have a way to deal with it?" Xia Fei sighed. "The poison molecules are extremely small, such that they're able to get through the filtration systems of armor suits. It seems that forcing our way in won't work. But this doesn't mean that I don't have any way at all. If we had a soul cannon, we could flatten that accursed fortress. If close combat was no good, then use long-range attacks. Xia Fei understood this principle well. He simply needed to withdraw far enough that the poisonous mist couldn't hurt him. Alas, Xia Fei didn't have any long-range soul cannons. He was a speed warrior, so he normally relied on close combat. Back then, Xia Fei had combined the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and White Tiger Soul Meteor into a powerful long-range cannon that had garnered some incredible results, but alas, that super long-range cannon had been destroyed, and had used origin crystals as energy. It was hard to say if it would work against founders. Xia Fei was wondering whether he should go back and get a soul cannon to blast down the fortress when Mary absently muttered, "Doesn't Sir have a top-class soul cannon? Do you still think it's not enough?" Mary abruptly realized what he was saying and quickly covered his mouth. "Say that again." Xia Fei looked at Mary suspiciously, wondering to himself, "I have a soul cannon? When? How did I not know?" "It's nothing, really, nothing at all," Mary quickly tried to cover for himself. No matter what wrongs the Cebu clan had committed, they were still Bluebloods, part of Mary's race. Mary would not fare well if Xia Fei really did blast apart the fog fortress. Whoosh! Nirvana pushed up against Mary's neck. "If you don't talk, I'll kill you," Xia Fei declared coldly, the sharpness in his eyes making Mary shiver. Chapter 1239, The Amazing Function of the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. Inside the fog fortress, Yun Zahir watched Xia Fei retreat and snorted coldly, appearing very smug. "A mere human tried to take my fog fortress. Truly overestimating his power." He returned to his study, where Yuntian was still kneeling in the same place. Yun Zahir shut the door and said, "Look what you've done. A lowly human has the guts to attack my fog fortress. What sort of terrible thing did you do? If you don't talk now, I will have to discipline you according to the clan's laws." Thump! Yuntian's heart thumped madly. He was still very afraid of his father. The Cebu clan had dominated dark space for ages, and Yun Zahir was even known as Black King Yama. It meant that his rule over dark space was absolute, his methods ruthless. Helpless, Yuntain explained what had happened today, though he kept quiet about the fact that he was laundering stolen goods for the dark spiritualists. Yun Zahir was so angry after hearing this that his blue face turned green. It appeared entirely like Xia Fei was causing trouble without reason, using his power to plunder his son's store. That scoundrel! This is clearly that human's mistake. Why did you run? You should have immediately notified me so that we could have killed him on the spot. Yun Zahir had nowhere to vent his rage, bellowing, "Shameless! Shameless thing! When other people are stealing from your store, don't you know to throw them out?" Yuntian had run off so quickly and hadn't dared to act openly, all because he had an ambiguous relationship with the dark spiritualists and a guilty conscience. But Yun Zahir did not know about this, so he ranted on and on about how Xia Fei had gone too far. His face cold, he paced back and forth in the room, spouting resentfully, "A puny human is one thing, but even the Tsadan clan is joining in. They're just bullying my fog fortress, as if it's completely uninhabited." Turning around, Yun Zahir shouted out the door, "Go and find Snake Ghost." Yuntian was shocked and said hastily, "Father, what are you calling Snake Ghost for? We can't mess with the Tsadan." Yun Zahir glared at his incompetent son and said sinisterly, "We can't touch the Tsadan, but you think we can't deal with a puny human?" The Silver Spectre, the command deck. Xia Fei stared at the dark gem spirit gathering tower and repeated, "This thing is a soul cannon." Xia Fei was completely speechless. After all this time, the top-class soul cannon Mary was speaking of was the dark gem spirit gathering tower? He had believed this entire time that this thing wasn't very useful, at most serving as an energy battery, and it seemed to do well when installed in the Silver Spectre's energy system. With it, the Silver Spectre was able to run even faster. It seemed like he had been hanging a cannon up in his command deck this whole time. Fortunately, it had been very stable and hadn't shown any problems. The consequences if it suddenly misfired one day would have been unimaginable. Mary nodded. "Sir, this truly is a soul cannon. Humans, Bluebloods, Fiends, and other races might all have spiritualists, but the lineages are very different. The Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower is a powerful soul cannon made by Blueblood spiritualists that has ended up in your hands. You do not understand our race much, so it is very normal that you do not recognize it. Our Tsadan clan has a very strict education system that starts from childhood, and one subject it covers is recognizing various weapons and soul weapons. This dark gem spirit gathering tower just so happens to be something that I recognize. Xia Fei nodded. Xia Fei had stolen this weapon from Shu Yuhi. At the time, Shu Yuhi had been holding it in his hand and been using its energy to restore himself, which was why Xia Fei had taken it for some kind of energy tool. It wasn't strange for Shu Yuhi to have such a thing, as Yuntian peddling stolen goods for the dark spiritualists indicated that the dark spiritualists were in close collaboration with some blue bloods. It was now evident that the dark gem spirit gathering tower was no mere energy tool. Rather, its function was to mindlessly spew out energy, obliterating everything. He took the tower down and held it in his hand. The black crystal tower wasn't very large, and it looked quite different from what Xia Fei understood of soul cannons. Blue blood spiritualists emphasize on creating multifunctional tools, so many soul weapons also carry additional functions. For example, the first function of this dark gem spirit gathering tower is that of a soul cannon. The second is an energy storage device. The third is a self-destruct device. When activated, it can annihilate everything within 100,000 kilometers of it. The fourth is an energy propulsion device, and it can be installed on a warp engine. The fifth, Mary began to talk like he was a walking textbook. Xia Fei waved his hand and cut Mary off. I'm also a spiritualist, but I've never liked multifunctional devices. A soul weapon should focus on doing only one thing successfully. If you have the energy to develop second and third functions, it would be better spent on increasing the offensive power. Right up until the very pinnacle of the limit. Mary pursed his lips and said nothing. Xia Fei had always been a very stubborn person. The Silver Spectre, which had been a perfectly fine ship, had been crammed full of additional equipment by Xia Fei, making it the farthest thing from comfortable. But it was also Xia Fei's stubbornness which made the Silver Spectre very fast, extremely fast. Xia Fei had sacrificed comfort to obtain the fastest ship in the Alpha universe. If Xia Fei had made the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, he definitely would have sacrificed those useless auxiliary functions and put all the power into the lethal weapon. Propelling a ship? Using a soul cannon as an engine? Xia Fei saw such ideas as complete nonsense. Killing intent glinting in his eyes, Xia Fei demanded sternly, "Now tell me, how do I use this Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower?" Dark space. Xia Fei returned, Mary trying to persuade him to try something else the entire way. "Sir, you can't use this soul cannon. The Fog Fortress is the fortress we Blue Bloods have established in dark space. If something happens to it, the clan will blame me," Mary pleaded. He was already regretting his talkative nature helping Xia Fei realize the true function of the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. Xia Fei smiled. "Don't worry. So long as they obediently hand over Yuntian, I won't waste the spirit energy needed to blast it down." Mary's face went white. His meaning was clear. So long as they refused to hand Yuntian over, he would definitely start firing. Unfortunately, Xia Fei refused to consider the opinions of others. No matter how much Mary worked his mouth, Xia Fei ignored him. His mind was made up. He didn't care about the weapons lost from the collapsed expanse of the Founders, but he definitely cared about the Fiend clan's relics. "Lead the way," Xia Fei said to Little Goldie. In dark space, humans couldn't tell direction, and Xia Fei wasn't an exception, but Little Goldie could easily accomplish that. Little Goldie nodded and quickly led the way. Xia Fei found Little Goldie too slow and was about to pick him and have him only give directions when a bitter wail suddenly came from his side. Dark space opened and a black arrow rushed out. So fast! The enemy had opened up dark space and released the arrow with only a gap of 1,000th of a second. Only a master was capable of this. A master of dark space, someone who had thoroughly researched this bizarre realm. Out! Xia Fei was of the speed type, and that didn't just mean that he could move his body quickly, but also that he could react quickly. He raised his arm, aiming to push away the arrow. Xia Fei gasped. Just now, he had been able to sense that it had not been an arrow, but a pitch-black snake, its scales flashing. It was clearly venomous down to its bones. He turned his palm into a fist. Even though he could see those fangs dripping with venom, he only punched faster. Bang! The snake was pulped and sent back through the air, a ball of blood going back where it had come from. An air punch! Mary gasped in surprise. This was purely the power of air. The air pressure created by the punch alone had been enough to obliterate the snake. When he looked closer, he saw that Xia Fei had a weird half-glove in his hand. This was the close combat soul weapon, the Twin Wing Roar. After the last fight, Xia Fei had been somewhat apprehensive about the poison used by the people of the Fog Fortress, so he had equipped these close combat weapons. The Twin Wing Roar could dispense energy from the fists. While it appeared like air pressure had destroyed the snake, some of Xia Fei's spirit energy had been mixed in. It was a classic combo attack, but it was much harder to see since Xia Fei's punches were absurdly fast. After killing the snake, Xia Fei rushed up to the spatial passage and punched with both hands. This time, it was with the law of primal chaos. The enemy had fired the arrow through the passage, meaning that he was inside it. Thus, Xia Fei didn't plan to fight them, instead using the law of primal chaos to destroy the passage. If the enemy was still in the passage, then that was just their bad luck. Float around in primal chaos. The law of primal chaos didn't care, for it had never been reasonable. Rumble. The reversal power of the law of primal chaos was without comparison, and the spatial passage quickly collapsed. Anyone inside would never be able to survive. Xia Fei's string of counterattacks were sharp and seamless. For the first time, Mary was seeing Xia Fei's true strength. Xia Fei's expression was unmoved, showing no joy. On the contrary, his murderous intent only increased. Xia Fei turned in Mary's direction and coldly said, "This person is from the Tsadin clan. The one you are looking for is me." Mary was shocked, wondering what Xia Fei meant. But then he turned around, and his face paled. A snake had somehow made its way up behind him, an enormous king fog snake several kilometers long, staring at him with golden eyes, its giant fangs already near him. If Xia Fei hadn't told it who Mary was, the snake might have already torn him apart. Xia Fei's words had saved Mary's life. Mary quickly moved to the side, but it was only then that he realized that this snake was different from the others. Only part of its body was on the outside, the other half was in the darkness, inside a spatial passage. A king fog snake that can freely travel through space. Mary was aghast, his brow furrowing. He sternly said to Xia Fei, "Sir, this must be Snake Ghost. The Cebu clan's strongest snake tamer. A top-class soul eater." Mary thought some more and then decided that he should state Xia Fei's true identity. After all, when two experts clashed, one of them was bound to die. Xia Fei was a neophyte dragoon, so if something happened to him, Mary would take some of the blame. Just when he opened his mouth, Xia Fei interrupted in a soft and sinister tone, "If you say any more, I'll kill you." At the same time, a voice even colder than Xia Fei's hissed from the darkness, "Talkative people will die." Chapter 1240, Snake Ghost has no name. Mary hadn't expected that saying one thing would have both Xia Fei and Snake Ghost telling him to shut up. This treatment was truly most unjustified. He sincerely didn't want Xia Fei and Snake Ghost to fight, for there would be trouble no matter who won. Xia Fei was a neophyte dragoon, while Snake Ghost was a supporting pillar of the Fog Fortress and a famous individual in the Blue Blood race, his reputation comparable to Cebu clan patriarch Yun Zahir. Radix sighed, finding Mary rather ridiculous. How could this man possibly understand what Xia Fei was thinking? No matter who Snake Ghost was, how could Xia Fei possibly let someone who had ambushed him get away alive? Thus, whatever Mary said, it was completely pointless. Whoosh! Furball, Nirvana, Little Goldie and Xia Fei lined up, itching for battle. They stared as that figure walked out of the darkness, ready to charge out as soon as Xia Fei gave the order. Daring to attack their master? Unforgivable. Snake Ghost didn't take the usual form that Blue Bloods used, instead appearing as a crystal. The cerulean soul gem was dim, not standing out as much as those of other Blue Bloods, but Xia Fei frowned slightly. There had to be a reason Snake Ghost's cerulean soul gem was so dim. Perhaps he had interacted with the King Fog Snake for too long, such that the venom had penetrated through his body, or perhaps there was some sort of energy suppression technique being used. In short, this was a very high-ranked and special opponent. "He's coming at you in his crystal form. He might be ready to give up his life," Radix whispered to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. The three great races of the universe all had their specialties. For humans, it was that they cultivated faster the higher their rank was. As for the fiends, they had been known for the legendarily unconventional gambits, but alas, they were now extinct. The Blue Bloods were known for their mystical crystal bodies, their soul gems. So long as the soul gem was not destroyed, they were immortal. The human race's seeds of life simply couldn't be compared to them. Moreover, the blue blood race possessed pure energy. Whether it was origin energy or dark energy, their mastery of energy was far above that of the other races. As for the commonality between the three, it was that they were all very bad. Humans were cunning and selfish, blue bloods were paranoid and fickle, and the long-gone fiends had been far too smart, with so many tricks that they had been called the universe's best tacticians. But if one thought about it, this was quite normal. The universe was a treacherous place, and a race that was too honest and naive wouldn't have survived this long. Snake Ghost was like a glowing human-shaped cerulean crystal, standing in front of Xia Fei. It was impossible to see the look on his face, only hear his voice. "This Psadden clan kid is pretty good. I am Snake Ghost, the snake charmer of the Fog Fortress. Puny human, you dare to attack the Fog Fortress? Truly audacious. Don't forget that this is undercurrent, not alpha. We blue bloods are the rulers here." Rumble. Xia Fei had no desire to hear Snake Ghost speak any longer. Was there such a concept in this day and age? The only rule was that of the stronger fist. Getting on his tiptoes, Xia Fei began his curved acceleration as Furball, Little Goldie and the Nirvana Fiend Blade charged from the front. Snake Ghost was startled. In the faraway undercurrent universe, he had never heard of Xia Fei's infamy and hadn't expected Xia Fei to be even more temperamental than him. Without even a greeting, he had attacked. Nirvana, Furball and Little Goldie formed the vanguard, howling as they charged, while Xia Fei curved to the side, ready to change trajectory and attack at any moment. It was the classic Xia Fei style combo attack. "Rise!" Snake Ghost yelled, and that giant king fog snake drew back, and then shot forward like a cannonball. It was only now, after the snake revealed its entire body, that Xia Fei realized that it had a pair of wings. It was a legendary flying snake. Alas, those wings grew on its tail. Xia Fei didn't get it. What use was a pair of wings that grew on the tail? If it took flight, its body would be seriously imbalanced, causing its hood to drop down while its tail was in the air. Rumble. As Xia Fei was wondering what was going on, the wings on the snake's tail began to move. One flap was enough to split the heavens. It spun like a propeller. Dark space was already unstable, and with the king fog snake messing around, it began to quiver. Anyone within would feel like they were in a small boat on the roaring ocean. With a rumble, the king fog snake threw out its tail. Putting aside the sharp wings spinning around like propellers, the space-disrupting storm was hard enough to deal with. "Awoo!" Furball roared. Holy beasts were holy beasts. Even in dark space, a holy beast's majesty could not be blasphemed. Bang! Furball accelerated, turning into a white streak of light. Next was Little Goldie, this time becoming a golden light, a sharp needle that was visible for the briefest of moments. Last of all was the fiendish blade Nirvana, black and silver mixed together in a ball as it took aim at the king fog snake's wings. Bang! Nirvana split into 6 blades. They were small, but each fiend blade was enough to stop one of those kilometer-long blade-like wings. While it seemed like the fiend blades and the snake wings were equally tough, the Nirvana fiend blade had another secret. It wasn't powerful just because it was tough and sharp, but also because it could devour energy. The snake's wings had barely made contact with the fiend blades when it started regretting its decision, for a leech, no, a pile of leeches, had crawled over its body and started sucking at its blood. Its energy was rapidly drained, a terrible feeling that had the snake hissing in pain. At the same time, Furball and Little Goldie shot at the snake's body together, as if they had agreed on a plan beforehand. While they were both small, they were both excellent troublemakers. This was particularly true for the rather dumb Little Goldie. Under the command of the cunning Furball, he was capable of anything. This was a fine mess. The king fog snake's ultimate move had been blocked by the Nirvana fiend blade, and now it had 2 small guys flying around it. It was an excruciating situation. Snake Ghost was utterly shaken by the combat power Xia Fei had displayed. A human who was a rare spiritualist, together with a pack of ruthless followers. This sort of force could even challenge an annihilator. Snake Ghost wasn't wrong to think that way. Xia Fei could never be measured according to his rank. The number of spiritualists that had died at his hand as of late could have made a powerful force all on their own. Xia Fei had even challenged an annihilator before. Whoosh! Xia Fei was extremely fast as he rushed at Snake Ghost. Speed types were skilled in close combat, and Snake Ghost did not dare let Xia Fei get close. Thus, he used a commonly seen instant movement, and in a blue flash, he retreated 1 kilometer. By the time Snake Ghost came to a stop, he realized that the situation had changed again. The cunning Xia Fei had only been pretending to charge at him. His actual target was the King Fog Snake. Peacock Blue. Bang! Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue's blades of grass rushed out, instantly growing to several kilometers in length. Xia Fei raised his right arm, and Peacock Blue grabbed the King Fog Snake's head like a giant hand, causing the big fellow to hiss in pain. Moreover, Peacock Blue had used one massive leaf to firmly press down on that crowned protrusion on the King Fog Snake's head. The snake had intended to release its venom, which was bound to be terrifying in both quantity and quality. Xia Fei had realized this, and he had no intention of giving the snake that chance. He used Peacock Blue to seal the poison gas's release point, forcing back the gas that had been about to be released. The King Fog Snake's golden eyes turned green. It was like someone about to burp when another person punched them in the mouth. The gas was forced back into the belly, almost causing it to burst. How frustrating! The King Fog Snake was crying. The ruthless way Xia Fei's group fought was truly unbearable. Absorbing your energy, burrowing into your body, and even forbidding you from burping. Get down here! Xia Fei roared, swinging his right arm down. Peacock Blue was like a metal claw, forcing the giant snake's head down. Rumble! There was a lot of debris in dark space, and the King Fog Snake's head just so happened to be above a sharp boulder. With this shove, Xia Fei thrust several hundred tons of weight onto the rock. The boulder was instantly obliterated. 30 million meters per second. Xia Fei ran a circle along the neck of the snake and then came to a stop. He had been holding something in his hand throughout, but the distance had prevented Snake Ghost from getting a clear view of it. Break! Xia Fei pulled, and the hair-thin fiend lock sliced through the head of the snake like it was made of tofu. Fiend lock was just too sharp. The slightest exertion of strength was enough to remove a head. Aig! Snake Ghost yelled. He had made an error in judgment from the very start of the battle. Thinking that Xia Fei wanted to attack him, he had retreated, but in the 1 second it had taken to retreat, Xia Fei had cut off the head of the King Fog Snake. An instant kill. There was no chance. Furball and Little Goldie had also finished their mission and were ready to leave the snake's body so that they could fight again. Little Goldie followed close behind Furball, like a servant. As the two of them traveled through the snake's head, Little Goldie suddenly saw some alluring object and took a bite. These two were both gluttons, but Furball was also very smart and was excessively picky about his food. He normally didn't eat anything but the purest of energy, but Little Goldie acted entirely according to instinct. If he saw something tasty, he would take a bite. Snake Ghost stood next to the King Fog Snake's corpse, his head lowered and his body shaking. They call me Snake Ghost, but I don't have a name, Snake Ghost said in a raspy voice. Xia Fei was startled, not understanding why he was saying this in the middle of a fight. I have no name, Snake Ghost, repeating what he had just said. But I am the most formidable snake charmer in history. The King Fog Snakes that rule dark space are all my children, which is why they call me Snake. But do you know why there's also a ghost? A whirlwind stirred within dark space with an ominous rumble. Snake Ghost's dim blue body gradually began to shine. Black. Xia Fei's eyes darkened. Chapter 1241, Little Goldie promoting. Black? Xia Fei hadn't expected Snake Ghost's body to undergo such a momentous transformation after saying those inexplicable words, a faint black creeping up the Blue Blood's body. Why was it black? The Blue Bloods were famous for their soul gems, but weren't their soul gems supposed to be blue? In a flash, countless questions popped up in Xia Fei's mind. Snake Ghost's transformation left Xia Fei feeling very confused. There was a rumbling as Snake Ghost suddenly spread out his arms and roared, his body flashing with blue and black light. I am Snake Ghost, the most formidable snake charmer in history. Snake Ghost roared. The moment he said those words, Xia Fei lunged ahead, raising his fist and charging up the power of the law of primal chaos as he punched. Xia Fei had been observing silently the whole time, and Snake Ghost felt like a very different sort of enemy. Thus, he didn't fight with his usual methods, instead directly resorting to the law of primal chaos. He seized the moment where Snake Ghost had forgotten himself in his rage to make a lethal strike. Bang! This chest smashed straight into Snake Ghost's chest and sent him flying. This was truly exquisite mockery. Snake Ghost had just called himself the most formidable snake charmer in history when Xia Fei had sent him flying. Snake Ghost smashed loudly through several of the debris piles in dark space and vanished into the distance, but Xia Fei didn't feel happy about his punch. On the contrary, he had a very strange look on his face. He's not dead. Radix was also astonished. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was heaven-defying, and anyone who wasn't too many ranks above Xia Fei would die if hit by this unreasonable law force. But Snake Ghost had not. There was a ball of blackness in front of his chest, and that blackness had blocked Xia Fei's attack. Absurd. Blue Bloods all had azure soul gems, but Snake Ghost's soul gem had a ball of black fog? The law of primal chaos could reverse everything, but Snake Ghost had blocked it. How was that possible? You should have let me go, Radix said. The fiendish blade nirvana that Radix controlled could devour energy. Radix felt that if Xia Fei had thrown out the fiend blade, he could have heavily injured Snake Ghost. At that moment, a hair-raising noise resounded through the dark space, as unpleasant as fingers scratching a chalkboard. At the same time, countless king fog snakes began to appear, their golden eyes staring at Xia Fei and their venomous fangs flashing. Finally here, Xia Fei grimly said. Everyone, be careful. Bang. As he spoke, little Goldie suddenly went crazy. What had come over him? He lunged out all on his own, his eyes red with bloodlust as he roared. Xia Fei could clearly sense something different about little Goldie. He was normally quite simple and obedient, always following behind Furball. He also had a good temper and was rarely angry, unlike Furball, who would start a massacre without a second thought. But today, little Goldie's body was shaking with violence. There was a reckless impulse that everyone could sense. Even more strange was that little Goldie was perfectly fine a few moments ago. He had just inexplicably gone crazy. Furball started moving, putting himself in front of little Goldie, but whatever had possessed little Goldie made him ignore Furball. He continued to heedlessly charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he had begun battling the king fog snakes. His body was small, and he drilled into the body of a king fog snake to do something vicious. To Xia Fei's surprise, in this state, little Goldie displayed several times more combat power. The little golden fellow moved quickly and ruthlessly. Once he was inside the body of the king fog snake, he attacked its brain. He quickly and decisively killed two of them. Furball seemed to be spurred on by little Goldie, and the two of them began a snake-killing competition. Furball used his head like a ram, plunging into a king fog snake's body before using his energy cannon to obliterate its brain. His small body finally proved useful. The snakes that Snake Ghost had called over were all clumsy and huge, and they had no recourse against the palm-sized Furball and little Goldie. It was like an elephant versus an ant. Once an ant was crawling on an elephant's body, the clumsy elephants wouldn't be able to shake them off. You go too. Xia Fei ordered Radix. Radix was startled, and then he joined little Goldie and Furball in battle, 3 different streaks of light shooting around crazily, inflicting lethal damage wherever they went. On the other side, Snake Ghost raced towards Xia Fei like a comet. At the same time, Xia Fei accelerated to meet him as he raised a fist. Xia Fei had always been known for having many cards and weapons, but this time, he wasn't using any sort of weapon. Was he going to insist on beating Snake Ghost with just his fists? It had to be understood that the law of primal chaos had just proved itself to be ineffective on Snake Ghost. Bang! Snake Ghost howled and thrust out his blue arms, which instantly turned into snakes. Crystalline snakes. 2 blue snakes attacked from the left and right, opening their mouths and biting at Xia Fei. Crafty approach. The sprinting Xia Fei suddenly made an inconceivable turn, his slender body twisting around and squeezing through an extremely narrow gap. And rather than slowing down, he got even faster. Bang! Another punch came in at Snake Ghost's chest, and Snake Ghost was sent flying once more. But after the last time, Xia Fei wasn't willing to let him go. Accelerating, he caught up to Snake Ghost and raised his fists high, smashing down at Snake Ghost's body once more. An observant person would notice that in these 3 consecutive punches, Xia Fei had hit Snake Ghost in the same spot. These weren't just pure attacks, but a means of testing Snake Ghost's resistance. The situation was rather weird. Xia Fei was only using his fists, yet he had the Annihilator Grade Fiend Lock, the Twin Wing Roar and its formless attacks, the White Dragon's Screech, and Peacock Blue. Even without Furball, Little Goldie and the Nirvana Fiend Blade, Xia Fei still had countless trump cards. But Xia Fei seemed to be sure about something, so instead of using all those weapons, he used only his fists. This assault left Snake Ghost in a disastrous state. The king fog snakes that he was so proud of were being suppressed by the even more savage little Goldie and Furball, and he himself was locked in battle with the speedy Xia Fei. Speed types were truly hard to deal with. Even though Snake Ghost was at a higher level than Xia Fei, in close combat he had no means of defending himself. The punches rained down, and Xia Fei was truly ruthless, striking at the same spot repeatedly. Bang! Finally, Xia Fei's fist pierced through Snake Ghost's body. His fist entered through Snake Ghost's chest and out his back. Thump! Snake Ghost's legs gave out, and he dropped limply to the ground. It was clear that the number 1 snake charmer was no match for Xia Fei. Xia Fei had only 6 soul marks, but his combat power was annihilator class. Talk! What's that black ball in your body? Why can it block my law of primal chaos? Xia Fei tied Fiend Lock around Snake Ghost's body. The hair-thin chain was incredibly sharp, and Xia Fei just needed to pull it to slice Snake Ghost into pieces. Confession through torture was one of Xia Fei's skills, but to his surprise, this Snake Ghost was an unyielding character. His body erupted with light. Without saying a word, he chose to detonate his body and die with Xia Fei. Pa! Xia Fei very reluctantly pulled on Fiend Lock, and in a flash, Snake Ghost's body was sliced into several hundred pieces. Blue Bloods had soul gems, and their detonations were extremely intense, so Xia Fei wasn't willing to take that risk. In the distance, Mary was dumbfounded. Xia Fei had slain the number 2 figure of the Fog Fortress, just like that. Moreover, Xia Fei had displayed astonishing combat power. Only an Annihilator spiritualist could deal with him. Even Annihilator soul hunters and soul eaters were no match for him. The speed type truly made for the most heaven-defying warriors. The moment Snake Ghost died, the King Fog snakes began to flee. Little Goldie continued to pursue, howling like a crazed demon. Pa! Xia Fei caught up and grabbed Little Goldie, pressing him to the ground and saying, "Something is wrong with Goldie. The rest of you, keep watch." Furball, Radix and Peacock Blue swiftly took up their positions, ceasing to chase the snakes. They were very worried. Little Goldie had always been a very simple fellow. There was definitely something very wrong with him. White spiritual energy flowed as Xia Fei used the healing power that only he had on Little Goldie. Little Goldie was still howling at first, but after a few minutes, perhaps because he was tired, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. "What's wrong with Little Goldie?" Radix asked. Xia Fei stood up and glanced at the sleeping Little Goldie before saying, "There seems to be something in his stomach that's expanding rapidly. It has an astonishing energy value. Fortunately, Little Goldie has impressive digestive powers and is swiftly absorbing this energy. I think he ate something he shouldn't have eaten." "Indigestion? That shouldn't have made him go crazy," Radix exclaimed in shock. Xia Fei said, "It's hard to say. Energy has attributes. Just like how origin energy is very violent, but can be absorbed by warriors once refined, Goldie might have eaten some sort of energy vessel that made him go crazy." Radix and Xia Fei dropped their heads and began to think. Goldie had gone crazy after killing that largest King Fog snake. Had he eaten something in the snake while burrowing through its body? Xia Fei suddenly recalled that food treatment manual Fukin had handed to him, the serpent-swallowing whale. There were many methods of devouring exotic beasts and even mythical beasts to strengthen oneself in that book, but all those methods came with huge risks and were at odds with the original goal of food therapy to nourish the body. Thus, they were considered highly efficacious, high-risk methods. Little Goldie's condition was rather similar to what had been described in the book. As he was thinking, Xia Fei heard Radix cry out in surprise, "Xia Fei, look! Goldie is changing!" Whoosh! Xia Fei quickly turned around and saw Little Goldie's body giving off a faint golden light. He seemed to be growing larger while he slept, and it wasn't long before he had grown to the size of a kitten. It had to be understood that Little Goldie had originally been the size of a cicada chrysalis, and while he still wasn't that big, he was at least 100 times larger than before. Furball grumbled, his eyes going round. It was clear that Little Goldie had gotten larger, and Furball was now once more the smallest. For a mighty holy beast to be the smallest was simply something Holy Beast Shatterstar couldn't accept. Xia Fei squatted down to take a look before crying out in glee, "It seems like he's promoting." Chapter 1242, Mounting a Soul Cannon. Xia Fei had nothing but weirdos around him. Little Goldie was an example. When his body was huge, it had been the size of a mountain, but when he was small, he had been the size of a cicada chrysalis, an incredibly stark contrast. Now that little Goldie's rank had increased, he had become the size of a golden kitten. While Xia Fei still wasn't happy about it, at least it was better than the forever tiny Furball. Whoosh! Furball was indignant. He ran off to a corner and squatted down, glaring at a small rock on the ground. Furball was a holy beast with pride as high as the heavens. But where was the majesty of a holy beast to be seen in his tiny body? Now, even the dumb little Goldie had grown larger than him, so there was no need to mention how uncomfortable Furball felt. Xia Fei grabbed little Goldie and weighed him in his hand. By now, little Goldie had already woken up and was staring blankly at Xia Fei. Not bad. I'm very happy to see that Goldie has grown bigger than Furball, Xia Fei muttered. At the same time, he sent some spirit power into little Goldie to inspect his body. When he saw that there was no adverse reaction, he relaxed. This made Furball even more grief-stricken. Had he become an example of someone who would never grow up in Xia Fei's eyes? Xia Fei had to go and comfort Furball. While this guy was cunning, he had always treated Xia Fei perfectly fine. He and little Goldie were both like Xia Fei's children. Little Goldie's small evolution left Xia Fei in a pretty good mood. He stopped criticizing little Goldie for randomly eating things, letting him off with a warning. Do miracles really exist? Little Goldie ate something in the King Fog Snake and evolved. Dust ate a mythical beast to recover his power, and now you have the serpent-swallowing whale codex. Shouldn't I go and catch a few mythical beasts and holy beasts to eat them? Xia Fei thought to himself. Little Goldie evolving from randomly eating things left Xia Fei rather envious. Look, Mary seems to be very happy that you have killed Snake Ghost, Radix whispered in a confused voice to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. I see that. Mary seems to know who Snake Ghost was. Mary was panicking when I grabbed Snake Ghost, but when I killed Snake Ghost, he seemed very relieved. This is very abnormal, and it makes me think of an old saying. What is that saying? Dead men tell no tales, Xia Fei said coldly. Radix was startled, quickly saying, so after all that, Mary was worried that Snake Ghost's secrets would fall into your hands, so he was anxious to see Snake Ghost die. That's very possible, Xia Fei said. Moreover, I'm guessing that he wants to stop me from charging into the Fog Fortress for the same reason. The Fog Fortress, Snake Ghost, and the Sabu clan might all be linked to a secret of the Blue Blood race. Radix's eyes widened. Xia Fei was truly a monster, able to infer all these possibilities from a simple glance. Once he had noticed Mary's strange attitude, Xia Fei began to pay even more attention to this Blue Blood assistant. Still, he arrived once more at the Fog Fortress without further incident. Let me try again. Maybe the Fog Fortress will hand him over, Mary volunteered again. Xia Fei waved his hand and coldly said, it's no longer up to them. They need to hand him over whether they want to or not. There's no need for you to waste your breath. I'll do it myself. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, heading to a very conspicuous spot. He then reached into his spatial ring and took out a shoulder-mounted cannon. Xia Fei was of the speed type, and when he discovered that the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower was a soul cannon, he swiftly made a gun barrel for it. Mary and Radix both felt that was unnecessary, but Xia Fei didn't care. He insisted on placing the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower into the barrel. It seemed he had other motives behind this. Get your clan's Yunzahir out here right now, or else I'll use this cannon to blast down your Fog Fortress. Xia Fei pointed at the fortress and bellowed. Behind him, Furball roared, adding to his aura of arrogance and intimidation. This news was swiftly reported to Yunzahir. Yunzahir was on the verge of exploding from anger. He's here again? This human is so annoying. Doesn't he know when to call it quits? Yuntian stood on the side, but he said nothing, for he felt guilty. He had not told his father the entire story, intentionally leaving out the most important part about how he had been fencing stolen goods for the dark spiritualists. Yunzahir had been very angry after hearing Yuntian's explanation, for the entire matter seemed like Xia Fei was meaninglessly causing trouble, killing his clan's people and smashing up his clan's store. Now, Xia Fei had come to cause trouble for the Fog Fortress again, and Yunzahir could hardly believe his ears. A human was this bold? And he was also incredibly fast. In less than half an hour, he had come twice? Where is Snake Ghost? Yunzahir asked coldly. There's no word from him. They presumably missed each other, his subordinate replied. Yunzahir nodded. He had no idea that Snake Ghost had already been killed by Xia Fei. Within an hour, Xia Fei had retrieved the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, killed Snake Ghost, and come back to the fog fortress with the soul cannon. Only someone with divine speed like Xia Fei could do such a thing. Yun Zehir emerged from his study with an ashen expression. At this time, he really wanted to see what this fearless human looked like. How could he dare to cause trouble in his territory not once, but twice? Once Yun Zehir was gone, Yuntian finally lost his patience. He quickly closed the study door and then had a king fog snake open a temporary passage to conventional space. Communication devices didn't work in dark space, so he had to risk leaving to get in touch with someone else. He could only pray that his father didn't notice. In conventional space, Yuntian quickly turned on his communication device and called someone. If Xia Fei had been here, he would have instantly recognized this person to be Shu Yuhi. "What's your business?" Shu Yuhi asked gruffly. "I'm very busy, so I don't care how you deal with that batch of soul weapons. But if you don't hand over those 100,000 units of spirit energy when your time is up, just watch and see how I deal with you." Shu Yuhi was in a terrible mood after losing to Xia Fei, so he was callous in his tone to Yuntian. "There's a huge problem. My store was smashed up by someone today. That human was very weird, as if he was backed by someone. The moment he arrived, he used the excuse of buying fiend soul weapons, but when he saw the things you provided, he just took them and then he chased me." Yuntian replied fearfully. Xia Fei's sudden stab to the chest had been truly fierce. If Yuntian hadn't been nimble enough, Xia Fei would have killed him on the spot. Even now, Yuntian still felt some lingering fear. Shu Yuhi frowned, clearly paying more attention now. "That unreasonable? Was he very powerful?" Shu Yuhi asked. "Very powerful. Of course, he is still somewhat weaker than you, so probably just an intermediate spiritualist," Yuntian answered. "Oh, an intermediate spiritualist." Shu Yuhi was just about to say that an intermediate spiritualist was far from reaching his level when he suddenly thought about Xia Fei, and his face turned awkward. Xia Fei was an intermediate spiritualist, and had still beaten his pack of great spiritualists black and blue. It was quite humiliating. Now that the soul weapons have shown up, it's very possible that those above sent someone to investigate. But I didn't receive any word from those above. Could you be mistaken? That spiritualist might not have been coming for those soul weapons, Shu Yuhi questioned him. Yuntian was clearly in a panic. He waved his hand and said, "There must be some powerful faction backing him. Putting aside how he tried to kill me, he's even come to our fog fortress. My father managed to drive him back the first time, but he came back. He's even saying that he's going to blast down the fog fortress. Who could do this except someone from an extremely powerful faction?" Shu Yuhi was utterly stunned. A guy who dared to blast down the fog fortress? This person was incredibly unreasonable. While Shu Yuhi didn't really like Yuntian, that was because Yuntian had incriminating evidence linked to him. But even Shu Yuhi would never dare to touch the illustrious fog fortress. Shu Yuhi froze as he seemingly realized something and asked, "You said he was a human?" "Yes, a human spiritualist." "How old was he?" Shu Yuhi asked. "In his 20s at most." "A spiritualist in his 20s. Shu Yuhi jumped out of his chair, a harmless face with a wicked smile appearing in his mind. "A spiritualist of which lineage? What power did he use? What was his name?" Shu Yuhi blurted out a series of questions, his face paling. Yuntian didn't understand, so he mulled these questions over for a bit before replying, "I don't know what lineage he's from, nor do I know his name, but while in the body cultivation stage, he must have cultivated speed. That speed was really something else, comparable to light. I was barely able to escape from him. Fortunately, I had a pack of fog snakes around that I used to hold him down in order to escape." Shu Yuhi was in no mood to listen to Yuntian's babbling. An intermediate spiritualist in his 20s, a speed expert, and incredibly unreasonable. Wasn't this guy Xia Fei? How had Xia Fei run off to the undercurrent universe after only a few days? Sighing, Shu Yuhi plopped onto his chair and massaged his forehead. Does he use this strange blade and also have two weird little monsters next to him, a ball and a bug? And does he have a plant weapon on his right arm, with huge blue blades of grass? And he might also have this formidable hair-thin weapon. Yuntian was stunned. Why did Shu Yuhi seem to know even more about this guy than he did? Right, that's him. So Sir knew of this monster. Please, Sir, send him a message and tell him to stop making trouble for me, Yuntian pleaded. Shu Yuhi didn't show the slightest sign of interest. Xia Fei, Xia Fei again. Always Xia Fei. Xia Fei was like a haunting ghost, always getting up in his business. I know him too well. This Xia Fei is truly a spiritualist of the Alpha universe, Shu Yuhi said helplessly. What is he doing now? Shu Yuhi asked. He's brought a cannon up to the fog fortress and is threatening to blast the fortress down. My father is enraged and has gone to reason with him, Yuntian answered. Reasoning with Xia Fei. Shu Yuhi found the prospect quite ridiculous. When had Xia Fei ever been amenable to reason? You should hurry up and escape. There's no way your clan's fog fortress is going to survive, Shu Yuhi said while waving his hand. Yuntian's eyes flew open, and he shouted in disbelief, is Xia Fei really bold enough to destroy the fog fortress? Shu Yuhi sighed and said to Yuntian in a sympathetic tone, I don't know about other people, but Xia Fei is definitely bold enough. Chapter 1243, Blasting the Fog Fortress. I don't know about other people, but Xia Fei is definitely bold enough. Shu Yuhi said grimly, his teeth clenched. As he recalled how Xia Fei had repeatedly ruined the plans of the dark spiritualists, he even felt like devouring Xia Fei's heart. Yuntian was stunned into silence. He had always trusted Shu Yuhi and knew that the dark spiritualists had supporters among the upper echelons. How could he possibly feel fine when Shu Yuhi had said that the fog fortress would definitely be blasted into the ground? Master! You have to think of a way. If something happens to our fog fortress, there's no way I'll be able to gather up the 100,000 units of spirit power you need so soon. Yuntian kowtowed frantically. Idiot! What are you panicking for? Shu Yuhi barked. You said just now that Xia Fei was alone. Yes, but there's a kid from the Tsadan with him, Yuntian said. Shu Yuhi nodded, killing intent in his eyes. You immediately try to have your father not have a direct confrontation with Xia Fei. Do that first, and then we'll talk. For Xia Fei to dare and come to Undercurrent to investigate you all by himself, he must have received orders from above. But he's still just one person. There might be a chance. Dark space, the fog fortress. Yun Zehir ascended to the fortress tower and peered into the distance. He saw that Xia Fei had stuck a cannon standing about 2 meters tall in the ground and was squinting at him. Yun Zehir scowled, first because Xia Fei's carefree posture was very arrogant, and second because this arrogant scoundrel was so young. Xia Fei's gaze was incredibly sharp, so he immediately picked Yun Zehir out of his escort, identifying him as the patriarch. Yun Zehir. Xia Fei pointed at the fog fortress and shouted, if you know what's good for you, you'll hand your son Yuntian over, or else I'll stop being polite. Being threatened. Yun Zehir was indignant. He had lived for so long and ruled the fog fortress for so long that there was no one who didn't know of his fame. Let alone threaten him, an ordinary person wouldn't even look him straight in the eye. Yet this young man had threatened him twice in short order. Yun Zehir could no longer restrain himself, gnashing his teeth and saying, with just you? A lone human. What do you think? Xia Fei responded with a smile. I think you're the biggest idiot in the world. Yun Zehir was about to go crazy from anger. Caring little about his dignity, he hopped around and cursed, look closely at this fortress before you. It's called the Fog Fortress. A mighty castle that my Sebuyun clan took countless years to build. A mere human with that lousy cannon of yours wants to blast it down? In your dreams. If you know what's good for you, then kneel down before the gate and give me 10,000 kowtows. Perhaps then I might be merciful and leave your body intact. Otherwise, I'll crush both you and your cannon. Then I'll make a hole for it and use it as a cesspit. Whoosh! Xia Fei seemed unmoved, but Yun Zehir's subordinates were quite alarmed. The old man had always been dignified and taciturn, but he was acting too abnormally today. Xia Fei had probably enraged him. In the distance, Xia Fei suddenly erupted in laughter. The sight of his enemy enraged only made him happier. If that's what you say, then I'll let you witness the power of this so-called lousy cannon. Crack! The metal barrel around the dark gem spirit gathering tower fell away, revealing a conical-shaped crystal, brimming with energy and killing intent. A subordinate of Yun Zehir's instantly recognized the dark gem spirit gathering tower and cried out in surprise, the dark gem spirit gathering tower? Good heavens, it's a dark gem spirit cannon. The fog fortress is in danger. This weapon had been made by a blue-blood spiritualist, so many people had read about it in books and could recognize it. Xia Fei was truly sinister, making a useless gun barrel and placing the soul cannon inside, only revealing its true form at the end. Cough. Yun Zahir almost threw up blood on the spot. It now appeared that he was the real idiot. Xia Fei had a lethal weapon in hand, yet Yun Zahir had scoffed that it was a useless cannon. A second later, that lousy cannon went crazy. A black beam of energy engulfed the world, and in the middle of it was a bolt of lightning. Rumble. That one shot sheared away 1/6 of the fog fortress. Mournful howls resounded through the air. The king fog snakes who had been preparing to ambush Xia Fei instantly ran off. Animals avoided danger and moved toward what benefited them, and their intuition told them that this was a deadly threat. They threw aside their masters and fled for their lives. Yun Zahir's blue face turned white, cold sweat caking it. This blast had been aimed to his left, and when he turned his head, he saw that everything on his left had been rendered void, like some monster had taken a bite out of his castle. The emptiness was so close to him that the slightest deviation would have had him going to see the king of the underworld. Yun Zahir's eyes flew open, and he stared at Xia Fei like he was a fiend. A normal person would brandish a powerful weapon just to threaten the other side into giving in, not actually using the thing. But Xia Fei was different, not wasting the time with the threats and moving straight to the beating. Nice. So powerful. Xia Fei looked in disbelief at the dark crystal spirit gathering tower. Not even he had expected it to be that powerful. This was a super fortress 10,000 meters tall and 10,000 meters wide, but one blast from this cannon had almost shattered it. Its power was simply heaven-defying. But the pitch-black crystal had turned grayish-white. It was clear that the blast had consumed enormous amounts of energy. Yun Zahir. You forced me to do this. If you don't have over Yuntian now, the fog fortress will cease to exist. Xia Fei once more aimed the dark crystal spirit gathering tower at the fog fortress as he shouted. What an absolute scoundrel! Xia Fei was saying that Yun Zahir had forced him to fire? If Xia Fei hadn't made that gun barrel to hide the soul cannon, Yun Zahir would have begged for mercy the moment he saw it. This was clearly part of Xia Fei's scheme. Cough. Yun Zahir truly was about to throw up blood from anger. He had encountered people who were hard to deal with, but he had never encountered someone this unreasonable and this troublesome. This man clearly wanted to push the fog fortress over the cliff. Even more infuriating was that even if the fog fortress was destroyed, other people would simply blame Yun Zahir for being blind. This guy brought a dark gem spirit gathering tower and you still acted so stubborn? Wasn't that just asking for it? But they would have no idea that Xia Fei had really been holding some lousy gun barrel, which didn't look powerful at all. 3, 2, 1. Xia Fei started to count down, and just when he was about to fire a second time, Yuntian made the unusual action of jumping out of the fortress. Don't shoot. I'm Yuntian. Xia Fei pouted, muttering, why did you come out so quickly? Mary almost fainted. If Yuntian hadn't come out, the fog fortress really would have been done for. It seemed like Xia Fei had never planned to spare it. He not only wanted the life of the fugitive, but also the fog fortress. Yun Zahir pointed at Yuntian and cursed him, get back here. Our Cebu clan has no cowards. We'll just go together and fight to the death with this annoying human. Yuntian turned around and kneeled, Father, you can't. Your son was unfilial. Father, you might have heard that the dark spiritualists from the Alpha universe had stolen a large number of soul weapons from the collapsed expanse of the Founders. I was the traitor that's helping the dark spiritualists sell those stolen goods. This person came here to arrest me. He was sent by the Annihilators. Whoosh! Yun Zahir shuddered and almost fell from his tower. It wasn't just Alpha who used the expanse of the Founders. Undercurrent used it as well, so Yun Zahir had also heard about what had happened there. It was now clear that Xia Fei hadn't been causing trouble for no reason at all. He had come on official orders, representing the Annihilators in his investigation of Undercurrent. What sort of person could represent the Annihilators in Undercurrent? Only the Dragoons. In other words, this young man who seemed to be in his early 20s was a Dragoon of the Annihilators. If he had really fought Xia Fei, fought a Dragoon, he would undoubtedly have drawn the ire of those above. Yun Zahir fell completely apart, his eyes losing focus as he stared blankly at Yuntian below. A man should take responsibility for his actions. I will go confess and submit myself to judgment. I will not burden the clan. Yuntian seemed to find his backbone, striding towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei looked at Mary and sighed softly. It was clear that while Mary was nominally Xia Fei's guide, he was actually a plant working for the Tsadin clan. Before this, it wouldn't have been excessive for Xia Fei to flatten the fog fortress, as the fog fortress had been hiding the suspect Yuntian and had even sent someone to kill him. Even if questions were asked, all that could be said was that Xia Fei had been a little too ruthless and excessive in his response. But now, Yuntian had presented himself and even said who Xia Fei was. The entire fog fortress had submitted, so if Xia Fei attacked now, he would no longer have reason on his side. Radix had been quietly watching Xia Fei this entire time, and he saw Xia Fei very calmly accept this, putting away the soul cannon and gesturing at Yuntian for him to come over. Radix was quite sullen. Someone with Xia Fei's personality shouldn't have given up so easily. After all, Xia Fei hated being sneak attacked. In the past, Xia Fei would have blasted down the fog fortress even if Yuntian had handed himself over. He must have had another idea brewing in mind. Pa! Xia Fei grabbed Yuntian with one hand and Mary with the other and silently vanished into the darkness. In a part of dark space, Xia Fei threw Yuntian to the ground and said to Mary, "Go there and keep watch. Don't let anyone get close." Mary frowned. Was there anyone around? He couldn't even see a ghost. It was clear that Xia Fei was making him go away. Once Mary was gone, Xia Fei looked at Yuntian, who was feigning composure, and asked, "Talk. What's up with Snake Ghost? Is he part of your blue blood race or not?" Yuntian froze. He had been thinking up excuses this entire time, but he had never expected Xia Fei's first question to not be about the fiend race soul weapons or the stolen goods from the expanse of the founders, but about Snake Ghost. The snake charmer of the Cebu clan. Yuntian swallowed and asked, "Sir, you've met Snake Ghost?" "I haven't just met him. I killed him," Xia Fei replied indifferently. Yuntian was startled, and then his eyes gleamed with a cunning light. It was like Snake Ghost's death made him rather happy. This was truly strange. Mary and Yuntian, two blue bloods, had learned that Snake Ghost was dead, and they had both been quite pleased about it. Chapter 1244, Xia Fei's Scheme. Yuntian was startled for a moment, and then he muttered, "Snake Ghost is an ordinary snake charmer of our fog fortress, so of course he's a blue blood. There are around 300 people like him in the fog fortress." Whoosh! Before Yuntian could finish, Fiend Lock had silently wrapped around his left arm. Xia Fei gave a light tug, and several deep grooves appeared on his crystalline arm, as if they had been carved by a scalpel. Yuntian howled in pain, but Xia Fei was unmoved, saying indifferently, "I want to hear the truth, not that nonsense." Soul weapons were powerful not because of the surface damage they inflicted. Fiend Lock hadn't just broken apart Yuntian's body, but also his soul. Yuntian hastily suppressed the pain and said, "I'll talk. I'll talk. There's a problem with Snake Ghost's background. He's not a pure blue blood, but some mix of blue blood and another sapient race, but not even I can say what race it is. In any case, he's very scary. Moreover, Snake Ghost wasn't part of our Cebu clan. The clan council that placed Snake Ghost with us to raise him, as if they knew that Snake Ghost would end up as an outstanding snake charmer. It was my own father who gave him that name." Xia Fei nodded. He could tell that Yuntian wasn't lying this time. Plush! Xia Fei pulled, slicing off Yuntian's arm. Yuntian fainted from the pain. Warriors had been through training and knew how to use their willpower to resist pain, but the damage to the soul and flesh dealt by that kind of soul weapon was on a whole different level. Even the most formidable warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the pain. "I was telling the truth." Yuntian groaned in pain. Xia Fei put away the fiend lock as he replied coldly, "This was punishment for your life from before. But because you told me the truth after that, I spared your life." Yuntian's last hope of surviving this ordeal vanished without a trace. It was clear that Xia Fei was an incomprehensible existence. When it came to his enemies, Xia Fei might kill them at any time without showing the slightest mercy. Xia Fei had already guessed that Snake Ghost's blood was impure. The accumulated blackness in his body when he unleashed his power and its resonance with the law of primal chaos were proof enough of that. But Xia Fei hadn't expected the Blue Blood Clan Council to be involved in Snake Ghost's background. The Clan Council was essentially the Blue Blood race's chief executive office. Even the Sa Din clan, which was extremely powerful among the Annihilators, nominally belonged to the Blue Blood Clan Council. The old monsters on the council had supreme power, and not even with his current fame and status could Xia Fei gather any information about its internal affairs. "Ah, forget it. Snake Ghost is already dead, so I'll put this matter to the side and find out where those fiend soul weapons came from first," Xia Fei thought to himself. Raising a second finger and glancing at Yuntian's remaining arm, Xia Fei asked, "My second question. Where did you get those fiend soul weapons you wanted to sell me?" Yundian had been scared witless by Xia Fei's glance. It went without saying that if he tried to lie, his second arm would be done for. Swallowing, Yundian said, "An old friend gave me those fiend soul weapons. Our Cebu clan controls dark space, so we secretly transport many things that don't see the light of day. He asked me to help transport some goods, and those fiend soul weapons were the down payment." Xia Fei nodded slightly. The undercurrent universe used an apparatus similar to a cosmic gate to transport goods. This apparatus was very good for rulers, making it easy to identify smugglers and other shady business. But it was terrible for the smugglers, forcing them to use dark space passages to transport illegal goods. This sort of thing was quite common in dark space. "What is this person's name, and where did you two arrange to meet?" Xia Fei demanded. "His name is Zumi, a blue-blood spiritualist. I was supposed to meet with him tomorrow at Mount Sunflower, but now," Yuntian sighed. Xia Fei smiled and casually said, "Tomorrow. What a convenient time. Let me ask you, how long will it take for news from the Fog Fortress to get out?" Yuntian was surprised, saying, "The Fog Fortress is in dark space, so no one will know what has happened unless we want to tell them." Xia Fei chuckled. "That's great. Since you're on good terms with that spiritualist Zumi, it would be rude to miss the appointment." Xia Fei turned to Radix and said, "Take Furball and Little Goldie and catch a few fog snakes. King fog snakes would be best, the bigger the better." Whoosh! Radix, Furball and Little Goldie left to carry out his orders. Mary and Yuntian didn't know what he was trying, but they didn't dare ask. "My third question. Why are the soul weapons stolen from the expanse of the founders in your hands? Who got in touch with you? Why are you in such a rush to sell them at a low price?" Xia Fei pressed. Yuntian's eyes flashed with glee, as if he had been waiting for Xia Fei to ask this question. "The person I was in contact with is called Shu Yuhi, a peak dark spiritualist. He wanted to sell these soul weapons at a low price because he wants to gather a huge amount of spirit energy as quickly as possible. He wanted 100,000 units from me alone, and from what I've gathered, that isn't all of it," Yuntian answered, observing Xia Fei's reactions as he spoke. 100,000 units of spirit energy? It seems those dark spiritualists haven't given it a rest yet and are trying to cause trouble again. Xia Fei nodded and muttered. Xia Fei stood up and began to think rather than continuing to ask questions. It almost frustrated Yuntian to death. Things were on track, so why had Xia Fei suddenly stopped asking questions? Xia Fei quickly got his hands on 2 king fog snakes. Little Goldie was a dark space professional, and he had Furball and Nirvana to assist him, so these snakes were no match for him. Starting with Furball, they had given these 2 king fog snakes a good beating. The snakes had been beaten so badly that they trembled upon seeing Xia Fei and his crew. Xia Fei nodded in satisfaction and indicated that they should obey him from now on. The king fog snakes were intelligent, and they had been battered enough that they wouldn't try to resist even if they were beaten to death. They nodded vigorously to indicate that they understood. "Mary, I will have to trouble you for your services tonight. Stand guard in dark space and watch these 2 snakes, make sure they don't run away. Tomorrow, we'll set off from here to see that blue-blood spiritualist," Xia Fei ordered him. Mary was startled, asking curiously, "You want to investigate those fiend soul weapons? But how do we explain the lost soul weapons from the expanse of the founders to my superiors?" Xia Fei spread apart his arms innocently and replied, "It wasn't like I lost those soul weapons, right? Have your people buy them on the market and then go and ask for reimbursement. Those dark spiritualists only gave those things to Yuntian to sell, but they aren't here themselves. Should I go all the way back to Alpha to chase them down?" Mary's jaw dropped. Xia Fei's words made a lot of sense, but he was completely shirking his duties. At least he should have tried to find out how the dark spiritualists were getting in touch with Yuntian and why they needed 100,000 units of spirit energy. Without another word, Xia Fei left dark space to find a space to cultivate. He was on the verge of breaking rank 8 in the law of primal chaos, and he naturally wouldn't waste any time. Furball and the others stayed behind to keep watch on the 2 snakes and Yuntian. Idiot! Even if I found those lost goods, it's not like I would get any of them, so why should I bother? Xia Fei muttered once he had left dark space, lighting a cigarette for himself. Noon of the next day. Xia Fei returned to dark space. The party sat on the 2 king fog snakes and headed off on their way. Xia Fei had fed Yuntian some medicine, which had improved his complexion. Of course, this was only true for blue bloods. A human with a blue face wouldn't have been in a good spot, but probably would have been poisoned. Just like you thought, Mary spent all last night interrogating Yuntian. Once he found out how the dark spiritualists were contacting him, Mary left to report to his master. Radix whispered to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. Let the blue bloods worry about the dark spiritualists. This matter is far from as simple as it seems. Snake Ghost's identity and the Cebu clan helping the dark spiritualists sell stolen goods, these affairs all relate to the highest power structures of the blue blood race. I don't believe that a powerful clan like the Tsadan can't even see that. It's clear that the Tsadan clan wants to use me to stir up internal strife among the blue bloods. Though I don't know why they want to do this, how could I allow myself to be the gunman for another? If the Tsadan has some dispute with the Blue Blood Clan Council, let them deal with it themselves. I'll seize those fiend race ruins and then leave, and who will stop me? Radix was very excited, rasping back, for as long as I've followed you, trouble has always come to find you. This is the first time I've seen you avoid trouble, a good sign. That's right. We don't need to bother about all that random nonsense. Xia Fei smiled, but there was a cold light in his eyes. The Tsadan clan had personally sent Xia Fei to join the pack of experts that was the Neophyte Dragoons, and it now seemed that their intentions were not exactly pure-hearted. When they ran into internal affairs that they found inconvenient to deal with, they had sent Xia Fei to take the blame. Was it really as Aquamarine had said? Annihilators seemed glorious and immortal, but they were actually the most sinister and callous people in the universe. I have to be cautious, Xia Fei frowned as he muttered softly to himself. He had a strong foreboding that the Annihilator universe was not as fine as others made it out to be. If he was really able to make it inside one day, he might have to interact with the most cunning and cruel people in the universe. An unknown part of the undercurrent universe. A battle had just ended, and only one person had survived. The person wore a mask that obscured his face, but from his voice, one could tell that he was very angry. Tell me, why was it not Xia Fei, but a bunch of blue bloods who came? And from the Tsadan clan, the masked man roared at Shu Yuhi on the screen. Shu Yuhi's forehead was caked in sweat. He got down on one knee and bowed. My lord, I really don't know. I very clearly ordered the Cebu clan's Yuntian to leak the information that we were exchanging goods here to Xia Fei so that Xia Fei would throw himself into the net. But this Xia Fei is far too cunning and refused to take the bait. The masked man snorted and clenched his teeth. This man truly is cunning, and ruthless. I had no choice to kill the Tsadan force, forming a grudge with them. We've suffered a bad loss this time around. Shu Yuhi fell silent. What else could he say? He had fallen for another of Xia Fei's traps. What a monster! How could there even be such a being? From start to finish, not a single dark spiritualist had ever been able to get even the smallest advantage against Xia Fei. The masked man stomped his feet and ordered ruthlessly, this Xia Fei is a walking disaster. He must be eliminated. Use everything we have. I need to know where he is. Chapter 1245, Historical Ruins of the Fiend Race. Dark Space. Xia Fei was hiding from afar, watching Mary, Yuntian, and Furball arrive with someone, the great spiritualist from the Blue Bloods, Zumi. Zumi appeared to be very concerned as he asked about Yuntian's left arm, and the man managed to cover it up with the lines that Xia Fei had prepared for him prior. As for Mary and Furball, Xia Fei had arranged for them to keep an eye on Yuntian. Xia Fei was human, and it was inappropriate for him to accompany Yuntian, which would have aroused Zumi's suspicions. Furball was not little Goldie. He was a very clever creature who could sense even the slightest hint of things going awry. Furball was also very indignant over the fact that his younger brother Little Goldie was now bigger than him. Now that Xia Fei had entrusted such an important task to Furball, it demonstrated just how important he was to Xia Fei, which Furball cared a lot about. Whoosh! Two fog tyrant snakes flew off into the distance with Yuntian and the others. Xia Fei followed closely after them, using his breath control and the debris found in the dark space as cover, maintaining a safe distance throughout their journey. No words were exchanged along the way, and in 7 hours' time, Yuntian and his gang came to a halt. The fog tyrant snake tore open a channel that led to conventional space, and Zumi had Yuntian wait there as he went through the channel himself. Xia Fei's figure blurred and he appeared right beside Yuntian, promptly asking, "Did Zumi suspect you?" Yuntian remained silent. It was Mary who remarked, "Seems like there isn't any issue. Given how blue bloods all look the same, he did not realize that I'm at Saturn. As for Yuntian and his lost arm, he had managed to keep things under wraps by keeping to your story, and Zumi did not suspect a thing. Xia Fei nodded, what's on the other side of this channel? Yuntian answered quickly, it's a location marker. This was all Zumi gave me, and we'll have to check it against a star map to find out where exactly it leads to. With that, Yuntian took out a star map to check their location against the coordinates. Xia Fei reached a hand out to stop him, no need to look. As long as he isn't a fool, there's no way he would bring you to the actual rendezvous point. How long did Zumi tell you to wait before he departed? 15 hours, Mary answered promptly. Sounds like Zumi is off somewhere far away, or he has many things to do. You two should remain here. If I'm not back in 24 hours, you two should leave on your own, Xia Fei told them. With that, Xia Fei departed through a spatial channel, leaving Mary with Yuntian. Though he had only followed Xia Fei for a handful of days, Mary was already numb to the analytical skill Xia Fei demonstrated, as well as the strange way he did things. It was almost as if Xia Fei was from another world. Mary looked at Yuntian, and he looked right back at Mary. There were also the two fog tyrant snakes that had been scared silly. Suddenly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Mary's forehead. The situation was very obvious, now that Xia Fei had left. Yuntian's strength was already greater than his own. Could Xia Fei have intentionally arranged for this? Ocular cognition. On the other side of the spatial channel was a tall grassfield as tall as two humans. Zumi was already long gone by the time Xia Fei made his way through, so Xia Fei used his ocular cognition in hopes that he could locate any traces Zumi had left behind. Xia Fei sprinted across the grassland like a leopard that had caught a scent of his prey. He was hot on the trail of great spiritualist Zumi, while also cleverly hiding his form, making it hard to detect his presence. A clearing soon appeared in front of him, and right in the middle was a device that was similar to a spatial gate. It was different from what he had seen in the lore realm or the undercurrent. It was clearly a unique spatial traversal system of its own. Zumi stepped onto the platform and carefully observed his surroundings once more. When that was done, he turned the device on, and a triangular spatial gate gave off a soft glow, leading to parts unknown. There were no coordinates entered, meaning this is a fixed spatial gate, Xia Fei whispered to himself. There were two types of spatial gates. The first were those that allowed the user to key in coordinates, connecting to any random place as the user desired. But what Xia Fei was seeing now was a fixed channel that could only connect between two preset locations. The first type of spatial gate was a lot more flexible, the kind that a city would need so as to satisfy the transportation needs of the people. Meanwhile, the other kind would often be connected to some secret location, and would not be easily added to the general operations network, specifically left for certain people to use for a specific purpose. Whoosh! The rather diminutively sized Zumi stepped into the channel, and the spatial gate closed behind him. Xia Fei quickly made his way to the spatial gate and examined it carefully without touching it. A triangular spatial gate? This is the strangest shape I've ever come across. I wonder what the theory behind it is, Radix mused, stroking his chin. The spatial traversal formation that the lore realm used had been created through Radix's technological knowledge, as he had a very comprehensive understanding of the attributes for these kinds of traversal devices. Though the Alpha universe did not have a public traversal formation, there were still plenty of major clans that had constructed their own fixed channels for their clan, connecting the various fortresses and territories of the clan together. Xia Fei took a look at his watch and counted the time. If he activated the spatial gate too early and bumped into Zumi as a result, he would most likely end up in a grueling fight. The safer plan here was to track him from afar, until he reached his destination. After 3 minutes had passed, Xia Fei activated the spatial gate and went through it. That was a very long transversal. Just how far is this? A full minute had passed, and Xia Fei began to feel anything but reassured. Most spatial gates would not be set up too far away, because that would cause the spatial traversal to become unstable, and the energy cost of each use would be shocking as well. Meanwhile, the shifting stars and darkness around him did not show any signs of slowing down, signifying that this spatial traversal channel covered a super long distance. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5. He actually spent a total of 5 minutes and 17 seconds just to travel through this spatial gate. Xia Fei was astonished. The speed of spatial traversal was shockingly fast, and for the entire process to take over 5 minutes, Xia Fei did not dare imagine just where he would end up. Perhaps he might have even ended up somewhere in some inhospitable region of deep space that was bereft of life. Thud. Xia Fei finally crossed the spatial gate. The scene that appeared in front of him was of fairly well-preserved ruins. Ruins from the fiends. Like humans who believed in God, the blue bloods who believed in the light were different. Fiends had no faith, which was why their cities had no temples or places of worship. Most were thin towers that reached up into the clouds. Fiends enjoyed that sort of thin and tall architectural style, hexagonal in shape and reaching up to tens of thousands of meters high. Aside from stairs in the middle, there were no other rooms. Most were no more than 10 meters in diameter, looking like lightning rods placed all over the land, giving their cities a very sharp sensation. It was not just towers, the commoners of the fiend race lived in rooms that were formed from cables, and so a house for them would seem like a machete that was pointed at the sky. Even the plants they chose were triangular trees covered in hemlock leaves. This was the first time in Xia Fei's life that he had set foot in a place where the fiends had actually resided. He could not help but get emotional. This was an already extinct sapient species that might not be as multi-talented as humans, or possess a unique energy-based body like the blue bloods, but they were very sharp. They had their own personality. Whoosh! Xia Fei entered the ancient fiend city swiftly, searching for any traces of Zumi. Xia Fei found everything around him to be a refreshing sight. A household residence's entrance was not fitted with a door panel, but 2 rectangular blades. Using blades as doors was enough to see the degree of obsession the fiends had with martial prowess. No wonder the historical archivists all classified the fiends as arrogant, and not people others should easily provoke. It turns out that their rumors were true, having an overwhelming trait that leaned toward murder. Radix was also quite taken aback by what he saw. Humans placed emphasis on concealment, and everyone would act like gentlemen from the outside, appearing all civilized and upright, but there was no way of telling how they were behind your back. Fiends and humans were in exact opposition. Friends did not care to conceal the brutality in their blood. Even their buildings gave off this vibe of slaughtering everything. Radix grew very excited upon personally seeing the remnants of a city that had once inhabited the fiends. Right in the center of the city were 9 tall, thin towers. They were different from the other towers in the city, forming a circle that was arranged in neat order. Only after Xia Fei arrived at the city center did he realize that this was a city within a city. White walls that reached over 30 meters surrounded the heart of the city, and the 9 towers were all inside its cordon, almost as if they were the residences of certain major figures in fiend society. Whoosh! Xia Fei leapt up onto the wall and then slipped into the grounds below like a gecko. He noted that the grounds he now stood in were expansive, and the plants that the horticulturists had planted here had already grown wild. He could barely make out the arrangement they were originally in. Right in the center was a building with a circular roof, with many small pocket towers all around. The courtyard even had a giant fountain, now turned into a dirty pool of stagnant water after all these years of disuse, with small organisms taking up residence. What luxurious lodgings! The owner of this residence must have been some important figure among the fiends, Radix marveled. Xia Fei looked around but did not find any trace of Zumi anywhere. He had no clue where he had gone. Xia Fei pointed toward the palatial circular building and said, "Come, let's go in and take a look." "You're a dragoon," the blue blood Mary gasped feebly as he lay on the ground. A fist-sized hole had pierced through his chest, and he would die in the next few minutes. Similarly collapsed on the ground were Yuntian and those 2 fog tyrant snakes. A man wearing a mask was regarding this scene coldly. "Indeed, I'm a dragoon," the masked warrior said indifferently. Mary gritted his teeth and bemoaned, "Yuntian is from the Cebu clan, and I'm a Tsadan. Killing us will cause these 2 major clans to seek vengeance." "Very good. Then let them come for revenge," the masked warrior hissed viciously. He lifted a leg and stomped it down with force, crushing Mary's skull under his heel. Dragoon, a very cruel dragoon. Following the path Xia Fei and Zumi had taken, this dragoon also found himself in that lush grassland, and also located that strange triangular spatial gate. Unlike the excitement Xia Fei felt as he entered the gate, this dragoon actually stood there, frozen at the spot. He kept stroking the gate before carefully examining its carving for the longest time, before finally letting out a sigh. He was hesitating. A dragoon, when facing this cosmic gate that was going to parts unknown, actually hesitated. Could this gate be hiding something that could strike fear in the heart of a dragoon? Taking several steps back, the dragoon collapsed on the ground and did a full kowtow toward the strange triangular cosmic gate, muttering under his breath as he asked for forgiveness. After that was done, the dragoon kept his head bowed and returned to the front of the cosmic gate before activating it gingerly. His attitude was that of absolute sincerity, keeping his head lowered from the start till the end, almost as if he was afraid of offending a demon from hell if he was even the slightest bit careless. Chapter 1246, Broken Wing Sky Devil. A cold intent that penetrated right down to the bones. The moment Xia Fei entered the palatial property, he could feel all his hairs stand on end. Though the exterior of the building was well preserved, there was still quite a bit of damage. He could see that the inhabitants were once massacred, but for some unknown reasons the interior of this palace was left untouched. The murals and carvings on the walls were all in perfect condition, not looking any different despite who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed. However, the gloomy atmosphere inside the palace, as well as the crazed humanoids depicted on the murals, made Xia Fei feel a sense of oppression. This place was not a residence for some important figure of their society, but more like a memorial hall for some great person. The murals and the sculptures all depicted the life story of that individual. Generally, the story of this person could be summarized and described in one word: massacre. Killing, and then more killing. Every mural depicted a kill, and the sculptures were all of him, raising a white long sword killing others. Everywhere Xia Fei looked, all he saw were images of death and carnage. Could there be nothing else to have recorded of this person's entire life, except for killing people? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Though Xia Fei was still alive, there were already countless statues and sculptures erected of him. There was one of Xia Fei riding an automated car making deliveries in Beijing, and there was a grand sculpture of Xia Fei's war against the insectoids commissioned by the Human Alliance, as well as the touching declaration of love that he had said to Avril. It was not hard to say that while everyone knew of Xia Fei's craziness, they also knew of the goodness in him. But everything about the person in this memorial hall was just killing, killing, and more killing. It was like he had not done anything worthy of note aside from killing. Could the personality of the fiends really be this violent? That's not right. I recall the fiends were known to be war strategists, and not just pure killing machines, Xia Fei wondered to himself out loud. I don't know, but I feel that we've inadvertently arrived at somewhere incredible. Radix shook his head in agreement. All of a sudden, a series of banging sounds came from outside the hall, and Xia Fei hurriedly hid himself as he took a peek outside. All he saw was the great spiritualist Zumi, kowtowing at the hall. Both his hands were raised as he muttered something under his breath. Did this person really come here to pay his respects? Just what exactly is this place? Xia Fei wondered to himself. He watched Zumi approach the hall once he was done kowtowing. The spiritualist arrived at the center of the hall and knelt down in front of the sculpture of that killer god and kowtowed once again. Once he was done with his obeisance, Zumi returned to his feet and gingerly made his way to the back of the sculpture, his hand softly feeling the stone, searching for something. Rumble. All of a sudden, a keyboard-like console extended out from behind the sculpture. Zumi proceeded to enter a password into the console. Xia Fei hid in the darkness, watching everything as it transpired. It was a good thing he did not make a move against Zumi, otherwise he would not have had an easy time finding the location of that mechanism. He also didn't know who Zumi was or where he came from, yet he had actually managed to locate the trigger here in the ruins of the fiend race. While he was busy thinking to himself, something strange happened. He heard the sound of wind coming from behind him. Was someone attempting a sneak attack on him? Without a second thought, Xia Fei flipped his wrist and sent out a palm. Boom! The sound was heavy. Xia Fei's palm had slammed into a fist, and it was a fist that held great force. Xia Fei's sleeve looked as if it was cut by scissors as it tore into shreds. That was when Xia Fei made out that the one ambushing him was a masked individual. He was decked out in black war armor, and even had a cloak that seemed to be made of black silk. The immense impact forces sent Xia Fei and that masked warrior away from one another at the same time. Xia Fei subconsciously clenched his hand into a fist, because a severe pain had shot up his arm from that exchange. While he had been in a hurry, Xia Fei's punch was nevertheless filled with the subversive power of his law of primal chaos. This enemy had actually managed to resist this attack, which indicated that his level was much higher than Xia Fei's. The masked man exclaimed in surprise as he was pushed back. First was the impressive power from Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, which had managed to let him trade evenly in that exchange, but what shocked him even more was when Zumi came leaping out with a look of barely hidden anger after hearing the scuffle, when the ambusher thought he was Xia Fei's ally. Whoosh! 3 men stood equidistant from one another, forming a triangular standoff, each of them suspicious of the others. Zumi had no idea who Xia Fei or the masked individual were. The masked man thought Zumi was in cahoots with Xia Fei, while Xia Fei had no idea why he had been on the receiving end of a sneak attack. The situation was a little strange. The three men were in a stalemate, and none of them took the initiative to make the first move. Furball, Little Goldie, and Nirvana were all in flight, hovering behind Xia Fei, waiting for his orders. Zumi and that masked individual both appeared to have misgivings, constantly darting their eyes everywhere, looking like they were very unwilling to make a move in here. Are they hesitating? Xia Fei took note of their trepidation and an idea came to him. With a slight smirk, Xia Fei turned toward Zumi. Zumi, let's work together and kill him right now. Zumi was stunned, asking in his puzzlement, who are you? How did you know my name? Xia Fei hastily urged, this person's an expert, it's time you give up on the act right now. Given how smart he is, there's no way he would fall for it. We'll only have a chance to get out of here alive if we work together. The expression on Xia Fei's face was animated, showing a sense of urgency and sincerity to make it appear like this was a conversation between good friends. Even Zumi himself was a little confused. Could this human really know me? Throwing a side glance at the masked man, Zumi nearly burst out with a curse. Xia Fei was clearly trying to pull a fast one over on that man, so this strange interloper would treat him and Xia Fei as if they were in cahoots. That masked man let out a long sigh as he said in a suppressed voice, this here is the cenotaph to the broken wing sky devil. If we're fighting, then let us do so outside. Broken wing sky devil? Cenotaph? Xia Fei was at a loss now. After all this time, he'd found this place was actually a tomb. The dead would not be able to crawl out from their graves, not to mention this was a cenotaph, which meant there was no corpse even here. There would only be the clothes this broken wing sky devil had once worn interred here to commemorate him, so why would this masked man be so concerned? Could there be something strange about this place? Xia Fei eyed the masked man closely and suddenly felt himself shudder. He realized that he had seen him before. Brother Zumi, do not be fooled. This person's a dragoon. We'll be dead if we get out of here. Xia Fei warned Zumi as he feigned concern. A dragoon. Though Zumi was surprised, he had also intentionally suppressed his voice lower, not daring to shout loudly here in the cenotaph of the broken wing sky devil. Xia Fei was finding this situation to be more interesting by the second. Evidently, both Zumi and this masked dragoon understood particular details that left them afraid of this broken wing sky devil. Neither dared to make a din here in his cenotaph, much less fight. Recalling that punch he had received from the masked dragoon, Xia Fei suddenly understood what had happened. The assassin had been afraid of making too much noise, which was why he did not go for a lethal strike. Xia Fei had only managed to withstand the blow because he possessed the law of primal chaos and superspeed. Had this man been putting in his whole strength into that blow, the situation would have been extremely precarious for Xia Fei. After all, the man was a real dragoon. He was the one whom Xia Fei had worked together with to break the Spirit Mountain soul array that day on Spirit Mountain. Zing! When the masked man saw that they were in a deadlock, he proceeded to draw his sword while whispering a salutation to the broken wing sky devil. The sword was 3 meters long, forged like an extra-large saber, the blade long and slender, gleaming in a cold black phosphorescent sheen. Before the sky devil, I, Ling Boyu, have no choice but to kill here in this revered devil cenotaph. If thou art in heaven, please forgive this lowly one's transgression. The dragoon Ling Boyu made his strange salute as Xia Fei took note of his name while trying to come up with a stratagem. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long black saber thrust right at Xia Fei. While in mid-air, it abruptly transformed into countless black shadows that were directed at Xia Fei and Zumi without making any sound at all. It all looked like it was an illusion. Xia Fei quickly retreated, and at the same time Radix steered the fiendish blade Nirvana to block for Xia Fei. Whiff! The edge of the illusory blade clashed with Nirvana, yet there was still no sound. But Xia Fei did hear a pained howl from Radix. Radix, are you okay? Xia Fei asked anxiously. That sword is very weird. I nearly felt my soul flee from me. Radix exclaimed in fright. On the other side, the color on Zumi's face grew even worse. It seemed he had been hit as well. Xia Fei had no idea just what was so strange about Ling Boyu's saber to actually be able to injure Radix inside Nirvana. Had it not been for Xia Fei's remarkable body technique, he might have suffered the same fate. Devil Shadow Dragoon. Zumi hissed in his suppressed voice, so you're a Devil Shadow Dragoon. That saber you wield is a soul weapon from the fiend race. A single line that could wake even those asleep. Xia Fei suddenly had an epiphany. It turned out that he was going up against a fiend soul weapon. The soul weapons forged by every sapient life form were different, and the masked man was using a soul weapon that came from the same place as Fiend Scar and Fiend Lock. Zumi looked to have studied the fiends in great detail, as he was able to recognize what type of soul weapon Ling Boyu was using so quickly. Xia Fei could not have imagined that he would be going up against an Devil Shadow Dragoon. As a neophyte of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, he had taken 3 soul weapons from the fiend's treasury. But Ling Boyu was an official dragoon, and he might have a lot more strange and rare fiend soul weapons. This was really not good. Xia Fei had always prided himself on having plenty of trump cards, but the Devil Shadow Dragoons have 3 whole warehouses of legacy soul weapons from the fiend race. It would be troublesome if Ling Boyu were to randomly pick out some. That was why his soul weapon might perhaps be more plentiful and of higher quality than Xia Fei's. There was no way Xia Fei could beat him in terms of cultivation, and his enemy had even more soul weapons than him. This was going to be a very grueling match. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei promptly shouted, "Peacock Blue!" Rumble! Peacock Blue burst out from the ground loudly, creating a mess in the broken wing Sky Devil's cenotaph. "Don't disturb the esteemed Sky Devil! Stop!" Ling Boyu and Zumi both seemed extremely afraid as they bellowed loudly at the same time. They were afraid, but Xia Fei did not care. Using everything that could be used as a weakness was Xia Fei's principle. Rumble! Peacock Blue opened its large leaves, trying to surround Ling Boyu, while Furball, Little Goldie and Nirvana were ordered by Xia Fei to charge right over. The originally oppressive atmosphere was replaced with one of chaos. Xia Fei did not care about this Sky Devil. All he cared about now was survival. For the sake of staying alive, Xia Fei would become a devil. Rumble! Xia Fei used his full strength, with Little Goldie and Furball charging forward with him. There was no room for discussion as they began their barrage of attacks on Ling Boyu. Xia Fei was creating the maximum amount of sound possible. Ling Boyu was in a very awkward spot. He watched as this cenotaph for the broken wing Sky Devil began to crumble, and he was even more panicked than Xia Fei. Warriors were ultimately born to kill, and they could not have even the slightest bit of hesitation in their hearts. Ling Boyu had made the biggest mistake a warrior like him could make by having reservations. He instantly found himself stifled by Xia Fei, and he was now at a disadvantage. "If you want to live, then come kill him with me." Xia Fei turned his head and bellowed at Zumi. Zumi did not acknowledge him, when a dull sound suddenly rang out from under the memorial hall. Swoosh! Zumi's hair instantly stiffened straight up. Chapter 1247, Sky Devil Tomb. Who was the broken wing Sky Devil? Xia Fei had no idea. What were Zumi and Ling Boyu so afraid of in the broken wing Sky Devil's tomb? It only left Xia Fei even more confused. It had to be said that this was not just the broken wing Sky Devil's cenotaph, where some of the clothes that the broken wing Sky Devil had worn in life were buried. There was no way a spiritualist who had peak founder cultivation would be so afraid if that were so, and it was enough to make even a dragoon sweat. The twists and turns to this were far too incredible. Roar! What followed was a low and guttural growl coming from beneath the ground, and Xia Fei's suspicions were answered. Xia Fei was still fine, but the expressions on Zumi and Ling Boyu changed drastically. Like the two had made prior arrangements, both men froze at the same time and pricked up their ears to hear. All their hairs were standing on end. "Keep fighting!" Xia Fei, who was still clueless to what this all meant, was far bolder than these two. Upon seeing his enemy stop, he instead ramped up the intensity of his attacks. There was a reason why Xia Fei had to shout this. Furball had become agitated after hearing that roar. Everyone watched as Furball suddenly halted in mid-air, and let out a series of howls toward the ground. Sure enough, Furball was a fearless holy beast, ferocious and unafraid of death. As a dragoon, Ling Boyu was already greatly frightened after hearing that sound, yet Furball was not only unafraid, he had instead grown angrier. Rumble! Furball suddenly accelerated, charging toward the ground head first. A hole suddenly opened up in the white marble floor, revealing a dark tunnel. Furball glared just once and immediately dashed in, looking like he was ready to fight it out with whatever was making that sound. Xia Fei cried out in silent dread. Exotic beasts had senses that were well beyond a human's, and it seemed like Furball had sensed there would be danger. It was just that because Furball was a holy beast, one that never knew retreat, his reaction to danger was not to back down, but instead to charge forward and nip the danger at its source. "You too!" Xia Fei yelled to little Goldie. Little Goldie already had the intention of helping Furball, but due to the loyalty he had toward his master, he did not dare nor was he willing to just leave Xia Fei. The moment he received Xia Fei's expressed permission, however, little Goldie went diving right after Furball. Little Goldie and Furball were different. The latter would meet strength with strength, biting back at whoever dared to threaten him, while the former was a little dull. Little Goldie did not have too much of a reaction toward danger, dashing right into the tiger's den, fearless of death. It did not even care to ask if the opponent was something it could beat, all that mattered was that it was something to fight. Furball and little Goldie are fairly strong together, but Xia Fei was nevertheless worried about them. Furball was very loyal, anything that could cause him to abandon Xia Fei so he could face it alone was sure to be quite troublesome. Ling Boyu was wearing a mask, making it hard to tell what his expression was beneath it, but his eyes betrayed a measure of panic, almost as if he felt even more unsettled after seeing Furball and little Goldie zooming down underground. Bang! The black saber shot out like an arrow. While it was fast, it was not that accurate. Without a word, Ling Boyu used the move and swiftly retreated outside. Either he did not wish to continue the fight, or he simply did not desire to battle inside the Broken Wing Sky Devil's cenotaph. Zumi performed a similar action, following right after Ling Boyu as they sought to escape. This was an opportunity. If Xia Fei was Ling Boyu, he would surely have turned back and thrust his sword at Zumi in an attempt to take his life, but Ling Boyu did not do that. He had devoted all his efforts to leaving the Sky Devil's tomb. Block him! Xia Fei ordered, and Peacock Blue suddenly burst out from the ground like a green wall to block Zumi's way forward, while Xia Fei cunningly tossed out Fiend Lock, with Nirvana coming in from the side. Zumi was ultimately a whole level under Ling Boyu. While Xia Fei could not stop a dragoon, he was capable of stopping him. His 300,000 km/s top speed, an immemorial mystical armament, Fiendish Blade Nirvana, and an Annihilator-grade soul weapon were all mobilized in unison. Xia Fei was forcing Zumi to his death. Fiend Lock circled around Zumi, making a very obvious cut on his war armor. Zumi's war armor was Peak Founder grade, so it was naturally no match for the Annihilator-grade Fiend Lock. Whoosh! Xia Fei was holding onto Fiendish Blade Nirvana, and there was a black flash. Xia Fei used his six-edged snowflake blade to slice off Zumi's ear. Spirit energy began leaking unceasingly as Zumi instantly felt faint. Don't leave! Xia Fei shouted as he went lunging at Zumi. Why can't I? Zumi was indignant. This place is strange, and you must know the reason. If my Furball and little Goldie lose even a strand of hair, I will kill you, then your entire clan. Xia Fei bellowed with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed a hold of Zumi with one hand, like holding a little chick. He leapt down into the second floor of the tomb, chasing after Furball and little Goldie, not caring if Zumi was willing to join him or not. Zumi's face went red. How unreasonable was this? Xia Fei's exotic beasts had jumped in of their own volition, but Xia Fei would kill Zumi if anything happened to them. How did any of this concern Zumi? How was he to know about the relationship Xia Fei had with his two pets, or how they treated Xia Fei like family? No, they treated him even closer than family. Every time Xia Fei was in danger, these two rascals would risk their own necks to help save him. Such emotion might not be something even family could muster. Today, it was obvious just how dangerous the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb would be, otherwise why would an esteemed dragoon flee with such resolve? As for Furball dashing deeper into the tomb without caring for his own safety, that was just the greatest reaction he had to danger. Furball's natural instinct sensed that the danger coming from underground was far greater than the fight on the surface. Thus he went charging down there without fail. He did not do that for fun, but to help block a blow coming for Xia Fei yet again. Under such circumstances, how could Xia Fei let someone like Zumi, who knew what was going on, run off? If anything were to happen to Furball, forget killing Zumi's entire clan, Xia Fei might even entertain the thought of eradicating the entire blue blood race. Indubitably, Xia Fei was moving at his top speed. Boom! Xia Fei was like a beam of light, chasing after Furball and little Goldie. The tunnel was dark, and there were murals of the Broken Wing Sky Devil massacring his enemies. Xia Fei had no time to look, and was just charging straight ahead. A wall blocked the way forward, almost as if Furball and little Goldie had accidentally triggered some trap or sorts. Xia Fei did not even use his weapon and just blew that wall apart with a singular punch. Kaboom! The metal wall exploded open. Furball! Goldie! Xia Fei was running and shouting like a madman. Given Xia Fei's speed, he should be able to catch up to the two in the blink of an eye, but now that he could not catch even a glimpse of their shadows, Xia Fei was getting even more anxious, and his anger was welling up inside him. There were more and more forks. There were far more tunnels beneath this memorial hall than Xia Fei had first imagined, and even with his first-rate memory, he was also beginning to feel lost. Calm down. I need to calm down. I haven't heard that deep sound for quite some time. Does that mean that the owner of that voice has no desire to attack? Little Goldie is capable of entering dark space, and even if things went sour, they could still escape there, though I can imagine with Furbal's personality he would not opt to escape. Thought after thought flashed through Xia Fei's mind. Despite the fact that he would usually kick Furbal aside for no reason, during such critical moments it was obvious just how concerned Xia Fei was for Furbal. Several minutes passed, and Xia Fei felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat from anxiety. If he failed to locate his two pets for much longer, Xia Fei would definitely go mad. It was at this moment when he saw two figures in the corner in front of him, one white and one gold. They were Furbal and Little Goldie. Zoom! Xia Fei went dashing over, grabbing each of them tight in one arm as he gushed with concern, "Are the both of you okay?" Little Goldie acted cute and snuggled up in Xia Fei's embrace, while Furbal had let out a long sigh. Evidently, these two had gotten lost. Xia Fei was of course more than happy to find Furbal and Little Goldie were well, but his eyebrows soon knit together. He looked around, and suddenly realized that he was lost as well. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. He threw Zumi to the ground and took quite a few drags. He had been really nervous just now and had broken out in cold sweat, as if he had just engaged in a battle of life and death. Furbal leapt up to Xia Fei's shoulder and continued to observe their surroundings with his beady eyes. He looked completely serious. Honestly, given how indolent this pet of his usually was, it was rather comical to see him like this now. But Xia Fei knew very well why Furbal was so tense. It was because danger was still all around them, and it had not passed yet. Furbal made a clear distinction between life and battle, and the moment he sensed any danger, he would be 200% committed to resolving it. As for living, of course he would try to enjoy it as much as possible, whenever he could. Xia Fei pointed Nirvana right at Zumi and asked coldly, "Where is this place?" "Shhhhhh." Zumi's face was green as he kept signaling Xia Fei to keep his voice low. "Keep it down. Please, I'm pleading with you all. We're in the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb now, and you guys can't be like this. The Broken Wing Sky Devil is alive. As for where are we, I have no idea, though I'm afraid we're already somewhere really deep down in this tomb," Zumi rasped hoarsely, speaking in a very soft voice, like he was afraid that any louder would wake Broken Wing Sky Devil up. Xia Fei frowned, nonplussed. "What are you so afraid of? This is the cenotaph of the Broken Wing Sky Devil, and only his clothes are buried here. Honestly, I'm a dragoon too, and Devil Shadow Dragoon. I have a relationship with your Blue Bloods Tsadan clan patriarch, Roderick. That person that came along with you beside Yuntian, he's also a Tsadan, Mary." Xia Fei began his psychological assault, first trying to calm Zumi down. Zumi was still urging Xia Fei to keep his voice down as he answered, "Given how things have panned out, what use is it for you to tell me all this? None of this will matter if you and I don't first make it out here alive." Xia Fei remarked, "I can damage this tomb and carve out a new path for us." Zumi panicked and desperately stopped Xia Fei. Xia Fei was startled. "You're a peak spiritualist, so what exactly has frightened you to such a degree?" Zumi stared fixedly at Xia Fei, looking anguished. "It looks like you don't understand the history of the fiends at all. Have you ever thought why, despite the Blue Bloods and the humans joining forces to wipe out the fiends from every universe, why is it that the cenotaph of this Broken Wing Sky Devil is still so well maintained?" Xia Fei froze as his gaze turned solemn. It was because even those annihilators did not dare to touch this site. "You're looking down on the fiends too much. They don't believe in gods, but they believe in devils. The Broken Wing Sky Devil, Pale Tooth. The Gale Sky Devil, Medicinal Cauldron Prince. The Bitter Sea Sky Devil, Forgotten Vale, and the Calamity Sky Devil, Forgotten Trouble. Where we're standing now is none other than the tomb of one of the four great Sky Devils, Lord Paletooth." Chapter 1248, The Enigmatic Fiend Race. Broken Wing Sky Devil, Paletooth. Gale Sky Devil, Medicinal Cauldron Prince. Bitter Sea Sky Devil, Forgotten Vale, and the Calamity Sky Devil, Forgotten Trouble. Where we're standing now is none other than the grave site of one of the four great Sky Devils, Lord Paletooth. Though Zumi was speaking very softly, the change to his expression made it abundantly clear that these four were likely godly saints in his heart. Xia Fei pursed his lips and expressed his surprise. 4 great sky devils? Are these the gods that the fiends believe in? Zumi corrected, I told you, the fiends do not believe in gods, but devils. Among the 4 sky devils, Pale Tooth was the speedy sky devil, and Cauldron Prince was a forging and pharmaceutical sky devil. Then there's the Forgotten Brothers, Veil and Trouble, who represent war and combat. As for the origin of these 4 great sky devils, I'm afraid only the dead elders of the fiend race could explain it. But the fiends believe that the 4 great sky devils were the most perfect combination for combat, like the war god that humans believe in, or the Lightbringer that we blue bloods believe in. Xia Fei gave this some thought, but soon discovered an issue with what Zumi said, so he sought to clarify. Strange. Why would the fiend race single their speed warrior out? Shouldn't they consider Pale Tooth alongside Forgotten Veil and Forgotten Trouble? They are all warriors that excel in combat. Zumi shook his head and looked at Xia Fei. The fiends aren't how you imagined them to be. A speed warrior like you, if you were born with the fiends, would surely be a first-rate warrior, because the fiends believe that the endpoint of a speed warrior isn't just based upon his potential, but also his cognitive skills. Xia Fei was even more puzzled. Cognitive skills? What has speed got to do with that? Zumi answered his question with a question of his own. What do you think has the fastest speed in all known existence? It must be light. Though the warp engine can achieve an efficiency that is many times the speed of light, it depends on the interfolding technology, and that isn't pure speed. So if we're looking solely on the basis of speed, I'm afraid light is the fastest. Xia Fei reasoned. Wrong. The fastest is the cognitive abilities of sapient life forms. A single thought could well reach speeds billions times that of light. There's nothing that can surpass the speed of thought. That is why the fiends believed that a warrior with the greatest cognitive capability could ultimately break past the limits of speed. The reason why people had difficulty mastering speed is all because they aren't clear about this relationship between speed and cognition. The sharpness of one's mind matches the sharpness of speed. If one is dull, then speed will hardly make progress. That is the conclusion that the fiends came to with regards to speed. Zumi explained. Xia Fei was stunned. He agreed with the assessment that the speed of thought reigned supreme. A person was capable of remaining rooted in reality in 1 second, and had their thoughts racing through the vast galaxy in the next. Nothing could fetter thought, and it was even capable of transcending the limits of time and space. Sapient life was a miracle from the universe, and what made it so miraculous was precisely because of their ability to think. Xia Fei spat out a smoke ring and muttered under his breath, so the fiends separated speed from the combat category because of that reason. That was when Radix suddenly said to Xia Fei, what this person said makes sense. Aren't you the perfect example of this? You possess amazing speed, and the thoughts running in your mind are such a mess that only gods know what you're thinking. Then there's Xiaogukan of the Skywing clan. From the outside, he looks like some barbaric meathead, when in reality, he is clever and is never one to accept taking a loss. All of the Skywing clan are freaks. That is why your clan has the deepest understanding toward the law of speed in the entire lore realm, and also why all of you possess the fastest speed. Radix felt that what Zumi had said was tailor-made for Xia Fei, and so he immediately believed it. Xia Fei's forehead creased. Is it possible because speedsters are often in high-speed motion, or that because there could easily be problems if their cognitive speed can't keep up, like the tragedy of running right into a telephone pole? So the fiends believe that it is inevitable for speedsters to have formidable minds. Xia Fei did not really believe in the concept of natural endowment, since no amount of talent could make a warrior outstanding without putting in the necessary hard work. Zumi replied simply, I'm only telling you how the fiends thought. I can't really explain or tell you exactly why. In any case, the fiends cared about their speedsters very much, and many of their top commanders historically were speedsters. Xia Fei nodded and asked, then let's talk about the matter at hand. I don't care about the broken wing sky devil, but tell me why you're so afraid of this gravesite. Also, why did they intentionally leave this place untouched when they were eradicating the fiends? Zumi looked around and gingerly explained, these are all just ancient rumors. Apparently, when the humans and Blue Bloods experts were betrayed at the last second, the resentment in their hearts was such that everyone was determined to wipe out this sapient species that no one could control, which was why they began their cleansing across the universes. No matter their gender or age, no one was let off. But speaking of that, while the humans and Blue Bloods made up 2 of the 3 major sapient races, they did not understand the mysterious fiends too well. By the time they made their way into their city, only then did the blue bloods and humans realize that the fiends were a lot more secretive than they had thought, and that they had plenty of marvels. Take the 4 great sky devils' tombs as examples. They were all cenotaphs. They only buried the items that these sky devils had previously used, and there were no corpses anywhere. No one had any idea if the 4 great sky devils were dead or alive. Not just that, but something major happened on the site of the 4 great sky devils. An entire team of experts was once insta-killed because they barged into them. It was bloody and their corpses were left in the most gruesome manner. I'm not talking about your ordinary warriors either, because they were all Annihilator tier experts. Just what level does a person have to reach in order to achieve such a feat? Zumi's voice became slightly fiercer as he spoke of the incident. He kept urging Xia Fei to speak quietly, but even he could not stop himself from raising his voice a few octaves higher when narrating this part of the story. The expression on Xia Fei's face changed. To be able to insta-kill an entire team of Annihilator tier experts was definitely a grand gesture. Though the blue bloods and humans were shocked to learn of this tragedy occurring the first time around, none were willing to yield just because of that. It was only when the second and the third team of Annihilator experts were insta-killed that the blue bloods and humans finally felt fear, and they immediately withdrew from the 4 cities where the 4 great sky demons' cenotaphs were situated. The news they learned from all sides was beyond surprising. Not only did the fiends have 4 great sky demons, they were also engaged in research in areas that were completely unknown to the others, with some crazy soul weapons of tremendous power, and legacies that no one had ever heard of. With how things turned out, the humans and blue bloods suddenly realized that though they had been neighbors for many lifetimes, they themselves actually had no real understanding of the fiends. They had far more hidden secrets than what they had shown in the open. Xia Fei could tell how much admiration Zumi had for the fiends, and he heaved a deep sigh as well. If what Zumi said was true, then the fiends and the ancient dragon might very well be the 2 ultimate secrets across all universes. Xia Fei was curious. You're a founder tier spiritualist. How did you learn all this? Zumi sighed. There are 4 sky demon tombs, and the only team of Annihilator tier experts that were not insta-killed for intruding was here, in the Broken Wing Sky Demon's cenotaph. The ancestor of my clan was the commander of the team that was sent here, and though his team did not die, all of them went insane. After he returned to the clan, he had the tablets of the 4 great sky demons enshrined and never took a step out of his room afterward. Every day, he would constantly chant these words of worship. Xia Fei understood now. It turned out that an ancestor of Zumi's had personally witnessed the massacre, and was one of the victims. It was no wonder Zumi knew such intimate details about what had happened, and just how frightening this tomb was. Since you know that this place isn't somewhere you should visit, why did you end up doing so? Xia Fei pressed. Zumi answered, I need a lot of money to obtain a life advancement bead, otherwise I'm going to stay at peak founder tier forever, so I have no choice but to take this risk. Xia Fei was shocked. A life advancement bead? Xia Fei seemed to have eaten one before. Did Soza not give him that very same thing when he was in the collapsed expanse of the founders? Is a life advancement bead that valuable? Xia Fei asked. It costs around 30,000 standard units of spirit energy, Zumi replied woefully. Xia Fei blinked a few times. To think a life advancement bead costs 30,000 spirit energy. Thinking back to how he had treated the bead like it was a jelly when he ate it, he felt like he had wasted a good treasure. Xia Fei stared at Zumi for a moment, and then turned to Radix, we're not going to kill this Zumi. Given his understanding of the fiends, he has value being left alive. Radix was anxious, it's fine if we're not killing him. When you become a Devil Shadow Dragoon and obtain plenty of heirlooms from the fiends, having him around would definitely be of some benefit, but don't you think it's time we left? I can feel my hair standing after hearing everything he said. Xia Fei nodded. It was really creepy hearing about an entire team of Annihilator experts getting insta-killed for trespassing on the Sky Demon cenotaphs. Me and the Tsadin clan's Roderick have a relationship, and I won't lie, I've eaten a life advancement bead myself. If you're willing to tell me all that you've learned about the fiends truthfully, I'll help you obtain one, Xia Fei calmly offered with his hands behind his back. Hearing these words, Zumi did not break down and cry, praising him as his benefactor, like Xia Fei half imagined he would. Instead, Zumi shook his head helplessly, let's make our way out of here first before we discuss the matter any further. There's still a dragoon waiting for us outside. You're just a neophyte dragoon, while he is an actual Devil Shadow Dragoon. Without a deep grudge, there's no way he would take the immense risk of coming here. After all, it's a huge taboo for a dragoon to fight another dragoon. Xia Fei was startled. What Zumi said made sense. Now that Xia Fei knew that he was going up against a dragoon, even if he made it out of here, he would still be in for a grueling fight. There was no way Ling Boyo would let him return with his life intact. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei took out the Bixia orb communication device to examine. As he expected, the signal was blocked. Do you have any idea how to get out of here? Xia Fei asked. Zumi answered, first, forcing our way out is definitely a big no-no. All we can do is slowly fumble our way through. As for whether we can make it out of here, and whether the Lord Sky Demon wishes for us to escape, we will have to leave that all to fate. With that said, Xia Fei let go of Zumi, while he went over to carefully inspect the mural on the wall. He pointed to his left and said, we can send your exclusive beasts to take the lead, so we would at least be able to anticipate what we might encounter if anything were to happen. Xia Fei shook his head resolutely. No. You will walk in front. Zing. Zumi was promptly sweating up a storm, but he bit the bullet and led the way forward. Though Xia Fei could tell that Zumi knew a lot about the fiends and was useful to him, how was his life anywhere comparable to that of Furball and Little Goldie? If someone needed to die first, it was of course going to be him. Chapter 1249, Encountering an Inexplicable Fight. The atmosphere was very oppressive. After hearing about the tragedy that had befallen those who trespassed the four great sky demons' tomb from Zumi, even Xia Fei had given up on smashing his way through the tunnels. Their group made its way through the tomb at a decent speed. There were forks in the path everywhere, and there was no order to them whatsoever. The murals that flanked their two sides were all the scenes of massacres the broken wing sky demon had engaged in, as if the painter who had made these murals was intentionally recording down the most cruel scenes of the slaughter that the sky demon had experienced throughout his life, trying to highlight his ferocity. Zumi turned around and suggested to Xia Fei, let's take the left path, the way to the right seems to be colder. Xia Fei shook his head, no, we're going right, because the path to our left isn't any different from all the other paths we've walked past so far. A war raged inside Zumi. High-level warriors had keen senses, and Zumi could vaguely sense the air coming from the right was a little colder by about 0.01 degrees than the path they had taken thus far. Most people would hardly be able to detect such a minute difference, but it was a stark contrast to a skilled warrior. Is that really a good idea? Radix cautioned. Xia Fei simply replied, no idea. But I know that if we keep choosing the safest path, we could end up spending our entire lives never finding our way out of here. When Xia Fei and the group arrived at the slightly cooler passageway, everyone suddenly realized it was not just a slight difference in temperature, but the confusing forks along the way had also disappeared. There was now only a singular straight path. Zumi went pale. He was anxious and wanted to leave, but Xia Fei strictly forbade it. Zumi's expression was filled with fear as he spoke in a hushed tone, believe me, this is definitely not the way out. We arrived through maze-like passageways, and this is just a straight path. Xia Fei frowned, no matter where we're going, we have to take a look. Going back will mean returning to the maze, a strange place that had another force stopping us from getting out. You can make the choice yourself. Either you continue going ahead, or I will use Peacock Blue to directly create a new route. Both Radix and Zumi panicked. What Xia Fei meant by creating a new route was naturally blowing up the tomb. In that case, it would be a real miracle if the unknown beast or spirit that inhabited this grave would not end up being unearthed. They might as well quietly make their way ahead, and at least leave themselves a potential lifeline. Zumi was helpless. He had no choice but to follow Xia Fei's order and continue ahead, maintaining approximately 50 meters of distance between them. Gradually, their vision began to blur, and there appeared to be a thin fog hanging in the air. That was when Zumi, who had been walking in the front, suddenly turned his head back and asked Xia Fei, any orders? Xia Fei was startled, what are you asking me for? Zumi's rather blue face immediately turned green. His veins bulged beneath his blue skin as he asked, didn't you just pat me on the shoulder? Xia Fei did not respond verbally and just shook his head. The atmosphere instantly turned very tense. Xia Fei had ocular cognition, which meant that this thin fog could hardly obscure his view. He could 100% confirm that there was no one who had patted Zumi on his shoulder. Breaking out his winning smile, so much like someone innocent, Xia Fei chuckled at Zumi. There have been studies that showed that when people are in a sealed environment, it's very easy for hallucinations to appear, and the higher the level someone is, the higher the likelihood. Because of how sensitive the neural responses high-level warriors have are, suddenly getting all tense could easily cause the nervous system to twitch, which results in creating this illusion among high-level warriors. Relax, I'm watching your back, so all you need to focus on is your front. Xia Fei had really convincing acting skills, and he was calm enough that Zumi was a lot more at ease after hearing that, so he continued his way forward. Radix was curious, so he asked, "What's really going on here? Why have I not heard of that before?" Xia Fei's gaze turned heavy as he silently took out Fiend Lock from his spatial ring. Lightly rubbing his own left shoulder, he said, "It's the exact opposite, actually. High-level warriors relied heavily on their super senses, so the more tense they grew, the less likely it was that they made a mistake." The look on Radix's face instantly changed to discomfort and he muttered, "So you mean to say, just now?" Just now, something patted Zumi on his shoulder. Xia Fei enunciated each word clearly as emphasis. "What did?" "Something we can't comprehend." Whoosh! Just as Xia Fei said those words, he suddenly threw out a beautiful arc with his Fiend Lock, and went dashing back. Fiend Lock had wires that were thinner than hair and lacked any mass, so it did not make any sound when thrown out. Fiend Lock quickly flew out and returned. "What was that about?" Radix asked shrilly. He was an immortal soul, of course he would not make any sound when speaking, but Xia Fei found it ear-piercing when he spoke in too sharp a voice. "Something patted my shoulder as well," Xia Fei stated grimly, a cold expression on his face. Xia Fei did not believe in ghosts, but right at this moment, he could not help but admit that there was definitely something here in this tomb. As for what it was, Xia Fei had no clue. This thing seemed to be a cunning ghost. It would occasionally pester Xia Fei, and later tease Zumi. Even Furball would jump up from time to time, his eyes wide. Were it not for Xia Fei ordering him to withstand it, his pet might very well have gone crazy by now. The atmosphere was so tense anyone could slice it with a knife. An unseen enemy was also the most frightening. Despite there being no enemy, and it was just something that was toying with Xia Fei and Zumi, the fact that this thing was capable of tapping Xia Fei's shoulder without him even sensing their presence meant that they could also stab him surreptitiously. The dull little Goldie was laughing all silly, most likely having been poked. That pet of Xia Fei's had never known the concept of fear, and only thought this something was playing with it, which it found to be very funny. The veins on Xia Fei's arms bulged as he tightened his grip on Fiend Lock. It looked as if he was right at the brink of his boiling point, and would soon be tearing apart this sky demon tomb all in one go. The situation worsened the further forward they went. On average, Xia Fei could feel himself being poked thrice every minute, and found it unimaginable if they had all not been stabbed instead. Suddenly, the area in front of them widened, revealing a circular blue pool around a kilometer in diameter, with a set of white steps built next to it so that anyone could climb to get into the pool. On the other side was the exit, and they could see sunlight filtering through it, and hear the sounds of freedom. "That's the exit. We can get out now!" Zumi cried out in surprise as he jumped for joy. He did not wish to stay even a second longer here in this strange sky demon's tomb. "No one takes another step!" Xia Fei called out from out of nowhere. Whoosh! The large leaves of peacock blue spread out like ropes, covering the kilometer-square hall up. Fiend Lock followed up and used its thin wires to hide amid the leaves of peacock blue. Thump! Xia Fei drew White Dragon's screech and sat down where he was, proceeding to close his eyes. "Why can't we leave? The exit is right there!" Zumi shouted, ignoring the rule of raising his voice. "I won't stop you, if you wish to die," Xia Fei remarked coldly, not even opening his eyes to look at Zumi. Furball and little Goldie were on Xia Fei's shoulder. One faced forward while the other faced behind. Radix was controlling the fiendish blade Nirvana, guarding the space above Xia Fei's head. Absolute defense. This was the stance of absolute defense. Peacock Blue, Fiend Lock, Furball, Little Goldie, Nirvana, Xia Fei and Radix. They were all in a state of readiness. This was especially true given the expression on Xia Fei's face, which was extremely stern. Zumi plopped down where he was standing, both hands holding up his head and looking all depressed. Xia Fei was right. Though it looked like the exit was right in front of them, going through it would mean certain death. That path would lead them down, and they were already very deep in the tomb, so how could there be sunlight ahead? It was obvious that this was all just an illusion. A second. 2 seconds. 3. Every second felt as long as a year. The sound of the air flowing through, or the rustling of peacock blue's leaves, nothing got past Xia Fei's ears. Since there was no way for Xia Fei to see the thing, he figured he would just not rely on his eyes. This thing seemed to also sense the killing intent emanating from Xia Fei's body, and an entire minute passed without it making any movements whatsoever. 2 minutes, and still there was no movement. This sort of tension and oppressiveness was hard on the nerves. It was like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was especially true for Zumi. He had no idea what the strange thing was doing, nor did he know why Xia Fei needed to resort to such means to deal with it, but it was not hard to tell from the expression on Xia Fei's face that he was determined to eliminate this threat. Rumble. Just as Zumi was wondering and his heart was pounding wildly, Xia Fei made his move. Peacock blue's twisted vines and leaves surged out toward the mid-air like a tornado, swaying its long leaves wildly, while Fiendlock was flitting between the leaves. Ching! The hair-thin Fiendlock spun rapidly, turning into a flexible and sharp blade that completely shredded Peacock blue's leaves. Radix and Zumi could not contain their shock. Neither of them understood why Xia Fei would use his Fiendlock to harm his Peacock blue. Even if Peacock blue was the most tenacious weed, capable of growing its leaves back after losing them, why was Xia Fei hurting Peacock blue for no reason like that? In the next second, a downpour of sap made from Peacock blue's leaves and pulp fell down like rain. Peacock blue was blue, so its sap was also blue. It covered the kilometer-square area completely. It turned out that Xia Fei had damaged Peacock blue himself all for the sake of dyeing everything in its blue sap. This was a very powerful move. Given how large Peacock blue was, it was the only thing capable of covering the entire space, so there was nowhere else for this invisible interloper to hide. It would end up covered in Peacock blue's azure sap no matter what. Over there! Radix yelled. Xia Fei hurriedly turned to where he was pointing and looked, instantly setting his eye a square object that was now completely blue in color after being covered by Peacock blue's sap. Bang! Roar! Xia Fei sped over and raised his white dragon's screech to begin slashing. Meanwhile, Furball, Little Goldie and Nirvana were also attacking in unison. Ping! Xia Fei used a lot of strength as he swung White Dragon's screech down. Surprisingly, that square object actually defied the legendary sword White Dragon's screech. The hardness of this object was extremely high. Swoosh! The object was also very fast, swiftly circling up into the air after blocking White Dragon's screech, as if it was not at all afraid of Xia Fei. Furball, Little Goldie, Nirvana, and Xia Fei moved to surround it, like the zone defense used in basketball. Each of them held their posts as they pushed it into a corner. But that strange object looked around and unexpectedly tried to break through the encirclement by targeting the strongest out of the four, Xia Fei. Cunningly shifting shape and changing position, it made Xia Fei miss the second cut of his sword. In his panic, Xia Fei bit the bullet and adopted a wrestling stance, grabbing hold of his opponent. Instantly, he felt its icy exterior. Xia Fei discovered that this object was not a living being, but felt more like a piece of armor. Armor? The broken wing Sky Devil's cenotaph? Splash! Xia Fei immediately had plenty of thoughts racing through his brain. Before he could even figure any of it out, he found himself being pulled down by the strange thing into the pool of water in the center of the hall with great force. Chapter 1250, A Haunted Armor. Splash! The strength of this object was so great that it easily dragged Xia Fei into the pool in the center of the hall, and was quickly heading deeper. What shocked Xia Fei was not its strength, but the feel of its texture. It felt very much like plated armor. Plated armor was a form of armor, simple and sturdy in structure. It was considered to be hard armor, in contrast to the soft armor fiend scar Xia Fei was wearing right now. It ought to be mentioned that this was the Broken Wing Sky Devil's cenotaph, and what was buried here was none other than the clothes that the Broken Wing Sky Devil had worn while he was alive. Armor? Broken Wing Sky Devil's cenotaph? These two thoughts kept flashing in Xia Fei's mind, when suddenly his foot stepped into nothingness. While Xia Fei had been deep in thought, he had found himself being pulled down into the pool again. It turned out that there was another room beneath the pool, and below that was more water. Connected by a suspended pool, the structure beneath was no different from above. Thud! Xia Fei exerted the strength in his arm and his muscles bulged. Gathering the law of primal chaos to both of his hands, Xia Fei slammed them right into that unknown object. Bang! The law of primal chaos seemed to be very effective, as the resistance that the object was putting up was reduced significantly. A deep depression appeared on the ground, caused by the pressure Xia Fei had created. Xia Fei perked up. It turned out that this object which White Dragon's screech could not even scratch was afraid of the law of primal chaos. Kick them while they are down. No matter what it was, Xia Fei decided to fight before asking any questions regarding anything pertaining to the broken wing sky devil. It was at this moment when Furball and Little Goldie came charging down. They followed Xia Fei's directions and grabbed hold of the square object by pinning it to the ground from the top and bottom, immobilizing it. Boom! Boom! Xia Fei began raining down punches like he had gone mad. Xia Fei's fists were heavy, and every strike contained the law of primal chaos. Every blow shook violently, and the blue sap was slowly being forced away to reveal the true appearance of the object. It really is a piece of plate armor. Xia Fei was shocked. His punches had not stopped, nor did he look like he was going to any time soon. When Xia Fei and the armor landed in the pool, Radix had the presence of mind to press the six-edged snowflake sword Nirvana to Zumi's throat and force him to follow suit. What happened next shocked both of them. Radix and Zumi slipped into the room down below, but what they witnessed was Furball, Little Goldie and Xia Fei beating up a suit of plated armor as it was pinned to the ground. First they were perplexed, but they were soon overwhelmed by shock. The sap of peacock blue was being shaken off from the pummeling, revealing its original appearance. The armor was nothing fancy, with sharp lines that complemented the high-quality metal used in its forging. It was perfectly aligned with the sharp personality the fiends were known for, and the only embellishment on it was a strange pair of wings. The 15 fiend soul weapons that Xia Fei had obtained from Cloud Sky were also marked with a pair of wings, but while those wings were outspread, this insignia was that of a broken wing. Broken wing! Zumi yelped with bulging eyes. He appeared as if he had just seen a ghost, his body going limp and collapsing. The broken wing insignia was not used by anyone other than the broken wing sky devil, one of the 4 great sky devils that the fiends worshipped. The situation in front of him was Xia Fei and his 2 accomplices, Furball and Little Goldie, beating up the plated armor the broken wing sky devil, Pale Tooth, wore, while they had it pinned down to the ground. Radix immediately understood why Zumi had fainted, and his expression went green as well. Seeing how things had unfolded, it was apparent that it was the plated armor that the broken wing sky devil once wore that had been secretly teasing Xia Fei this entire time. In the past, the incidents that happened in the cenotaphs of the 4 great sky devils were most likely due to the equipment that was buried there. Only the broken wing sky devil's armor had let the intruders live, and that alone had caused that team of warriors to lose their minds. It was clear that the protector of the broken wing sky devil was not as bloodthirsty as the other 3 sky devils. Xia Fei and his gang had only been harassed the entire way and were by no means under any direct threat, but right now, the protector of this cenotaph, the armor of the broken wing sky devil, was being battered by Xia Fei. If the protector of this cenotaph who originally meant no harm to intruders ended up being angered by Xia Fei's actions, Radix did not dare continue along that line of thought. He saw Xia Fei grab White Dragon's screech with 2 hands and violently slashed downward, even as he bellowed toward Radix, "What are you still frozen there for? We need to kill this thing now." Kaboom! That instant White Dragon's screech came into contact with the armor, a severe tremor rocked the entire tomb, and that hair-raising cry rang through the place once again. There was no doubt that it had originated from the broken wing sky devil's plated armor. It was incredible. A mere armor had actually been able to shadow, hide, and tease Xia Fei and his gang. It was even still able to let loose such a roar after it was beaten up. It was an immense and devilish roar. Boom! Xia Fei, Little Goldie, and Furball were shoved off by a mysterious force and were sent crumpling to one side. Everyone watched as that silver-plated armor got up, floated up into the middle of the air, looking very majestic. It was almost as if it had a pair of invisible eyes that were coldly glaring at Xia Fei and everyone else. Roar! That demonic voice rang out once more. The armor had thrown down its gauntlet at Xia Fei, or to be precise, it felt more like it was threatening Xia Fei, unleashing its pent-up indignation. Bang! Before that armor could attack, Xia Fei had already sent a punch over with a flicker of movement. He was giving it his all as he sent that armor flying away with a single punch of fists that were imbued with the law of primal chaos, sending it straight into a wall. Coincidentally, Zumi regained consciousness the moment Xia Fei sent this punch over, and it was this very sight that greeted Zumi as he woke up. "We're doomed." With a lament of despair, Zumi fainted for the 2nd time. Furball and Little Goldie were also stunned. Xia Fei's punch sent the Sky Devil's armor flying, then they set upon it once more, surrounding that armor with Xia Fei again. A spirit inhabited the great devil's armor, and the moment it realized how dire a state it was in, it suddenly slunk away into the wall, disappearing once more, so Xia Fei and Furbal's attacks struck nothing but air. The strange circular hall that they were in immediately became a lot quieter. You were just beating, Radix very nervously trailed off. A piece of armor, Xia Fei answered. That's the armor of the broken wing sky devil. It has a spirit. Radix rebutted vehemently. I know, Xia Fei replied nonchalantly. Then why did you assault it? Radix's voice was shrill. Xia Fei frowned and responded with a question of his own. Who was it that made the rule that you can't beat up the broken wing sky devil's armor? It's not like I am familiar with him. But it did not express any ill intent toward you. It did not try and kill us. What you just did would merely agitate it. Radix shouted back. Xia Fei had a cheerless expression as he retrieved Radix from Nirvana and tossed him to the side. From now onward, I'll be personally controlling Nirvana. Your hesitation has cost us a chance at survival. Radix was horrified. He did not expect to be treated like this. Had he really made such a great mistake? Do you think I'd do things without taking measures in the event something went awry? With how things have unfolded, it doesn't matter if I tell you this. When entering this place, I spread my spirit energy along the way. The healing attribute contained in my spirit energy is unique. By that logic, we could have used that trace of spirit energy as a guide to swiftly lead us out of this place, but we've actually gone deeper and deeper here, all because that thing did not wish us to leave. Do you still think that the Sky Devil's armor had no intention of killing us? Xia Fei remarked coldly. Radix was speechless. Xia Fei had been so inconspicuous with his action that he did not even realize that Xia Fei had actually left himself a way out. But Zumi said that the warriors that trespassed here that time didn't die. Perhaps the broken wing Sky Devil's burial tomb is different from the other Sky Devils, and is more peaceful. Even his armor did not enjoy killing, Radix tried to explain after some thought. Xia Fei let out a mirthless laugh. More peaceful? Your naivety will sooner or later be the death of you. Those warriors didn't physically die, but their minds were broken. Being outright killed is by far a better death than that. It's evident that while the other three of the four great Sky Devils had more of a reckless character, killing anyone that they found unpleasant, the broken wing Sky Devil is the most sinister among them. He desired his enemies to lead a life wishing they were dead. Oh no! Radix instantly felt a chill run over his entire body. Xia Fei was not wrong. Those annihilators that had barged into the broken wing Sky Devil's cenotaph didn't die, but they all went insane. To the common man, death could very well be the harshest punishment, but to a warrior, especially one that had achieved the annihilator tier, it was an even greater torture if they led a life worse than death. Consider the countless amounts of blood and sweat that had gone into their journeys, lives of consuming who knew how many premium treasures, and the hardships they had endured before they finally became annihilators, only for the broken wing Sky Devil to let them live with insanity. That was the most cruel punishment for their transgression. Looking at Zumi, anyone could tell that the decline of a generational expert in his clan had caused their downfall. Even after tens of thousand years had passed and it was now Zumi's generation, they still held immense fear toward the broken wing Sky Devil. The broken wing Sky Devil did not kill, but he punished. He caused his enemies, and the descendants of his enemies, to all live in abject fear and humiliation. This sort of cruelty was many times greater than killing someone. Xia Fei himself was an insane existence, already vicious enough to his enemies. That was why he had been able to see through the mentality of the broken wing Sky Devil, and was why he had striven to kill the protector of this tomb, that plated armor. It's too late to discuss any of this anymore. Since we failed to kill that thing the first time around, from here on, we'll be on the receiving end of its crazy revenge. Xia Fei swung Nirvana once for emphasis and coldly remarked, "Oh Radix, it is not that being kind and naive isn't good, but that it'll sooner or later be the death of you." Xia Fei found a life preservation container and tossed the unconscious Zumi inside before storing it away inside his spatial ring. Xia Fei had studied pharmacology before, and so he always carried several such containers that could store raw materials. Zumi had a tremendous fear of the broken wing Sky Devil, and was absolutely no help to Xia Fei, instead a liability. Before this nightmare ended, Xia Fei decided it was best for Zumi not to show his face again, since he would hardly make a show beyond embarrassing himself. After that was done, Xia Fei nodded to Furball and Little Goldie. These two had been unruly enough, not afraid of anything at all, making them perfect as Xia Fei's assistants. As for Radix, Xia Fei had no choice but to abandon him for the time being. He was after all a old Mr. Nice Guy from the Aurora clan, and while these years traveling with Xia Fei had indeed changed him quite a lot, he was nevertheless unable to meet Xia Fei's requirement, being ruthless when it was time to be ruthless. Splash! Xia Fei leaped back up into the central pool with little Goldie and Furball. The structure here was very odd. It was like a terrace, with the water as a ceiling. Looking up, he saw the suspended pool, and below them was another pool. Moving down through the pool, Xia Fei arrived at the third floor. This time, he saw that there was no more pool. Instead, there were 8 passageways, going in 8 different directions. A low blast from a horn was followed by the sound of messy footsteps. It was almost as if there was a pack of something that was running out from inside.